Antares Sector, the second book in the Ice Soldier series by Craig Martelle. Narrated by Bryan Douglas.
Chapter 1. Training. Train harder than you play. When are we getting our replacements? Point 1 groused. He was the only point soldier who survived the battles on Espinal 4. The other had been killed, along with 2 wheel soldiers and 4 swing soldiers. 7 lost in the war against the Scudagarans. Thanks to Ares Section, the Human Force for Peace learned that the bugs weren't a real enemy. They were biological constructs. Drones guided by malevolent hands. The skinnies were the real enemy. The next enemy was a 6-legged race. More bugs, but bigger. Different. And Ares Section was nowhere near full strength. Each section was supposed to have 2 point soldiers, who wore heavier armor and were slower. They conducted reconnaissance. A quartet of wheel soldiers carried heavier weapons, mortars that fired rockets, high explosive munitions. 10 swing soldiers provided foundational firepower, although all 16 soldiers and the section leader carried the Mark 71 beam rifle as their primary weapon. The 17 soldiers could lay down a staggering amount of firepower, and there were hundreds of sections. There used to be nearly 1,000, but constant wars and attrition had taken their toll. Ares stood tall while ignoring the complaints. If soldiers weren't complaining, they weren't happy, an axiom as old as time itself. The ship's training spaces were on the lowest level, adjacent to the hangar bay. Artificial gravity was heaviest at the bottom of the ship and added to the physical challenges, although combat armor offset much of what heavy gravity planets threw at the humans. No airborne combat assets. That's what the Regulus Treaty said, a treaty that all sentient races had signed. It also said no artificial soldiers, like robots. It didn't specifically prohibit the bugs that the skinnies had manufactured, the so-called Scudagarans. That was for the diplomats to sort out. They had the proof that Ares provided,
including 18 skinnies found on a planet where they shouldn't have been.
More! Ares bellowed. The section had just finished 1 round of calisthenics. Every single soldier in his section had been wounded on Espinal 4, including him. Point had a bionic arm in place of where his real one had been blown off by the bugs. He was back with the section and in good spirits. When we supposed to get new recruits today? What about transfers? Wheel 2, Frodo, asked before dropping into the push-up position. We are not going to put raw recruits into point or wheel billets. We could move up a few of you, but you didn't want it. I agree. Do what you know and what you're comfortable with. I've put in my request. It's in the originator's hands now. It's in the battle planner's hands, Wheel 3, Sailorman said in an attempt to correct Ares. Ares stared at him. Or maybe not. Keep going. Ares joined them to pound out 100 push-ups. He looked like a piston, mechanical, up and down like the beating of a metronome. When he finished, he popped to his feet. I'll be back. The soldiers of Ares Section didn't ask where he was going. He wouldn't answer them. They had their orders. Keep working out. Physical fitness was the key to long-term combat survival. Ares had gone 72 hours straight on Espinal. He was exhausted by the end. But before that, the battles were fought at a maximum operational tempo. Engage the enemy and keep him on his heels. Hit him and keep hitting him. In 5 wars on 5 different planets, Ares had applied the principle. The HFP had been victorious in all 5. Ares had won the Star of Valor in each war, the highest award that could be given. Ares found himself in the hardest fights and found ways to succeed. They tried to promote him to battle planner. They tried to move him into the intelligence section. He was having none of that. His place was as section lead. That's where he found himself in the very first war after most of his section died in battle. He took over, pulled them out of certain death, and turn the tide of battle. A gift. Luck. Unbridled enthusiasm to make war. Whatever Ares did was more than a trick. He'd done it 5 times, and no one knew his secret. Of all the section leads, he was the one who should have had a full complement of soldiers. It wasn't arrogance. It was demonstrated and sustained superior performance. He was on his way to see Dante to expedite the delivery of replacement soldiers. There was always a soldier willing to transfer sections. Ones who wanted more action or less. Ones who wanted different section mates. Ares didn't care about their reasons. He only cared that they could fight. His idea of fighting was far more than aiming a weapon and pulling the trigger. His people needed to think. It was inevitable that Ares would find himself buried to his neck in the enemy. He couldn't think for every soldier. He told them what the mission was and kept them focused on that singular goal. The rest was up to them, unless he gave orders to the contrary. Soldiers attached to Ares' section had a tendency to get killed, but they died with honor, knee-deep in what soldiers were best at, taking it to the enemy. Pride came with being in Ares' section. The intangibles that made good soldiers great. Ares took the stairs upward. He had nothing to prove when it came to fitness, but he didn't let an opportunity to do more pass him by. He raced upward to deck 3. Once out of the stairs, he oriented himself. The battle planner and other senior leaders had quarters and workspaces on this deck. Deck 2 was for those who managed the ship, and Deck 1, the very top deck, where they loaded supplies through an external coupling while in orbit over Earth. They were easier to move around up there, as it had the lightest effect from the artificial gravity plates firmly embedded at the bottom of the ship. Ares stopped the first soldier he saw. "Where can I find Battle Planner Dante?" He jerked a thumb over his shoulder and kept walking. Ares went in the direction indicated. He checked offices and spaces as he passed. The force commander appeared in the corridor before him. He glanced toward Ares. He turned the other way and then did a double take. "Section Leader Ares, what brings you into the morass of bureaucracy and pain?" "Sir," Ares nodded to the commander, "I was looking for Battle Planner Dante to ask about replacement soldiers for my section." "You don't have them yet?" He looked confused. "Sentry Leader, get Ares his soldiers ASAP. That means right now, if you are wondering." "I wasn't wondering, Commander. He'll have his people in an hour or less." The Sentry Leader was one who commanded 100 sections, a massive formation of 1,700 soldiers broken into decades for command and control purposes. Ares wasn't sure who his decade leader was or his Sentry Leader. They didn't command a great presence in battle, as the number of sections dedicated to combat efforts fluctuated wildly as they were directed and redirected by battle planners. Each grouping optimized for particular mission objectives that only the commander on the ground would know. The flexibility of the mission organization delivered maximum firepower needed to overwhelm a target without overcommitting limited resources. The strategy and tactics of modern warfare. "What do you think, Ares? The bugs in the Antares sector are what we're calling spiders, even though they're 6-legged and not 8. But they wear armor and use tanks. Spiders. It is what it is. We'll unload our armored vehicles and put them into action on the planet's surface. Do you want a tank assigned to your section?" Ares shook his head. "No, sir. It'll just slow us down." "I figured." The commander studied Ares. "I'm glad you're a soldier and will be on the battlefield. We have to win this fight coming up." "We have to win them all," Ares said. "Goes without saying. I never head into a battle thinking we are going to lose. I think we can lose. But it's my job to make sure we don't. Every decision matters, from the smallest to the largest." The commander clapped Ares on the shoulder. "You know what I like about you?" The commander waited, but Ares didn't bite on the tired old joke. "Not a damn thing. Get back to work, Ares. Your replacements are on the way. You have 1 week to bring them up to speed. In 7 days' time, we'll be in the Antares sector looking for the occupied planets. When we find them, we're going in. Might be hours, might be a day or two, but we're going in." "Of course, sir. Compliance. Get me and my section on the ground, preferably away from enemy tanks. We'll take care of things from there." The commander tapped his brow in a quick salute. Ares returned the gesture and headed for the stairs. He wanted to be there when the replacements showed up. Frodo and Sailor Man would give them grief as part of the haze, an old tradition with which Ares did not agree. No soldier needed to be coddled, but no soldier needed to be abused either. Ares took the lift down. His knee was almost 100% from where the Scudagaran took a bite, but descending made it ache. He'd give it a little more time before running it through all its paces. Ares stepped off the elevator and was greeted by shouting and the sounds of a scuffle. He strode briskly in that direction. He believed the troops should never see their leader run, especially on board ship. "Hold!" Ares bellowed. The clamor lessened to a dull roar. Ares waded into the middle of it and picked up 2 soldiers in the middle of a wrestling match. The others taunted or cheered or both. Ares dragged the 2 to their feet. They were too heavy for him to lift one in each arm. One took a swing at him. He twisted to avoid it and elbowed the perpetrator in the head. He dropped like a sack of tomatoes. The other raised his hands in surrender. "Sailor Man?" Ares looked at him with disappointment. The wheel soldiers were leaders in the section. They were second to the section lead himself. "What the hey?" a woman shouted. She raised her hands and turned to give herself more power for a roundhouse kick. "I'll break you in half," Ares growled. "Ares, welcome back," Point One called loud enough for all to hear, no matter how much blood pounded in their ears. The woman straightened, but she was far from calmed down. Ares saw Wheel 2, trying to avoid eye contact. "Frodo, care to explain?" "Sir." Frodo grinned like he hadn't been caught trying to hide. He pushed through the soldiers to stand close to his section lead. "It was like this. A bunch of go-getters appear in our training space like they're going to take over, because that's what good soldiers do. We didn't know they were ours, and unfortunately, we weren't at the top of our information-finding game. But our diplomacy was first-rate. We determined that a champion from each group would represent us, and they'd fight it out to determine which group would get the training space." "Are you soldiers replacements for Ares' section?" Ares met the gaze of the 6 new soldiers, who were still upright. Number 7 was unconscious, lying on the deck. Ares glanced at the 10 old faces. They wouldn't look at him. "We are," the woman said. "Are you Ares?" "They call me Ares," he replied. She lifted her chin for an instant and then dropped it. Rebellion had gone from her when she realized who she was standing up to. The temperature seemed to drop from the inferno of rage to the chill of a cooler. "Were you winning?" Ares asked the soldier he continued to hold. "I have to admit that I had not yet won, but I feared hurting the man," Sailor Man replied. "You were losing, and you risked our training space in your overconfidence. If you had lost, and this was a different section, then I would have to live up to the bet, and waited while you found us a new space. Good thing we don't have to go through that, don't you think?" It came across like a quip, but was hardly that. Ares was not pleased. One didn't welcome new additions to the team with fists. "Sir," Sailor Man wanted to explain more, but Ares was right, and they all knew it. "You 10, on your faces. Quick count, 100 push-ups." Ares pushed Sailor Man away from him. They hit the deck without hesitation and started pumping out the repetitions. They controlled their breathing as they worked. It was how Ares had taught them. He shook his head at the 6 newcomers who stood motionless. "If I have to give you an order to support your teammates, then we've already lost the next fight." The light of understanding shot their eyes wide. They dropped and tried to catch up, but being frantic, they ran out of gas around 50 and struggled after that. The original soldiers from the section finished and popped to their feet. Ares stared without blinking at Sailor Man. He shook his head and held up his hands. He didn't understand what Ares wanted. Ares nodded toward the group on the deck. Sailor Man hung his head for an instant and then dropped to the deck. The others were slow to join him. He barked at them. "We support the soldiers in Ares section." When the newcomers reached 100, they stood. Every soldier was struggling at that point. They climbed to their feet, every soul breathing hard with the exertions of their failures. "Drag him into the room." Ares pointed at the man still on the deck. He was conscious, but unaware of where he was. When the soldiers were in the training space, Ares directed them into separate areas. "Point soldiers here, wheel soldiers there, and swing in the back." He waited for the soldiers to get into place. A soldier stood next to point 1. 3 soldiers stood next to Frodo and Sailor Man. There should have only been 2 wheel replacements. 9 swing soldiers lined the back wall. Ares didn't like conflict in his section, but he also tolerated no one being an upstart. "One of you isn't a wheel soldier." The 3 looked at each other. "I was wheel 4 in Borden section." "You're wheel 4 here." Ares looked at the other 2. "One of you has experience with the mortar, and the other thinks he's fleeted up from swing." "Wheel 2 in Tapper section," the soldier who had been unconscious said. He was quickly sobering. The music had stopped playing, and there was no chair for the 3rd soldier. "They promised me," he argued. "Who's they?" "Wheels 1 and 2 from Grizz section." He hung his head. After saying it aloud, it sounded as foolish as he knew it to be. Their promises held no authority. "Sorry for the mix-up." He dragged his feet across the floor and joined the swing soldiers. "Nothing matters before this very minute. Do you understand me?" "Compliance," the soldiers said in unison. "You say compliance, but you're not sure what I mean. I'll explain it because assuming gets people killed. You will hold no grudges. You will do everything in your power to support this section and then the HFP. We fight the enemy, not each other. We fight hard. Some of you will probably die because we get into the heaviest fighting. It's like the enemy knows we're the section to beat. Beat us and win the war. But they're not going to beat us. You know why?" No one ventured to answer. "Because we fight for each other while we're accomplishing the mission. Mission is paramount. If that means leaving me behind, you do it. If that means sacrificing half the section in an assault that would be considered futile, but could also swing the battle, then we do it." "Is that how you win the Star of Valor?" the new Wheel 1 asked. "No. You win the star by actually turning the tide of battle. Intent and sacrifice mean nothing if you don't accomplish the mission. Surviving is another point in favor of winning the star. Anyone who's here to win awards, you're in the wrong place. Life is the only award that matters. We fight to win. Mission victory and then survival. Those are the only 2 things that matter." A civilian helped himself into the room, closing the door quietly behind him. "Hey guys, look who's back," he said. The reporter who was attached to Ares' section on Espinar 4. They did not have a good time babysitting him. He had been a distraction nearly the entire time, but Ares got good press out of it. No matter how antagonistic he was toward the man, the article was glowing, and the videos were showing hourly on Earth video screens. Recruitment was up 5%. "We're training," Ares told the man. "Der Schwartzman," Frodo said. "Are you lost?" "I'm right where I intended to be. I knew you'd miss me. Guess what? I'm going in with you guys. Now that I've demonstrated prowess in combat armor, I can deploy with frontline units. I chose you because the devil you know." Ares wanted to lay into the man and get his reporter claws out of Ares' section, but that would be a futile effort. It would only encourage him. "Fine. We're going up against a mechanized enemy. Armor, to be exact. You might have to put your skills to the test, like running. You were pretty good at that. I suspect we're going to do an awful lot of running in the Antares sector." Ares twirled his arm in the air. "Up to deck 3 and back, 5 times. Move!" The soldiers scrambled for the door and forced their way out, 2 at a time. They pounded down the corridor to the stairs and raced upward. Daryl didn't go with them. "You too." "I did 30 mics on the treadmill. I'm good." "You're as far from good as a person could possibly be. Join them, or I will personally toss you off this team. I suspect an airlock could be involved." "You wouldn't." The man's indignation was both feigned and real. He thought twice about it, and wasn't sure if Ares would make good on his threat. He knew Ares well enough to assume he would because credibility was important. Truth and loyalty, combat awareness. Like doing push-ups with those who might have been left behind. Ares had a week to build a team. There would be no downtime. They were on the clock until they hit the planet, and they'd stay on the clock until they returned to the ship. Then they'd get a week off before they started training for the next evolution. Daryl had missed all that, but it was true regardless. "If you want to keep up with us, you keep up with us. Now run like you mean it." Ares lunged at the man. He staggered backward and out the open door. He ran toward the stairs. Ares leaned against the wall. How could infantry defeat tanks? He needed the sabot rounds they could fire from their mortars, or they needed to arm everyone with the short guns the skinnies carried. He moved down the corridor to a wall-mounted comm unit. He picked it up and asked for the head armorer. "Ares here. How are the sabot rounds for the mortars coming?" "What sabot rounds?" the voice on the other end of the line asked. Ares lifted the receiver away from his ear and looked at it as if the phone had betrayed him. "Nah, Ares, I'm just funning you. We'll have the first batch ready before you deploy, but there won't be any reloads for a while. We'll be in the field with you repairing Mark 71s, collecting weaponry from dead soldiers, and moving ammunition in power packs. There's never a dull moment when we're in the field with guys like you." "I want at least 4 sabot rounds per wheel soldier, and 4 for me too. I'll be carrying a mortar. It came in handy last time. I like the extra firepower. It gave me options I wouldn't otherwise have had." The commander didn't know what planets the HFP would assault, so no one would know if they were going underground again or not. They wouldn't know anything until the last minute. "Sure, Ares. We'll make sure you're hooked up. You and a few others didn't bring any ammunition home. You expend everything you have. We like that. Makes us feel like we're doing something important." Ares watched his soldiers run into the corridor and loop back to the stairs. "You are doing something important. Keep those weapons in good working order with plenty of ammo and power. We'll do the rest." He snapped the receiver tightly into the cradle. Ares had energy he needed to burn off, no matter that his knee wasn't 100%. He raced to the stairs and headed up, taking them 3 at a time as he accelerated toward the lighter gravity. Chapter 2. Deploy. It's all fun and games until you receive incoming fire. Point 1 waved his bionic arm. "Did they figure out which planet we're going to?" "The 3rd one. The other half of the force will go to the 4th. Our target planet is called Antares 3. Does it matter, Tin Man?" "Not in the least." Point 1. They'd started calling him Tin Man because of his arm. He liked it, which suggested they'd probably change it. Ares pointed to his wheel soldiers. "Frodo, Sailor Man, check the suits." They had checked them 30 minutes prior and all was well, but Swing 10, a new recruit, kept hitching, like there was a glitch in his arm matrix. Frodo had seen it too, the unnatural motion. "Side straddle hops, 10. Frodo motioned for him to jump and throw his arms over his head. He did one, but on his second, his right arm locked halfway up. He landed on his feet, and the arm remained where it was. "That's damn inconvenient," the young voice said. He stood there while Frodo checked the suit. Looks like the servo is trashed. Cascade failure from the shoulder to the elbow. 5 minutes, a voice droned. The last thing Ares wanted was to deploy with an understrength section. Change suits with the reporter. Hang on, Daryl argued. Now, Ares bellowed. Fine. They both released the locks on their suits and stripped out of the upper sections. The arm, breastplate, and right pauldron passed to Daryl while he handed his working suit to Swing 10. Ares section, up, the voice ordered. 10 secured his armor and did a quick check before running after the rest of the section. Ares waited for a moment while Daryl struggled to get his arm into the bad suit. Ares gripped the back of his suit and dragged him alongside. Daryl stumbled and staggered, but stayed upright. You can fix it on the shuttle. Why couldn't your soldier have fixed it instead of swapping for my armor? Because it could break again, and I'd rather it happen to you than someone who's useful. Daryl shrugged off Ares' hand and ran under his own power, despite the arm that was locked into a permanent wave. Tell me what you really think, Daryl quipped. He looked ridiculous with his arm up. The rest of Ares' section was on the shuttle. They waved at the reporter, mimicking the broken suit's arm. Stow it. He did you a solid, Swing 10, Ares called. The section dropped their waving arms and made room for the last 2 to board. Behind his faceplate, Ares struggled not to laugh. He didn't want the reporter attached to his team the first time, but here he was again. It was Ares' penance for giving him a hard time on Espinar 4. He collected himself and raised his face shield to look over his soldiers, show them his determination. We're going to war with the Antigeneses, a 6-legged spider-looking thing that wears armor and drives tanks. We're one of 3 sections that is equipped with the new Sabo rockets. These are the tank destroyers. We'll use them on tanks only. Mark 71s should stop any spiders, even if they're wearing armor. Hit them hard and often. Ares made sure his team was buckled in before he secured himself. The shuttle lifted out of the hangar bay and headed into space. It was going to be a bumpy ride to the planet. It always was. Antares 3, the 3rd planet from a star that was twice the size of Earth's sun. It meant the planet was hot, but not hot enough to boil water. Liquid water existed, which placed it squarely in the Goldilocks zone, where small, inland seas stood out against the land masses that dominated the planet's surface. There was plenty of room to maneuver. It was obvious why the spiders put tanks down there. The HFP had tanks too, but not enough for a full armor-on-armor battle. The Force could find themselves overwhelmed by spider firepower. Ares could have worried about that, but it would be fruitless. Worrying was a waste of time. Ares closed his eyes. There was nothing he could do until the shuttle door opened and the section hit the ground. They'd get their direction from the pilot, and that would be the last order they'd take from anyone who wasn't on the planet. Battle Planner Dante would be there. He was one of the first in. Dante took responsibility for Ares' section, along with the other sections that had been under the previous battle planner who managed to get his head blown off on Espinar. They hadn't replaced him. Dante would give them their orders, whether verbally, hand and arm signal, or by flashing light. The spiders were already jamming all signals, just like the HFP was doing to them. It leveled the playing field. It was medieval warfare with modern weapons. The combat armor was their one advantage. It was better than what the other sides were using. The armor had saved Ares' life in every battle. Even though it was fallible, it hadn't failed him yet. He didn't intend to give the spiders a target to hit. Keep moving and stay alive. It's why he drove his section harder than any other section leader. There was one thing Ares could do to improve his operation on the ground: sleep. He probably wouldn't sleep again until after the battle, unless this turned into an extended operation. 72 hours. The clock would start when they hit the ground. Until then, he'd give himself the best edge he could. His weapons had been checked and rechecked. His ammunition load was topped off, from rockets to grenades to 2 spare power packs. He carried minimum rations and maximum water. Ares leaned back and closed his eyes. Get some sleep while you can. When we hit the ground, the mission takes priority. You don't have the luxury of being tired or hungry or thirsty or cold. Get some sleep. I'll see you on the ground. Within seconds, Ares was sound asleep, safe, as well as helpless, in the shuttle with his soldiers by his side. There was nothing for him to do until they landed. Rough ride, huh, Ares? Swing 10 asked as they bumped to the ground. Don't know. I was asleep, like you should have been. Stand by. The door was still secured. The shuttle's engines idled. The overhead speaker crackled to life. Proceed on Vector 285 relative, range 9 kilometers. Refuse the flank during recce forward. Acknowledge. Compliance, Ares bellowed. He moved from his seat and took a knee. The new soldiers tried to stand, but the others held them back. Originator, hear my prayer. Guide our hands to deliver death to a worthy enemy. May he find peace in his next life. Recognize the honor we do you through this battle. He stood and moved to the door. He gestured for his team to stand. They filled the interior of the shuttle, vibrating with the excitement and anxiety that came with landing on an unknown planet to face an unknown enemy. Ares calmed. This was his domain. Antares 3 had yet to acknowledge Ares' dominance over it, but it would in time. He vowed to bend it to his will, as he did on each planet where he made war on an alien enemy. Maybe they'd beat him eventually, but as long as he was still breathing, he'd fight. The door opened, and he ran into the blistering light from a sun that seemed too close and dominated the daylight. His IR system was useless. UV wasn't much better. The shielded Mark I eyeball was his only choice. He gauged what 285 degrees off the nose of the shuttle was and started running. He glanced over his shoulder to make sure his section was there, 16 soldiers behind. The point soldiers took their positions on each side of him. Their sensor suits were better than his, but the soldiers' combat armor was heavier, which meant slower. He matched their best pace. The wheel soldiers filled the center, and the swing soldiers lined 5 each on the right and left flanks. It was the standard inverted V formation used for travel. If no other formation was designated, it was the default. Some orders didn't need to be given. The soldiers were responsible for thinking. They needed to be mentally engaged in the battle at all times. Ares was too busy to think for 16 different soldiers. Ares studied the way ahead. The ground was hard, with a hardy scrub striving to live a stunted life. It cracked and complained with each step, but it didn't yield, springing upright once the imposing boot lifted. A short run, only 9 kilometers, but the landmass was huge. Depending on where the spiders were, Ares expected to run much more. When fighting tanks, keep moving. Be the smallest and hardest target to hit. The big guns could destroy swaths of soldiers who were too close together or who tried to dig in. Ares had zero intention of making his section a target. Refuse the flank. That meant to protect the flank from enemy attack. He didn't have to dig in to do that. He'd studied the Battle of Gettysburg, old style, Little Round Top, the 20th Maine. Hundreds of years ago, an understrength regiment ran out of ammunition. They fixed bayonets and pressed the attack to drive the enemy away. They refused the flank and protected the army that ultimately won a battle described as the turning point in the war. That was how Ares saw his mission. Critical to the army as a whole. Critical to the war. Another chance to demonstrate courage and honor. Would his new people rise to the occasion? He wanted to be sure, but he wasn't. The soldiers who had been with him on Espinar 4 had proved their mettle. They ran headlong into an army that numbered in the millions. Why? Because Ares ordered it and led the way. They followed. they delivered the killing blow. The ground could provide cover if they dug fast and hard enough. Small rolling hills blocked the long-range view while providing little close-in protection. There were no known underground facilities or avenues of approach. The battle would take place above ground. It would be a slugfest unless the troops maneuvered like cockroaches to swarm a tank from multiple directions. Hit it with a sabot round and move on. Artillery was already setting up near the shuttle landing area. They'd be able to call in bombardments using flashlights. But they needed an observation post that had good command of the battlefield. Winners chose the terrain of the battle. Another good axiom from history. The spiders had been on the planet for a while. They would have to be lured away from whatever traps they had prepared to create a force multiplier in their favor. Channelize the human troops, which was the last thing Ares wanted. Never go where the enemy lets you. It's a trap. The sky glowed a burnished orange, despite the heavy atmosphere. Dust and dirt had been kicked up into the air, rose, and stayed there. Maybe it was less orange over the inland seas. Or not. None of the soldiers would find out, because this fight was on the ground. The pace Ares set wasn't easy, but it didn't punish any of his soldiers either. 40 kilometers per hour, 15 minutes max to get into place. Take in a little of the terrain and environment on the way. Keep their eyes open. The battle had yet to begin, but they might get a glimpse of the enemy doing exactly what the humans were doing. Reconnaissance. Sizing up the other side, watching them deploy, and planning a strike and counterstrike. Ares had said his prayer. He wouldn't ask the originator for more information. He had been dealt his hand. Ares' section needed to play it. He had new soldiers, transferred soldiers, and old soldiers who survived their first fight. 8 kilometers into the run, the HFP's front lines appeared, loosely established, markers being put into place. The Antares steppes, a plain that extended across half this continent. All Ares saw was exposed soldiers. A low hill to the left seemed a better place than on the low ground. Ares hatcheted his arm toward the rise. If no one was up there, he wanted his section there. Refused to flank. To observe and engage. A wisp of dust rose from beyond the hill that couldn't have been more than 5 or 6 meters at its peak. Ares was instantly alert. Footprints leading up the hill. Armored boots from human soldiers. They had been sent there. Battle planner Dante was exploring his options by stretching the legs of his force, extending beyond the hill toward the next. Without any commanding terrain, the artillery would become even more important. It could be used to deny the enemy use of any terrain that could be to their advantage. Channel them as they sought to channel the human soldiers. It was a game of cat and mouse, where two sides carried clubs to bludgeon each other into oblivion. They called it modern warfare. Ares raised a fist, calling a halt to his section. He eased forward toward the hill. He wanted to look over the top before exposing his section. Point 2 stopped him from moving forward. "This is our job, Ares." Points 1 and 2 dropped prone and crawled to the top. They froze the second they could see. Ares wanted the information, but his soldiers were right. Reconnaissance was their job. 2 held up his fist. No one moved. He signaled that the enemy was ahead. What enemy, and how many? How were they armed? Where were the soldiers that came over the hill? Ares had too many questions and no answers. Chapter 3. Cover. Concealment is good, but cover is better. Ares waited for his point soldiers to crawl agonizingly slowly down the small rise to where he waited. He raised his visor and stared. "Sir, the enemy is over the rise. A small force arrayed in this direction. I count 6 tanks and 100 soldiers with about 20 in full armor. Range, no more than 100 meters, straight that way." Point 2 indicated which direction. Ares crawled backward to where he wouldn't be seen. Did you see the soldiers who came this way?
2 nodded.
4 bodies at the bottom of the hill.
Ares stood and faced the landing zone where the artillery was set up. He signaled with his high-intensity communications light. Once contact was confirmed, he called in a fire mission, high explosive in a broad pattern to pepper the small area beyond the rise and eliminate the enemy's foot soldiers. He sent a message to Dante for the forces preparing the initial front lines. He also reported 4 killed in action.
Inbound in 5 minutes for 1 minute of heavy fire. The second it ends, we go over that hill. Wheel soldiers are the focus of main effort. You'll cover them until they can close with the enemy tanks and hit them with a sabot round. If one doesn't do it, be ready to fire a second. Artie is good at killing infantry, and infantry are good at killing tanks.
So are tanks, Point 1 mentioned.
We don't happen to have one of those with us, so we'll take care of it ourselves. We'll rally right here after the attack. I want to know how those soldiers died. If there had been a firefight, the soldiers out here would have heard, yet they're acting like the enemy isn't right here.
Underground? Frodo suggested.
Don't even joke like that. This fight is above ground. That's where the enemy is. That's where we'll be.
The whistle of incoming artillery drove Ares' section to the deck, where they lay prone in a nearly useless attempt to become one with the dirt. Shrapnel screamed overhead with each explosion. They hammered the ground 2 seconds apart. Near to far, left to right, and back again. Ares counted down. He crouched as he prepared to run. The others followed his lead and readied themselves. The wheel soldiers carried their mortars with sabot rounds loaded. 5 mortars and 6 tanks. They'd have to be quick to get off a second shot before a tank drew a bead on them.
You stay here,
Ares barked at Darrell. He didn't wait for a response, since Darrell would do what he wanted. He was responsible for his own life. As long as he didn't interfere with the section's operations, Ares didn't care what he did. 2 seconds. 4 seconds of silence. The barrage had ended. Ares was up like a shot and sprinted over the hill. He carried his Mark 71 in his left hand and his mortar in the right. He wasn't sure which he'd need first. Nearly all of the enemy soldiers had been killed, blasted bodies and limbs scattered far and wide, a testimonial to the violence of the artillery attack. 6 tanks maneuvered, relatively unscathed. 4 moved forward, and 2 appeared to withdraw. Low and sleek, with an integrated turret that didn't expose the rotating ring common to most tanks. There wasn't an obvious weak point. Sharp angles meant glancing blows, but the treads and rollers were exposed. The shooters needed to get close to get a kill, but could render a tank immobile with a less precise shot. The wheel soldiers separated and ran. The swing soldiers fired toward the tanks to dazzle their aiming systems and give the wheel soldiers time to get close. Ares ran up the middle, between the line of tanks, glancing at the barrels to stay out of their line of fire, but they were occupied. Beam weapons painted the vehicles with energy, while the wheel soldiers moved close. 4 tanks. 4 wheel soldiers carrying their mortars with direct fire sabot rockets. First to fire was Wheel 4, a new member of the section. His round hit the forward upper glacis, skipping high and into the distance. Frodo dropped to a knee and fired, aiming for a lower point on the tank, barely above the ground, but in between 2 return rollers. His shot hit the armor that was straight on, and his round smashed, melting the titanium penetrator and propelling it into the interior of the tank. The vehicle instantly ground to a halt. A slim tendril of smoke escaped an upper vent. Without a catastrophic explosion, it was impossible to determine if the tank was dead. It was disabled, and if the turret didn't rotate, then it was ineffective too. That was good enough for now. The engineers could come by later and blow it up. Wheel 4 fired again. This round hit the turret, but also skipped off. 2 sabots fired, and no damage. He reloaded as the tank ground the dirt beneath its treads to address its attackers. The Mark 71s hit it repeatedly, but the armor made the attacks a lesson in futility. There wasn't an obvious periscope or view screen or camera. They'd have to defeat the tank before figuring out how they worked. Frodo changed his direction and ran after the tank heading for Wheel 4. It passed him, and he aimed a shot at its rear. It fired its main gun, and Wheel 4 evaporated under the impact of a ballistic projectile fired from a range of 40 meters. The soldier had no chance of surviving the impact. Frodo fired into the rear of the tank. The round penetrated as it was designed to, and he was instantly rewarded with a volcanic explosion that knocked him off his feet. The tank lurched, and the main gun lost hydraulics. It dropped until it rested on the tank's forward hull, the end of the gun barely above the ground. A clean kill. Frodo was up and running. Wheel 1 skipped around off the turret of his targeted tank. Sailor Man missed the tank entirely when it fired into the ground a few meters from him and rocked him away from his aim point. The two tanks that had been withdrawing reversed course and launched themselves forward. Ares ran close to the second tank on his right. He adjusted his mortar to match the angle of the armor and fired. The impact was direct, and the sabot launched through the armor, melting its way into the interior. Ares kept running, zigzagging to keep the incoming tanks from zeroing in on him. Sailor Man and Wheel 1 combined to fire 2 more sabot rounds into the tank. Both hit, and 1 penetrated. 4 tanks disabled or killed, 2 more inbound. The swing and surviving Wheel soldiers ran at an angle away from the tanks, creating a cone into which the tank would travel, exposing its flanks from a danger-close range. The swing soldiers poured fire into the remaining 2 tanks until they were bathed in the light of energy. 1 tank jerked sideways and then back, as if trying to clear itself of the beams. They were having some impact. It was a little tidbit that Ares tucked away. He dodged left and aimed, sending his second sabot rocket into the rear of the 5th tank. That was the most vulnerable point. The round exploded, taking the engine, its fuel, and ammunition with it. The turret lifted off on a fountain of flame. Ares staggered under the blowback, but only a step. He was already running to get behind the last tank. It fired at his soldiers, recycled and fired again before Ares could get into position for an optimal shot. He fired the 3rd of his 4 rounds. He hit the rear compartment at a slight angle. The sound of the raging engine died in an instant. Mark 71s continued to paint the tanks until the soldiers slowed their fire and finally stopped. "Swing 5, Ares called. "Were you firing on full automatic?" "Yes, sir." "Don't do that unless it's called for. This wasn't called for. Fire well-aimed shots." Ares walked around the battlefield, steering clear of the barrels of the tanks. He climbed up on the least damage to study it. There was no hatch on the turret. There was no visible access point. There was nothing obvious for it to see the world around it. "Points 1 and 2. Assess this tank. We need weak points. We need more information regarding these tanks. We need a better way to kill them." When Ares switched to a UV inspection of the tank, he found the external video and audio pickups. They were embedded in the track covers and behind a transparent metal that flowed seamlessly along the low-profile turret. If the driver couldn't get in through the top, the answer was obvious. There was an entry point in the tank's belly, well protected and unexposed. The tank operator would have no way to get out unless he moved the tank over a trench. It was a death trap. "To me," Ares ordered. He climbed off the tank and waited. Darrell jogged up from where he'd stayed out of the battle behind the hill. Ares ignored him. The rest of the section moved in. Frodo and Sailor Man shook their heads. There was nothing left of Wheel 4. They not only lost him, they lost the mortar, his beam rifle, and all his ammunition. Down 1 already, but the Spiders lost 6 tanks and 100 soldiers. Was that a fair trade? It would have to be. Ares raised his faceplate. "What do we know about the tanks?" Ares asked. "Tough armor. You have to hit them square on. Between the return rollers, through the side skirts," Frodo added. Way in the rear end. That was the most gratifying. Ares had 3 kills, and Frodo had 2, but they wouldn't verbalize the count. Ares wanted a healthy competition, but not one that would increase risk. They needed the tanks destroyed. Anyone who could destroy them would be responsible for taking them out. There's no way inside except from underneath. There are no external ports. All vents are below. The external view is from cameras embedded in the fender skirts and hidden on the turret. Point 1 said. They'd been tasked with studying the tanks. The 2 of them had collaborated and come through. We'll get this information to Dante. He nodded his thanks and walked through to the rest of his section, checking his soldiers. 2 new swing soldiers, 9 and 10, were pale, their skin clammy. You did fine. They both smiled weakly. Ares bent down to look into their eyes. The shock of their first battle and the adrenaline rush that came with it was wearing off. Battle is the highest testament to the fire in one's soul. Do you want to live more than the enemy soldier? That is the question you ask yourself. Then you thank the originator when your hand is guided toward victory. Sir, Swing 9 said. Compliance. He nodded. Swing 10 took a drink of water, a small drink. It needed to last, and he knew that, but he was already parched. It happened. 10. Check the resupply of water. If it's on the front lines, drain your canteens and then refill them. The recycling from the combat armor would keep their stocks filled, even if it tasted bad. It could be life-saving. Points 1 and 2. Out there, recce. Let us know if anything is coming. We'll secure this hill and make it our own. Ares waved in the general direction of the next rolling hill, many kilometers away. The 2 lumbered off. The hill was barely 4 meters high and rounded, but it afforded a view of the steps that flanked the force's front. Ares stood at the very top, his back to the humans. Before him, points 1 and 2 loped into the distance. They had a long way to go to get to the next rise. Swings 9 and 10 stood there. Ares pointed at Frodo. Take these 2 to check on resupply. Get us more sabot rounds. We need them. Have a recovery team come for the 4 soldiers who died. Frodo tapped the 2 swing soldiers on their chest plates. With me. He sprinted in the direction of the support tent, 2 kilometers to the rear of the established front. Sailorman, establish a defensive position right here. Maintain visual contact with points 1 and 2. I'll be right back. Ares headed off the hill toward the front line. Dante was obvious. Operational security be damned. He led from the front, and Ares respected that. Dante chased away other soldiers vying for his time when he saw Ares approach. A firefight, Ares. You've been on the planet for a total of 5 minutes. I had 2 sections deploying in that direction after we lost contact with the first reconnaissance soldiers. They died. There was an armored recon force just on the other side of that hill. 6 tanks and 100 soldiers, but only 20 of them wore armor. They all died under the artillery barrage. The bad news is that we found the 4 soldiers. They'd been killed, and I don't know how. I lost 1 wheel soldier too, a tank round to the chest. The good news is that the sabot rounds worked on the spider tanks. You can send your intel weenies over there to study the wrecks. Weak spot is in the rear. Otherwise you have to hit the armor flush to get penetration. We bounced a few off them. In the rear, instant kill, even if it's not straight on. That's the kind of intel I like to hear. Dante looked toward the sky. It's hot here, Ares. It's going to wear our people down. The Antigeneses thrive in the heat. We need to defeat the enemy quickly, Ares suggested. They're not going to make it easy. Dante turned his attention to the soldier before him. We're going to have to draw them out. The armor we neutralized was a probing attack. Now that they've had no success with their first engagement with the humans, they'll try something else before committing their full force. I fear that we've cost ourselves the expeditious use of time. Expeditious use of time. Nice one, Ares. Dante chuckled while raising his field glasses and studying the distant horizon. We're going to be here longer, whether we want to or not. They're out there, just beyond artillery range. Dante nodded toward the steps. The enemy was massing, but they weren't in a hurry. It was as if they knew what the environment was doing to the humans, a species they had not had contact with before. Someone is advising them, Dante ventured. My vote is for the skinnies. If we find any skinnies, we will kill them. Unless you can capture them first. Our weenies, as you call them, are making progress on the skinnies' language, thanks to you. To think you could have stayed on the ship and showed up late to work in your pajamas, drink coffee all day, and eat bonbons. But no, you chose this level of Hades instead. Sharing a space with the intel types on board ships sounds like its own level of Hades. Antares is just a different park, where I can take a casual walk with my wife. Dante recoiled. I didn't know you were married. I'm not. That would be yet another level of Hades. I belong here, Battle Planner. Maybe send some of these good people home upright, instead of a plaque marking which planet they were buried on. You have a warped sense of humor, Ares. No wonder you're my favorite. Better get back to your section and take them forward. Conduct a reconnaissance with your people. Find and destroy any skinnies if you can, or if you can't, discover the spider's strengths and weaknesses. The spiders just lost a fight. They aren't going to take that without doing anything. Thanks for that, by the way. 6 tanks destroyed. And how many soldiers again? 100. Ares looked toward the shuttle landing area. When are our tanks going to be here? Soon. Sabo reloads? Soon. Water? Soon. Dante only had one answer to Ares' questions, and it wasn't convincing. Neither of them believed anything would arrive soon. I have 6 saber rounds left in my section among 4 shooters. We'll make them count. I could ask for nothing more. Back in the saddle, Ares. The two saluted each other. Ares walked away. He had to fight a battle that hadn't started yet, and his section was already down less than 50% on the one munition that was effective against the enemy. How to make it go further? That was the question that would plague him. How could they destroy enemy armor without the sabot rounds? Grenades and standard high-explosive rockets. Would they be effective with shots into the rear of the tanks? Ares didn't care what made the rear compartment vulnerable. It was only important that it was. Ares jogged to the small rise and climbed to the top. Sailorman approached. They're not back yet. There's no water, and no sabot rounds, and no tanks, Ares stated. We'll have to make do with what we have. I don't know about you, but that's what I think every time I hit a planet. This is the 3rd one, and we didn't get resupplied until Aspinall 4, and that's only because we went into the rear to get it ourselves. Ares nodded. Business as usual. As soon as Frodo and the others return, we'll move out. Contact points 1 and 2. We're going that way. He pointed in the direction of the Antigeneses' main force. It took 10 more minutes before Frodo appeared with the 2 swing soldiers. Before they could say anything, Ares said, I know. They took their place in the formation and waited. Ares lowered his faceplate and used the suit's features to focus on points 1 and 2. They had turned and were heading in the direction of the force that Dante had observed. Move out, Ares ordered, giving the commensurate hand and arm signal. The first strike of the war was finished, and they were about to start the main event. Chapter 4. In the Middle of Nowhere. A big planet with too much room to maneuver. Ares loped. He never walked on an active battlefield, but he didn't always sprint. Energy was the cost of combat. Save it when you could. Shepherd it until you could spend it to make the biggest impact. Ending a battle with the currency of energy on hand meant you didn't go as hard as you could when it was possible to. Combat was expensive, and took a master to dispense it where and when needed. Sleep on the shuttle, despite the excitement. Save water until needed. Save adrenaline until it gave you an edge. Before long, they'd be out of friendly artillery range. No cover to do what he'd done to the first unit Ares' section had encountered. Ares went where others didn't. Surprise was his greatest weapon. He used it like a surgeon used a scalpel. Ares' section ran for 5 kilometers, then 10. And they still hadn't crossed the plain. A wasteland of scrub and low brush, fighting for life on a scorched planet under an orange sky. Every step was the same. So much the same. Ares drew the group to a halt and directed them to the ground. They used what little concealment they could find, the grass and scrub. They used their armored fingers to dig small depressions and reduce their profile even more. Darrell did what the others were doing, digging to create shallow pits that they could sink into. Ares rose to his knee and then crouch ran forward. He looped around the section to assess their visibility and was quite pleased by the result. He resumed his position on the ground. He rolled to his back and raised his face shield. "You can't see a thing," he told his section. He didn't need to rest, but he knew his soldiers could use it. Relax to keep their minds sharp. The more they ran, the closer they came to the enemy. When their wits needed to be sharpest, they would be dulled from exertion. "Keep our concealment in mind, where visibility is seemingly unlimited. An enemy force could walk up on us right now and not know we're here. Distances aren't what they appear. They could see us. We drop to the ground and dig in. They would know generally where we might be, but not exactly. Exploit the gaps." Ares found that explaining the shape of the battlefield helped the soldiers understand. Any bit of knowledge could serve to keep them alive. He had learned the hard way, even though it seemed intuitive. He had discovered that not everyone was prone to extreme clarity while under fire. Ares didn't understand it, but he accepted it. He gave them 10 minutes to relax and stay hydrated. Ares showed the way by taking the bladder from his small backpack and raising it to his mouth. 2 small sips. Swallow. Wait. 2 more small sips, and returned the bladder to his backpack. Ares stood and lifted one hand, palm up to signal the others to get up. It was time to go. He gestured to the point soldiers to move out front and set the pace. Ares fell back to the rear of the formation. He'd move up when they closed within range of enemy guns. How far could the tank shoot? 5 kilometers at most? Ares didn't want to engage tanks at that range. His section would not have the ability to shoot back. His soldiers would be nothing more than target practice. The express train to the darkest spot on his soul traveled through the feeling of being helpless. It was the last thing he wanted to do to his soldiers. Or himself. "Spread out," he said as he ran alongside the swing soldiers moving in the inverted V formation. "How are you feeling?" His voice was casual. Ares was running at a pace that didn't strain him. He wasn't even breathing hard. Swing 9 was working hard. She was shorter than the other soldiers and had to take more steps, but she persevered. "Doing fine," she answered in 2 short breaths. He couldn't see through her visor under the bright sun, but he had to take her at her word. "Try longer strides," he suggested. "It should feel like you're loping." "Okay," she said, making an effort to satisfy her section lead's orders. She stretched her legs more with each step and started to bounce with the effort. Her pace smoothed out. The combat armor absorbed the shock of the harder push-off and impact. The suit made the movement possible. It wasn't as natural as normal running, but once she got the hang of it, it would be, and it would take less effort for greater speed. Darrell was in the middle of the formation. Ares waved him over.
Stay near Swing 9, he ordered.
I'll help her, Darrow promised.
Ares laughed. She'll refuse to be outdone by you, so you'll help all right by your very presence. Don't get in her way, and don't get lost.
You suck, Darrow called as Ares left.
Ares worked his way to the right side of the formation, where he encouraged his soldiers. It wasn't something he used to do. He recognized the power he had as not just a section leader, but as Ares. His reputation carried its own weight and authority. He didn't have to like it. He only had to leverage it for his people. All of the soldiers, if that's what he could do. For the HFP to win, each needed to be greater than they already were. The whole needed to be greater than the sum of the individual parts. Hope and motivation could do that. It was the ultimate force multiplier. On a planet where a medieval battle would take place, one force would have a razor-thin advantage over the other. With only 6 centuries available, the HFP was grossly under strength. It fed into Dante's theory that the skinnies were behind it all. They had tried the human force until it could no longer put soldiers on the ground and array them against a skinny army, even if that army wasn't populated by skinnies. Ares had too much time to think. 45 minutes into their run, they were so far beyond friendly artillery range, they might as well have been on a different planet. He moved to the front and signaled for his section to go to ground. They hit the deck and quickly dug in. Ares lay prone with his head up to watch ahead. The 2-point soldiers low-crawled forward another 100 meters to scan farther ahead. The section soldiers watched and waited. It was time for more rest. Stand to, 50%. Even sleep, odds watch. The even-numbered soldiers could relax and close their eyes. The odd-numbered soldiers were on watch, weapons ready, and facing away from the formation. Sailor Man was on watch. He motioned for Ares. When Ares arrived, Sailor Man asked, "What do you think rain looks like on this planet?" Ares tried not to be surprised by battlefield inanities. These things soldiers said to take their minds off their proximity to death. But this made him smile. He schooled his features before he raised his faceplate. "Acid rain. I doubt you want to be here when these skies open and deliver their crimson seeds." "Ares, you make it sound so dirty." "It's unexpected but appreciated, spewing its crimson seeds on our faces." He looked toward the sky. "I was just wondering, do you think we'll see any rain?" "I sure hope not. We may never hear the end of your innuendos." Ares rose to his knee and prepared to move on. "They'll be short," Sailor Man promised, living up to, or rather down to, his nickname. Ares glanced at him one last time and moved on before he laughed and showed his humanity. It was a healthy distraction right up until it wasn't. Antares 3 was a grim planet, with little in the way of features and distractions. How were the Antigeneses going to attack? Maneuvering across a broad, open front was to no one's advantage. They'd have to have overwhelming numbers, or something else in mind. Ares wanted to know what that was. The longer they had run, the more he had become convinced that the force they faced wasn't going to remain where it was, nor was it going to attack. Not right away. The section stood and continued running toward the enemy base. The inland sea was relatively close. Could the spider tanks maneuver underwater? Could the spiders? That would change the dynamic somewhat, because it turned a 2-dimensional battlefield into a 3-dimensional one. Ares hadn't tried it, but he believed the combat suits could operate for a limited period underwater in their self-contained mode where the soldier breathed pure oxygen. They wouldn't be able to go very deep, because then they risked oxygen poisoning. But it was an option. Warfighters needed options. Ares had no plan besides finding the enemy. After that, he could see how to hurt them. He had already defended the flank in the most aggressive way possible,
and that begged its own question. How did the spiders get there without being seen? Points 1 and 2 hadn't discovered anything. Ares thought they might have already been there, dug in, and camouflaged, waiting. Were there other enemy units set up the same way? Hard questions that were without answers and might never get resolved. Ares accelerated to the front of the group. Report. We're closing in on the enemy formation. They're 10 clicks directly ahead. 50 tanks and 1,000 armored soldiers. Another 10,000 unarmored soldiers. He hatcheted his arm in the direction of the formation, but that wasn't needed. Ares could see them. 90 degrees off. Bearing 270 true. Have we been seen? No doubt. They can see us as easily as we can see them. Point 2 replied. Increase speed to maximum, Ares ordered. Points 1 and 2 changed direction and accelerated to run as fast as they were capable. 50 kilometers an hour. Ares guided the soldiers of his section into a different formation. Enfilade right. The firepower was focused to the right, leaving the left flank open. The soldiers accelerated, but not to their maximum speed. The sprint took them away from the enemy formation at a rate of 1 kilometer a minute. Points 1 and 2 scanned the area ahead the best they could while running, which didn't lend itself toward optimal reconnaissance. Ares only wanted to get away from the main formation. He learned what he needed to know, which was that the enemy weren't reacting to the provocation. What was their plan that they couldn't be bothered to respond to 17 humans in combat armor running toward them? Had they correctly surmised this was not an attack and rated no counterattack? There should be an inland sea, another 15 kilometers on this heading. Ares called to his point soldiers. He fell back until he was even with Swing 9 and Daryl. They were struggling to keep up. Maintain your pace. Compliance, Swing 9 panted. We couldn't have come this way to begin with? Why are you making this a marathon? Daryl complained with a vigor he should have dedicated to the task at hand. Ares didn't dignify his question with an answer. He had his reasons. They were fighting a war, and these were the initial moves to learn more about the enemy, strengths and weaknesses. Ares hadn't seen a weakness yet. Nothing except the first engagement. The unarmored warriors died far too easily. Even the armored spiders died easily under an artillery barrage. The tanks were the concern. 50 tanks? The humans could deal with that if they could maneuver behind them or employ their own tanks. Assuming the human monstrosities could fire farther and more accurately. Were they even on Antares 3 yet? How to fight a battle with limited effective firepower? They had 6 sabot rounds. If they managed 1 tank kill per round, that left 44 tanks. Attacking the formation wasn't a viable option. Ares was looking for a different way, and he was convinced that it led through the inland sea. He was forced to slow the formation, and that made him angry. Swing 9 and Daryl were falling back. The gap between them and the rest of the section was growing. The more the section slowed, the more 9 and Daryl slowed. The gap grew. Ares called for a halt and grounded the soldiers. They hit the deck and dug in. Ares shot back to meet Swing 9 and Daryl. You have to keep up, he shouted. They raised their faceplates at the same time. Both were flushed and gasping for air. Neither was able to speak. Their inability to run consistently at 50 kilometers per hour was a handicap to the team. Anyone other than point soldiers should have been able to run faster than that. It was a shortcoming that Ares had to figure a way to overcome, or he'd have to abandon Swing 9 and Daryl. Let them conduct a rear guard action. But then again, 1 brand new soldier and a reporter. He couldn't set them up to fail. His challenge was to make them useful despite their limitations. He'd had soldiers that couldn't keep up before, but they hadn't survived. Combat required maximum performance. Ares took a knee, and the two flopped to the ground. Dig in, he barked. They rolled to their stomachs and started digging. Their visors remained up while they gasped and struggled for air. How did you pass your soldier training? Ares snarled. Grit and determination, sir, she shot back, but that took it all out of her. She had to catch her breath before she could continue digging. Ares looked at Darrell, who dug feebly. He was barely scratching at the ground. You've run with us before. What's your problem? Darrell looked at Swing 9 and back to Ares. Dig like you mean it, both of you. Ares crouch ran to the front of the formation, but he understood. Darrell was giving Swing 9 a crutch, making her feel like she wasn't the weakest member of the section. She was, but she wasn't alone. 50 kilometers per hour, maximum speed, with 40 being better if he wanted his section to be combat capable whenever they arrived where they were going. Frodo, Sailorman, up! Ares called from where he settled between the leading edge of the formation and the 2-point soldiers ahead. The wheel soldiers low-crawled to their section lead. Are they going to make it? Frodo nodded toward the two still digging in. Yes, I'll make sure of it. You're looking a little flushed, too. Are you getting enough to drink? Ares asked. He wanted no dissent in his section. Everyone was there to fight. Everyone would fight. There was no other way. Frodo nodded and took out his canteen for a few sips. Nothing like warm water to soothe a parched throat. We're heading to the inland sea to explore the opportunities of using it for attack or defense. It would channel tank movements. Good for us to limit every movement. Bad for our tanks as they'll be limited, Sailorman offered. Let's see the terrain first. But I like the water. Without it, we die. This place is too hot. We can use it to keep us cool and hydrated while exploiting its ability to hide us. Are spiders afraid of water? Ares wondered. I don't think so, but these only look like spiders. Frodo wasn't being pedantic. They called the enemy whatever they wanted. It helped to make them less relatable. They were the enemy. They didn't deserve to be put on a pedestal. Ares' section was already responsible for the deaths of 100 enemy soldiers and 6 tanks. They had an entire army to whittle down to nothing. Sabot rounds. The armorers were having them made, but they needed more time. Posturing and maneuvering to find the most advantageous terrain would buy that time. The HFP wasn't ready to engage the enemy army. Ares gave them 15 minutes to relax. He knew it wouldn't be enough, but since the enemy had seen his section veer toward the inland sea, they might have sent a force to intercept them. Giving them time to get in front of his soldiers would be an epic failure and get them all killed. Ares had no intention of dying, because the soldiers couldn't drive themselves to greater levels of achievement. It was time to teach them how to get the most from themselves. Chapter 5. Pincer. Making the Enemy Pay. Ares brought the soldiers into a tight circle around him. Here's the plan. I figure the inland sea is about 20 kilometers in that direction. Points 1 and 2, wheel 3, and swings 1, 2, 9, and 10. Run straight for the sea. Point 1 sets the pace. Wheel 3 is in tactical command. I'll take the rest of you with me. We'll travel a longer route, but we'll go faster, as fast as possible, and hit the enemy with a 2-pronged attack. It's my impression that they would try and cut us off once they realize where we're going. Questions? Darrell started raising his hand, but caught himself so he wouldn't risk locking his arm in a permanent wave again. Can you run 70 clicks per hour? Ares asked in a demanding voice because Darrell was now wasting his time. Well, no, the man stuttered. Then which group do you think you go with? That wasn't my question, Darrell countered. A 2-prong attack. Is the enemy over there? The newer soldiers had curious expressions on their faces. This was a teaching moment. If we assume they're there, and we're ready to attack them, then we lose nothing. If we assume they aren't there, and they are, we lose everything. Always assume your enemy is 1 step ahead, and you'll be much better off. Expect the unexpected? Darrell quipped. The enemy being there is expected. If they're not, Then we take advantage and look at leveraging our good fortune. And we keep leveraging until the enemy is so far back on their spider heels that they fall into our kill zone. Darrell nodded expressionlessly. It made Ares wonder if the reporter was asking the question to educate the soldiers who were new to the team. More information, not less. Teach them to be better soldiers. Ares was used to hitting the enemy hard, but this battle was going to be more complex. Espinar 4 turned out to be a complex operation when it wasn't supposed to be. The HFP ended up losing half of its total force. Lose 5 sentries and get reinforced by 1. It was a net loss. Too soon, they'd have to fight with unsustainable numbers. Maybe Darrell's recruiting video would bear fruit, but it would be months before the next wave of newcomers would arrive. If there was going to be a wave. Patriotism wasn't in vogue, not among the masses. It was trendy for the lower classes, but that wasn't good enough. It had been at one point, but was no longer. They'd already brought the most patriotic into the fight, but when they didn't return home, others lost the stomach to join the fight. It was a one-way sacrifice for all humanity. No one ever went home. They were killed too fast. Eventually, their number would come up before the end of their contract. 4 years was forever when it came to endless war. Section leads were promoted into their positions in 6 months, as long as they survived and could keep some of their soldiers alive. Ares had been serving for a year. He scanned the young faces of his soldiers, who had once been eager recruits, but the inevitability of more combat weighed on them. Fear crept into their psyches. A year and a whole new generation of soldiers understood their mortality. Listen up, all of you. I will do everything I can to keep you alive. Every single one of you. By being ready to attack, and by attacking, we increase our chances. Defensive units tend to be pummeled into the ground. Stay mobile, stay alive. We limit our exposure by winning our battles. Remove the enemy's ability to fight. When we have killed the tanks, the infantry will know they can't stand against us. Kill the tank and survive. He gestured for the 2 groups to separate. Wheel 3 raised his hand. On me. Ares walked the other way, and those selected to run with him followed. He jogged to get them rolling, and then accelerated. 20 kilometers, maybe 25 on the looping arc he intended to run at maximum speed. Keep up, he called over his shoulder, until he was at an all-out sprint. Wheel 3 didn't wait. He had his orders. He sent the point soldiers ahead, let them get 50 meters out, and then ran after them at their pace. He arrayed his section in the enfilade right formation. The enemy was still that way. Ares had adopted the same formation. The separation between the 2 groups increased the farther they ran. It was obvious they'd stayed within sight of each other as the evaporation coming off the inland sea shimmered in waves on the horizon ahead. The curvature of the planet did more to limit visibility than the terrain. This planet was mostly featureless, unlike Espinar with its vast mountain ranges. Ares accelerated to his maximum speed, seemingly working as hard as his combat armor to pound out the kilometers. But he backed off a bit so he didn't lose his soldiers. They kept up mostly, so he backed down to 60 kilometers per hour, so they would arrive intact. They broke away from the other half of Ares' section and put good distance between them. Sailorman and his team slowed even more. Ares guessed they had to drop to 40 kilometers per hour. He suspected the reason for it, but didn't let it get to him. His team would get into place, and the slower elements of the section could slam into the enemy's flank. All speculation. After 5 kilometers, the surface of the water was visible. After 10, the entire area spread out before him like a tabletop, flat and unremarkable. He cruised toward the nearest point of the inland sea. He hadn't discovered if it was salty, clean, or had other elements. The point soldiers had gear for a rudimentary test, but no one in his group. It didn't matter. Not immediately. His biggest concern was the enemy. Ares directed his group into an inverted V formation. The flank was clear, but there could still be enemies directly before them, possibly dug in. Expect the worst and hope for the best. Ares leapt into the air with every fifth step to give himself a better view. A thin line appeared in the space near the sea and disappeared when he came back down to the ground. He assumed what the worst-case scenario would be and planned for it. "Spread out. Line abreast," he ordered, following it with the hand and arm signal for that formation. He ran with his Mark 71 in his hand, but it wasn't ready to fire. He slowed down and raised the barrel until it was parallel to the ground. The others ran out ahead, but quickly caught themselves and slowed to match his pace. The other group had fallen far behind. Ares slowed even more. 3 kilometers out, he ducked into a crouch and rushed forward, ordering his soldiers to drop to the ground when they were 2 kilometers away from the line. It was clear what it was. A trench, an unnatural feature of the planet. He couldn't tell if spiders were inside of it or not. He was approaching it head-on, straight into a kill zone. The left end of the line was in the distance. The right end wasn't far, not more than 1 kilometer. If the enemy had prepared it based on a direct line from the landing zone to the inland sea, then this was exactly where it would start and end. Ares was coming from a point that was closer to the enemy formation. Wheel 3's group would miss this trench in entirety. Ares faced his soldiers. "There's a trench less than 2 kilometers ahead. I don't see any tanks, but they could have soldiers lined up inside. We're going to sprint this way and then break a hard left as soon as we have space to work with. Then we're going to enter the trench and attack the spiders from their side. We'll continue down the trench until we've cleared the defensive earthwork. Assume there are sub-trenches, dugouts, and zigzags. Don't assume that we'll be able to run straight down the trench, easily killing them as we go." Wheel 1 looked at his mortar. "Loading HE." Ares nodded. He swapped out the sabot round in his mortar for high explosive too. He slung the mortar to his back while keeping his Mark 71 at the ready. This was going to be a skirmish between infantry soldiers. "We will gain and maintain momentum. Whatever you do, keep moving. If we stop and get dragged into a trench warfare operation, we're going to have problems because they vastly outnumber us. Use grenades when friendlies aren't in danger. That means we'll rely on our Mark 71 beam rifles to carry this battle. Don't spray. 1 shot, 1 kill. Exercise fire discipline." "What if a tank shows up?" Frodo asked. "Make sure we know and keep moving. Wheels 1 and 2 and I have sabot rounds. We can defeat the tank if we're close enough and have the right angle of attack. Ready?" "Compliance," the group replied in unison. Ares counted down from 3 on his fingers, then took off running. He sprinted at his top speed. It would spread out his group, but they needed separation as well as speed. Ares ran parallel to the trench for 1 kilometer, and then turned toward it, angling toward the end. There were no sounds of combat, but Ares knew it was only a matter of time before they came under fire. He picked a point just beyond the end of the trench and ran for it. It exposed him, but if he could get the first shots into the trench, the others could attack it directly. Then they could roll up the flank. That was the plan, but one of the first things taught to new soldiers was that no plan survived first contact. Spider heads appeared out of the trench when Ares passed within 50 meters. Energy weapons fire poured into the human soldiers, but the combat armor deflected most of it. "Fire!" Ares roared. He turned and headed straight into the trench. 3 seconds, and he vaulted over the incoming fire to land in the middle of the trench between 2 spiders. He fired one way, dodged into the wall, and whipped his beam rifle around to fire the other way. 2 spiders stood between him and the end of the trench. He killed one and then the other. Fire lashed across his armor from behind. He felt the heat from the energy in his lower back, where it threatened to break through. He dropped and rolled to come up firing. He shot the nearest 2 spiders, and then followed down the line, until the bodies blocked his view of others. No one was behind him, and he had survived. He popped up to look for his soldiers, but they were dug in and firing directly in front of them. Their helmets and pauldrons protected them from the incoming fire, but that wouldn't last. Ares intended to create space for his team to join him in the trench. He took a grenade and loosed it at the nearest living target. Then he grabbed another and launched it farther down. The two explosions came in rapid succession. Ares stood and fired. He maneuvered through the spider bodies while looking over his barrel and continued to fire as he moved. One shot, one kill. There was a spot between the upper body and the head, on the armored and unarmored spiders alike. That was the vulnerable point. It was intel that he needed to pass back to Dante, if he got the chance. "Come on!" Ares yelled at his soldiers. He raced down the trench, a killing machine. The line was straight, a major fault by those who had never conducted trench warfare. The zigzag or square formations were better for prolonged engagements, because they prevented attackers from doing what Ares was doing, rolling them up from one end to the other. Return fire grew more intense. Ares was forced to stop and take cover behind a stack of bodies. He sniped the enemy, ducking behind cover after each shot. The soldiers reached the trench behind Ares and jumped in. The acrid stench of burned Antigeneses soldiers filled the air. "Grenades!" he called over his shoulder. "One at a time, as far as you can throw. Set up the mortar for indirect fire. Range 200 meters. The first grenade sailed over Ares' head. It bounced outside the trench and exploded, harmlessly sending shrapnel over the enemy's heads. "Sorry about that," Swing 4 said. They called him Square. Ares suggested something different. "Nice throw, Misfire." "Hey, one more try." "Stop goofing around. Throw." "Fire in the hole," Swing 4 shouted and threw a second grenade. This one nearly missed the trench, but entered by a hand's breadth. It skipped across the ground until it exploded. Ares rose and shot rapidly into the chaos of the blast. "Fire!" Frodo launched his mortar. Aligning the weapon had been easy, straight down the trench. He dialed in the distance and sent the HE rocket skyward. It went nearly vertical before tipping over to head groundward. They ducked before it hit, even though it was much further down the trench. "Move!" Ares led the way, dodging past and jumping over shattered bodies. The incoming fire lessened. The soldiers behind Ares fired past him. Frodo jumped out of the trench to lie alongside it. He fired another HE round in direct fire mode. It whizzed past Ares' head and into the next gaggle of spiders. Ares hit the deck as the rocket exploded. Its momentum cleared the trench for another 30 meters ahead. Beam rifle fire intensified. The sky darkened under the smoke from the battle. The capacitor discharges popped in a slow rhythm. Ares took a knee and sniped spiders that were farther down the trench. "Move forward. Clear the trench." Ares ordered to allow his soldiers to get experience fighting within tight confines. Ares noticed tread marks on both sides of the trench. They'd used a piece of heavy equipment to dig the trench. That answered the question of why it was straight. Hastily dug, using machinery. Where was the trench-digging vehicle? Where were the tanks? Ares scanned the area. He couldn't discern any tanks in a hold-down position, where they were buried, leaving just their turret exposed. The tank could exit the back of the excavation as a ramp was built in. Drive in, drive out, and stay mostly out of sight. There weren't any hulls to be seen. The firing stopped less than a minute later. Sailorman returned to find Ares, leaning casually against the trench wall. Frodo and his group jogged up to him. "You were right," Frodo said. "Sorry we couldn't get here to help. You'll get your chance soon enough. Find out where that trench digger went while you're waiting." "Compliance," Frodo replied. "Points 1 and 2. Find out where the trench digger went. Get on your horses and run." Chapter 6. Ploy. The reality of success is defined by the failures in its wake. Ares took in his soldiers going about the tasks he had given them. Frodo watched him. Sucks to be wheel full, Frodo said. Ares wasn't big on small talk. This was the time when distractions could be deadly. Focus, was how Ares replied. 2 Wheel 4 soldiers lost in the first minutes of a new war, 2 wars in a row. It set a bad precedent, but that was the way of the originator. When sacrifices had to be made, sometimes it wasn't the soldiers who picked. Ares' tactics had been sound. Same with the attack on the trench, but the section experienced no losses here. Close, but no losses. Attacking the trench from the flank was the winning strategy. Why had his team chosen to hit the deck when the spiders started firing? He hadn't given the order, but it worked. Sailorman, Ares called. Wheel 3 joined him. Sir? Why did you and the rest of my group hit the deck when the spiders started firing? The fire came in a flash. There were eruptions of light from the trench. It was like trying to walk into the bottom of a waterfall. We all would have died if we kept going. It was Sailorman's honest assessment. The story of a soldier who wanted to live and a suicide charge that would have accomplished nothing. Survival to fight another day, counting on Ares to pull them out of the hellfire coming from the trench. Those flashes were probably my grenades, but hearing it from you, it was the right call. Dying is no way to live. That's profound, Ares. You should be a philosopher. Sailorman clapped him on the shoulder. A call from one of his soldiers farther down the trench. Incoming! Ares instinctively ducked. The soldiers nearby who had been outside the trench jumped into it. Ares lifted his head to look and listen. The boom of a cannon firing washed past him, but the round didn't. He lifted his head higher. A tank was straddling the trench, with its gun at a negative angle firing into it. Get out of the trench! Ares bellowed, following his own order as he jumped out and ran to get a flank shot on the tank. It was at least 400 meters away. How it had gotten to where it was without anyone noticing was a problem that Ares took responsibility for. He had his people looking inside the trench and not out. The point soldiers should have seen it as they were looking for a vehicle. It had probably been hull down, also known as a defilade position, peeking over a berm to see the enemy before announcing its presence through the roar of its main gun. The enemy tank roared over and over. The only living creatures in the trench were human soldiers. Ares cringed at the thought of the losses to the section. Ares' section soldiers vaulted out of the trench. The numbers were good. His losses had not yet mounted where he could instantly see the reduced size of his section. They scattered, giving the tank too many targets. Its turret could rotate, but it straddled the trench and couldn't deviate from its course. Ares hit the ground and waited. The tank's engine whined with its acceleration. The front of the vehicle jumped as it raced out of the kill zone that it had made for itself. Its driver's plan for cleaning the humans out of the trench had backfired once they left it. The inability to maneuver impacted the tank's effectiveness. Soldiers zigzagged as they ran, creating too difficult a target. The main gun boomed over and over as it attempted to snipe single soldiers, but their movements were too erratic. Soldiers ran to get behind the tank. The wheel soldiers were closer to Ares and hadn't been afforded the opportunity for a flank shot. They waited with their sabot rounds in the tube, ready to fire. The barrel swung from one side to the other. Waiting soldiers ran for their lives, while the other soldiers moved to get into place for a shot. They fired their beam rifles at the spots where the video pickups were located in an attempt to blind the driver. It had limited effect, but wasn't useless. Every soldier who could fire did. Ares had only one sabot round, and it was loaded. He wanted the one shot that was a guaranteed kill. Hit it from behind. He ran back toward the trench and dove across the ground to slide the last meter inside. He crawled forward to become one with a pile of bodies. The spiders would give him life after attempting to deliver him to death's doorstep. The tank lurched as it came to a harsh stop 50 meters from Ares. He didn't dare expose himself. He waited as the vehicle rotated its weapon and fired at a target on one side of the trench to sweep past and fire at a target on the other side. Ares didn't know which soldiers were the intended victims. Originator, hear my prayer. Give us the strength to battle this monster and the dexterity to avoid its fire. With our survival, we will continue to serve you in the glory of our victories. Ares opened his eyes. Someone was moving in the trench ahead, under the tank. The hatch on the bottom of the hull popped open, and Mark 71 fire poured into the interior. The tank's engine settled into an easy idle. The gun stopped swinging. A mortar barked, and a sabot round hit the turret, digging a deep gouge in the armor but failing to penetrate. "Cease fire!" Swing 9's higher voice shouted. "Cease fire!" Ares bolted down the trench. He vaulted stacked bodies and plowed through others. When he reached the tank, he found Swing 9 standing there with her visor raised. "Report." "Sometimes it's good to be short. I ran under the tank, found the hatch where you knew it would be, popped it open, and killed the driver." "Good work. Get that thing out of there and see if you can figure out how to drive that tank. It would be a force multiplier for Ares' section." She made a face while looking into the tank. Ares peeked inside. The spider had splattered, with guts and gore painting the inside. Ares pulled a lever that released the control chair, and the remains of the enemy soldier fell into the trench. "Frodo, Sailorman, report. Point soldiers, you too." Point 2 bodied. He was digging through a stack of spider weapons when the tank appeared and hit him with the first shot. Point 1 said after running up. "Looks like Swing 10 bought it too." Ares sucked his teeth, but schooled his feature when he raised his visor. "That's twice now these things have snuck up on us. That is unacceptable. Tin Man, you are permanently on watch. If we need to study a piece of technology, someone else would do it. You have one job. You too, Frodo. No one gets inside our wire again. Do you understand?" Ares held himself to the highest standard. He talked calmly, but was raging inside. He lost 2 people to a tank that appeared less than 100 meters away. "Figure that thing out, Stubby," Ares called to Swing 9. "No way," she groused, but the order had been given. "How was it able to get so close to us without anyone noticing? That's the question I need you to answer. You have no other duties until you learn what there is to know about that tank." Tin Man and Frodo stood outside the trench and scanned the horizon from one side to the other. Ares took the opportunity to look at the sea. It lapped gently, a victim of the moon's tender pull. There were no ships of any type. To his well-trained eye, the sea was untouched. "Swings 3 and 4, up," Ares called over his shoulder. He expected the sound of birds flying overhead, but there were none. It was too hot, so they never evolved on this planet. After the cacophony of battle, the silence was dangerous. Another battle was imminent. It had to be. Any force sent to intercept them had not yet arrived. This force had been dug in for a long time. If more enemy soldiers were coming, Ares' section needed to be ready, but he had lookouts to give them early warning. Ares wanted tethered drones, but the HFP hadn't been able to supply those. Sometimes he felt as if they didn't care to win. According to the Regulus Treaty, all combat took place from the ground. A tethered drone would be attached to the soldiers on the ground, but alas, the human bureaucrats didn't want to be accused of violating the treaty and bring the combined force of aliens against them at one time. Ares wanted the HFP to revisit the issue with the bureaucrats. It was one of many things he wanted. The 2 summoned soldiers arrived. "Sir." "I need you two to return to the main force and update them on what we've seen. Include the force numbers that we saw before coming toward the inland sea, and then update them with what we saw here. The spiders don't appear to have artillery, but they do have tanks. Combat armor is mostly effective against the spider energy weapons. Fire and maneuver are tactically significant. Don't bunch up. Also, we captured 1 tank and are attempting to learn its operation. Did you get all that?" "Yes, sir. It's recorded," Swing 3 replied. The combat suits had a rudimentary camera system. It didn't always work because the lens would get scratched in combat or an impact would break the system. Get with Point 1 and make sure you have the complete count of enemy forces that he observed. And then get close enough where you can make contact using the lights. Beam the message to them and then get back here." "Compliance." The two saluted and hurried away from the trench where Point 1 was standing. After a minute, the two bolted, running like the wind itself was chasing them. Ares was warmed by their commitment to carry out the mission. He kept his visor up. The sweat streamed down the sides of his face. In the distance, a small dust cloud approached. Point 1 was looking in that direction, but wasn't alarmed. Ares jogged to him. "What's approaching?" "Nothing. I don't see a thing." Ares lowered his face shield, and the vehicles disappeared. They were no longer visible to UV or IR. Even the visual system, modified by the technology inside the helmet, didn't show anything alarming. A small dust cloud kicked up by the breeze. "Raise your shield," Ares ordered. "Now!" Point 1 raised it. His mouth fell open. "That's inconvenient," he said. "Incoming!" "In the trench. Stubby, get that tank moving." "It's made for something with 6 limbs, sir," Swing 9 argued. "I don't care. You get it moving or you'll be the first to die in the next engagement, which is about 2 minutes from firing range." She looked in the direction of the wispy dust. "They are invisible to our systems. The only way you can see them is with the naked eyeball." "That sucks." "Get to it. Get this tank running and learn how to drive it, and then learn how to aim and fire. You've got 2 minutes." Ares closed the hatch on the underside of the tank, leaving Stubby stuck within. He'd been thinking about the terrain since he arrived at the inland sea. The water gave them a 3-dimensional battlefield. "Frodo, you stay here with Point 1. Prepare to fire your sabot rounds. Make the rounds count. And keep your visors up. Everyone else with me into the water. Line abreast facing the trench." Ares ran for the sea and jumped in. As he expected, the beach sloped gradually. If it had been a steep drop-off, they wouldn't have been able to use it. They would have sunk to the bottom. There was nothing severe about the planet. It was barely more than a big red marble. Ares walked slowly into the water until it was waist deep. Then he turned around and ducked until only his head was out. "Put your visors down and go completely under. You'll be fine." They had never trained for such a use of their suits. It was in the tech manuals as a survival option, but not for tactical employment. "Stay close so you know when we move. Both sides of me." They splashed into the water tentatively. Darrow moved to the end. If he didn't join the attack, then no combat power was lost, even though he now carried Swing 10's Mark 71. "Hurry up!" Ares snapped. "Compliance!" They replied in a rush, forcing themselves headlong into the sea. Ares stayed low. The water splashed into his mouth. Brackish with a bite. He spit it out. Nothing they could drink as is, but it was still water and could be processed. The tanks rolled closer, with a force of infantry moving behind them, a mix of armored and unarmored spider soldiers. Ares managed to get a good count. 8 tanks, including the captured one. His section had 6 sabot rounds, but they also had 1 tank on their side. Right now, it was a pillbox that couldn't fire, so it was nothing more than a target, unless the spiders didn't realize it was in enemy hands. Reinforcements would take a while. An hour or more to arrive. Ares had expected to fight 1 force, not 2. He never anticipated that they would have already been there and dug in. What were their intelligence sections looking at to leave their soldiers so uninformed? It came down to personnel. The best and the brightest weren't in the intelligence directorate. The best were on the ground, leading teams consisting of the lowest classes that society had to offer. Intelligence got the leftovers. A few smart people, but generally the sick, lame, and lazy. Like weather predictions. They could be wrong and never be held accountable. The smartest of the bunch were on the ship working with the skinnies to learn their language and eventually their secrets as well. The rest had been assigned to the invasion on this planet and the next in the system. Ares had time to contemplate the woes that led to 3 dead in his section and half of his soldiers over their heads in the water. 2 were running to report to the main human force. 2 were in the trench, ready to conduct an ambush of their own, and 1 was in the enemy tank. That left 8 soldiers, plus Daryl in the water, and the trench was too far away for them to do much good, unless the spiders swarmed the seaside of the fortification. Why would they? Ares didn't count on that. His section would have to attack after the enemy was inside the trench. Point 1 and Wheel 2 were going to have to retreat up the trench rather than get overwhelmed, past the tank that Swing 9 was attempting to operate, with her limitation of only 4 limbs. It was obvious to Ares what had to be done. It had to be obvious for his 2 experienced soldiers, otherwise they'd die. The hardest part of being a section leader was trusting the soldiers to make the right decisions. He couldn't think for all of them. His focus was on the whole and not the individual actions. Even that was all he could handle at times. He had to give sound orders that were open enough for the soldiers to have latitude in making their own decisions while also supporting the mission. Die in place was rarely the right order. Ares took a deep breath and held it. He ducked down until just his eyeballs and the top of his helmet were visible above the light ripples on the sea's surface. He hoped the waves affected technology designed to find what shouldn't have been there. The tanks and infantry rolled toward the trench. The 2 soldiers at the end didn't fire. The tanks and soldiers spread out, half moving to one side and half to the other. One tank slowed to straddle the trench as the earlier one had done, much to its misfortune. The captured tank was blocking the trench 500 meters away. The spiders started to fire, blasting into the trench with an energy projectile weapon, the type they'd found with the dead bodies, but none of the human soldiers had been able to make them work. That's how Point 2 cashed in. Focused inside the trench and not out when the tank appeared out of nowhere. But it was clear that they had an invisible technology affecting the systems that the combat armor used. They didn't affect normal sight, but humans wouldn't look without a shield when their eyeballs could get scorched. It was intelligent technology, something that was developed when there's time to establish a presence on a planet before the enemy arrives. The firing tracked up the trench, which suggested that the 2 soldiers were running. The tank fired into the trench. That's why it had straddled it, to give the tank the most range and best angle. From the side, the tank wouldn't have a good shot, and it would limit functionality. The enemy vehicle accelerated, but the 2 human soldiers were running at inconsistent speeds. Fast, then slow, then fast to a stop, only to accelerate anew. The speed changes confused the driver. The spiders fired their weapons into the trench, following the 2 soldiers until the humans reached the stalled tank. The one chasing the soldiers stopped and slowly rotated 90 degrees, taking the greatest care not to topple into the trench. A Sabo rocket screamed from under the stalled and captured tank to hit the attacker between the return rollers when it was 90 degrees to them, the perfect flank shot. A puff of smoke trailed from the hole, and the vehicle ground to a halt. 2 stalled tanks now blocked the trench. Both were right in front of Ares and his team. The Antigeneses attack was at a temporary impasse. A damaged tank and a captured tank stood between Ares' section and 50 spider soldiers. Ares erupted from the sea. He shook his mortar to clear the water from it and took aim. He fired into the rear of a tank on the far side of the trench and switched to his Mark 71 on the run. The closest soldiers both felt and saw him come out of the water. They joined him, triggering movement to the next soldier in line. From one to the next, they launched themselves out of the sea. Wheel 1 fired after being out of the water for barely 2 seconds. He delivered a strike into the damaged tank's engine compartment. It was too close to miss. An explosion ripped apart the back half of the tank and sent the turret out of its track to half tumble off the superstructure. The turret sat cocked sideways, while smoke streamed from the gaping hole in a monument to the enemy vehicle's death. The soldiers fired their beam rifles en masse into the enemy. Despite seeing the humans descend into the sea, they didn't give them any credence. Maybe they hadn't seen. Ares was confused by the lack of awareness. It suggested that they didn't have independent thoughts or actions. Not drones, as evidenced by those that operated the tanks, but not soldiers like the humans put into the field. The soldiers and tanks on the far side of the trench reacted to the attack. A tank's main gun barked, followed by the instant destruction of Swing 5, who disintegrated from the direct impact. "Tactical movement!" Ares bellowed. He had been running fast, but added zigzagging to foil the enemy's aim. The others did the same. It slowed their forward progress, but kept the tanks from drawing a bead. Frodo had one sable round remaining. Same as Wheel 1 and Sailor Man. Ares was dry. By Ares' count, 5 tanks remained on the far side of the trench. The captured vehicle still hadn't moved. The edge Ares thought they might have had was quickly fading. Too many tanks where his people couldn't get a good shot. The wheel soldiers didn't waste their saber rounds. They held them for the right moment. Ares killed spiders as he sprinted ahead. With the enemy on the other side, the trench was the only advantage they'd get. He dove to the deck and slid over the edge and into the trench. He popped up to fire at the enemy, keeping one eye on the tanks. A turret swung his way. He ducked and moved down the trench. Ares rose to fire 2 shots and dropped again. Fire poured from his soldiers into the enemy ranks. The armored spiders didn't last much longer than the unarmored. A misjudgment by the Antigeneses? The main fight was against the tanks. They would eventually wipe out all the humans. The only counter was the Sabo rockets, and the HFP didn't have enough of those. The soldiers fired on their way to the trench and followed Ares' example once inside. They fired 2 shots, ducked, and moved. It was effective until the tanks attacked, bolting forward with the soldiers alongside. Their soldiers' ability to move quickly was exaggerated by their 6 limbs, gyrating in unison, front to back, to propel them forward at a fantastic speed. The tanks stopped firing at the human defenders, while their troops rushed ahead. "Full auto!" Ares raged, flipping his selector over and lighting up the battleground before him. The others engaged in what looked like their final protective fire. Shoot everything you have at the maximum rate of fire, because if they didn't repel the spiders, that would be it. Close quarters combat within the trench wouldn't favor the humans, because they'd be surrounded. The soldiers screamed their fury and unleashed the full energy of their weapons. Soon enough, they'd be fighting an enemy they couldn't harm with their Mark 71s. Chapter 7. Too much. Count on those who have the desire, but no history of success. The barrel of the captured tank slowly turned. Glacial speed. It was painful to watch, especially while the tanks hammered the trench line. Their shells carved out huge chunks of earth. Surviving spiders collected behind the enemy tanks, ready to rush the trench and clear it once the tanks had done enough damage. Ares could feel their plan in his bones. There was also nothing he could do about it. A tank eased closer and closer. Ares moved farther down the trench. He ducked under the captured vehicle and kept running. The ground exploded behind him. He bolted and then ducked and low-crawled. The roar of an engine told how close a tank was to where he hid. He uncorked a grenade and let the spoon fly before he stood. A tank was barely 10 meters away. He tossed it under it and hit the deck. It exploded, but the tank was unfazed. The engine surged. The ground erupted over top of him. The wall of the trench toppled, sending enough dirt to bury him. Ares lowered his visor to keep from eating dirt. The weight of the ground wasn't much unless a tank rolled over him. He didn't think the combat armor would hold up under the mass. He pushed up to clear as much from his back as he could and baby-crawled forward to get away from the collapse. Another cannon boomed and crashed with an immediate impact. A second explosion trumpeted the death of a tank. Had someone fired a sabot? It was hard to get where he could see, let alone get off a shot. Ares continued crawling forward, throwing himself in great cat-like bounds to get out of the line of fire. Another boom and another roar from armor that had been violently torn apart. Ares peeked over the top of the trench to see the captured tank's turret swinging at a normal speed toward its next target. A rocket screamed from a mortar farther down the trench. Frodo's last shot. He hit his target where he knew best, in the lower chassis between the rollers. Another sabot launched to his right. It hit the turret of a tank bearing down on the trench, leaving a deep gouge, but skipping high into the sky. The captured cannon thundered once more, and the scarred tank shuddered under the impact and ground to a halt. The world stopped for a brief moment while waiting for a conclusion. Had the tank lived or died? Ares jumped out of the trench and hosed down the infantry he could see. He dove and tried to crawl onto the tank, but he was too thick chest to back. He wedged under the lower armor. He tried to reach the hatch release to open the tank and throw the grenade inside. There was nowhere else to place a grenade, and Ares was trapped. The engine slowed to an idle, and then bucked as it froze. With the motion, Ares was pile-driven into the ground, but in the next instant, it rose off him. He was able to back out. Black, acrid smoke drifted from the rear engine compartment. The captured tank rotated its turret 360 degrees in a search for more targets, but there were only spider soldiers, and Ares' section was picking them off one by one. They never ran, even when the last spider had a chance to escape. It fired and charged, and it died. The captured tank powered down. The hatch in the bottom of the hull popped open and dropped. Stubby mostly fell out, landing with a thud at the bottom of the trench. "I couldn't breathe in that thing." Her helmet was off and nowhere to be seen. "Good work, Stubby. We're going to need more of that. That tank gives us an edge, which means you can help keep us alive. Help us win this fight." "Can't we wait for our own tanks? I'm a soldier, a ground pounder. That tank was horrible. It's too small inside. It feels like being in a coffin," she argued. Ares raised his faceplate. She was much shorter than he was, so he took a knee. "Hope is what you give us if you drive that tank, no matter how uncomfortable. We each have a role to play. When we run, you can keep up in that metal monstrosity, but you can't while wearing your armor." "If I can drive it without my suit on, it won't feel as cramped." She bowed her head. Ares didn't want to mention that once she drove away from the trench, she wouldn't be able to get out. The tank was too low to the ground. "Take off your armor and secure it to the rear of the tank. We need that tank more than we need any soldier in a suit. I have no idea when our tanks are going to arrive, so you are our secret weapon." "Won't they realize they aren't in control of the tank? We just saw how effective it was against their own tanks." "And it will again," Ares said. He wasn't sure they'd get more than one chance, but they killed 100% of the forces arrayed against them. There hadn't been any observers to take the message back that the humans had acquired one of the Antigeneses' armored vehicles. One chance for a surprise attack. Ares smiled. He loved having the initiative. He would lament his section's losses later, but for now, he had the upper hand, which meant winning the war more quickly. They'd already won 2 skirmishes. He had more hope than when he started, but hope wasn't a limiting factor for him. Ares had given his life to the HFP. Everything after that was just doing the job. He didn't need hope to fight with every last ounce of his being, but his people did. As a soldier, he had no need. As a section leader, he was obliged to motivate, encourage, and educate. The soldiers went about their business, establishing a defensive position. Bodies out of the trench, clearing fields of fire, digging in on the far side of dead tanks. Daryl sidled up next to him. "Impressive, Ares. That battle was something. But Stubby! She figured out the spider tank." Ares nodded but didn't engage with the reporter. 7 tanks that were nothing more than scrap metal, and one that was more valuable than the other 7 combined. The intel within. The power of being unseen. Firepower to kill tanks. Something Ares' section no longer had. Sabo rounds. Why couldn't they be produced more quickly? That would be the difference between success and failure for this war, unless the tanks could be delivered and employed in time. This wasn't going to be an infantry-on-infantry battle. The spider infantry fell like wheat before the human scythe. Why were they even there if they had no combat value? Losses in war were inevitable, but throwing lives away was something completely different. That made no sense to Ares. unless they were constructed drones that had little to no value, like the Scudagarans. More drones, but smart ones that could drive tanks? And cannon fodder that wandered the battlefield exercising limited tactical savvy? They screamed manufactured life form. Killing them all wasn't the answer, as Ares had learned on Espinar. Removing the source of new soldiers had changed the equation. More the same, but different. We need to send out sections across the planet's surface to look for manufacturing facilities. I need to talk with the intel guys too. Ares looked across the landscape. In the far distance, the HFP landing site was active with shuttles coming and going. They looked barely larger than gnats. Somewhere to the left was the bulk of the HFP forces. In between the two, he had 2 soldiers trying to communicate with them. Ares climbed atop the tank to get a better view. Even with being low profile, the extra 1.5 meters of height nearly doubled the distance to the horizon. Still nothing. He raised his face shield, lowered it, and raised it again. It didn't change the view. The enemy wasn't out there. He flashed a message into the distance using his halogen beam. 3 short flashes. 3 dots looking for 3 flashes in response. Ares waited for a minute and sent the signal once more. On the 5th try, he received a response. 3 long flashes. He sent the message to his swing soldiers, swings 3 and 4, that he had information and a request for Dante. They relayed his information. The receipt was that they acknowledged delivery of the message, but nothing more. Ares waited. And waited. He checked the horizon again. The featureless planet played upon the imagination to create a different world than the one that existed. It was a world of mirage and emptiness, of nothing and more. 3 flashes. He responded with 3 longer signals. A message from Dante. Deploying sections with tanks to conduct a recon in force. ISO Spider Production Facility. Ares section. Remain in place. HFP moving to your position. It was what Ares wanted to hear, but he wanted to be one of the sections conducting the reconnaissance. Waiting was the bane of a soldier's existence. Sir? Stubby asked. Her armor was off, and she wore only the light clothing that a soldier wore underneath. She looked like she was wearing pajamas. It was what Ares and the others had worn after they turned in their armor on Espinar 4. The outfits were unbecoming at best, but something every soldier recognized, although they weren't used to seeing them dressed that way in the field. Combat armor was the uniform for soldiers deployed for battle. Support personnel wore more common uniforms, but those didn't fit well within combat armor. Ares, what did the message say? Darrell asked. We're to stay here, because they're relocating the HFP. We found a better place than the one they had. No kidding. I thought they were out in the open, and this is me. I know nothing about military tactics, but that looks stupid. Darrell shook his head. Your comments regarding your ignorance are noted. Ares replied. He wanted nothing to do with the reporter, but was saddled with him. He hadn't resigned himself to holding the man's hand and ushering him through an entire campaign. Sometimes you say the most hurtful things. You're a mean man. A mean, mean man. Darrell tisked and brushed his finger at Ares. I am a soldier. Ares didn't elaborate. He didn't have to. This world turned with or without opposing armies upon it. Maintaining focus on the big picture made him neither mean nor gracious. It kept him grounded. Help Swing 9 clean the spiders out of the trench. What? Darrell threw his hands up. That's the kind of thing that mean people do. Punished with manual labor. Is Swing 9 being punished? Or Swing 2? Well, no. Darrell stared at the ground, confusion gripping his features. Helping them is what kind people do, Ares added. Go on, help them. Lower your visor so you don't have to deal with the smell. Mean and horrible. That's you. Not the god of war, but Mr. Mean and Horrible. Darrell thrust the back of his hand into the air in a sign of disrespect. Ares would have shut down the suit of a soldier who did that. Do you want me to shut down your suit and make you stand in the heat like a statue? You wouldn't dare. Darrell executed the gesture again, but this time more vigorously. The arm locked in that position. Oh no, Darrell groaned. I guess you'll help them with one hand. It would have been easier the other way, but like you said, you are your own man. Now, get to it. The swing soldiers will appreciate you giving them a hand. Darrell tried to move his arm but couldn't. Giving them a hand? Is that your idea of humor, Ares? Ares jumped down from the tank and walked in the opposite direction. He smiled behind his visor. Chapter 8. Foundation. Restore your faith in the process. It evolves. The first units that arrived at the trench location were the tanks. They fanned out in a defensive formation. The soldiers driving the tanks stayed inside them. They had their mission, and greeting Ares' section wasn't it. He didn't want to distract them from their mission by finding out more information, like how many tanks were inbound. A shuttle appeared overhead and dusted to a landing. Soldiers unloaded a ton of gear and erected a pneumatic tent around the resupply point. Ares checked in. You have any more sabot rounds? That's the armory. They're on the next shuttle. A logistics soldier replied. Do you need any clothes? Do you have any water? Ares wondered. That shuttle is coming. The first shuttle in, and it brought not a single thing they needed. Thank you. Ares knew it wasn't this soldier's fault. Ares didn't know whose fault it was, but he accepted it was the way of the Force. It was a tradition that had been passed down for centuries. What a soldier needed most would always arrive last. But that wasn't true. The tanks had arrived first. Those were critical if humanity wanted to win the war. The inbound shuttles paraded across the sky. From the next shuttle, a man rushed off. He turned and directed the traffic to spots around the area, turning the former Antigeneses defensive position into a landing site and base of operation. Tents were erected in short order. Ares called his section to him and moved away from the controlled chaos. He sent Stubby to get their spider tank and drive it out of the compound before it became too crowded. Stubby started the tank and rotated it 90 degrees, slowly, like the dead one nearby had done. Avoid falling into the trench, which would render the tank useless and trap her inside. Negative thoughts tugged at her mind while she executed the maneuver, gunning the engine once she was turned to escape the trench. She guided the vehicle around the debris of destruction that she and Ares' section had wrought. Dead tanks close to the trench, looming as permanent monuments of a lost battle. No one had the energy or ability to move them away. There was no need. They were the only thing that gave this land a reach skyward. The big red marble. Incoming support personnel didn't bat an eye at the movement of the spider tank through the burgeoning camp, so used to being in a non-combat area. Ares motioned for the tank to stop near the end of the trench, 500 meters away from the madness that consumed this space. He directed her to back over the gap far enough to where she could get out of the tank. He crossed his forearms in front of his face, the signal to shut it off. She powered down and dropped the hatch. She stayed in the tank's shade. Without her suit, she didn't enjoy the extra cooling properties built in. She was already sweating intensely. A shuttle discharged a pump system next to the water. Diligent soldiers ran a hose into the inland sea, and within minutes, the pump was sending filtered water into soft bladders. Wait here, Stubby. We'll reload the section's canteens. Frodo, you wait with her, so no one steals our tank. She had already drained 2 bladders. Her exertions had been greater than the others, even with the combat armor boosting her natural efforts. Ares held out his hand, and she handed both to him. Ares led his section to the portable water containment units. We need to refill our canteens, he told the soldier on duty. The man wanted to argue, but soldiers in combat armor were intimidating. He looked around to see there were no others waiting in line. Do you know how to work the spigot? We do, Ares replied. He manned the spigot personally to allay the man's fears about a spill. It wasn't that the inland sea would run out of water, but about how long the filters would last before they needed to be replaced. A mobility crate sat near the pump with spare filters, but there was only one crate. Water was life. The soldiers drank their fill from the canteens they carried, and then refilled them. They expected to be first out once the force moved into place. Ares would make sure of it. "What are you guys doing here?" the water soldier asked. "We did the recon of this place, determined its viability as a base camp," Ares replied. "I appreciate your assistance." The section walked away. Ares, the soldier read from the back of the section leader's combat armor. Darrell did his best to stay out of view, hiding behind other soldiers because of the broken arm of his suit. Ares had no intention of fixing it for him. He hadn't been in the way so far, but Ares didn't want to give him more chances. The section lead stopped Darrell. "Why don't you stay here with them? You won't be able to travel with us like that." "You could fix the arm on my suit again." "No. You need to have a fully functioning suit if you're going to be a member of my section." Darrell scanned the tents, looking for the suit repair team. He tottered away. Ares continued the half-kilometer to the end of the trench, where he delivered Stubby's canteens to her. She drank like there was an infinite amount of water available and drained one of the new canteens. Ares took the empty from her. "Fill this up," Ares ordered Swing 8. "Compliance." Swing 8 drank one of his canteens. He'd make the trip worthwhile. The soldier ran off. "Thank you, Ares," Stubby said. "There may be a time when we won't get as much water as we want or need. Right now, it's unlimited. Hydrate, and stay hydrated." He faced his soldiers. Swings 3 and 4 joined them. "All of you, get some water." He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. Misfire and Swing 3 ran after 9. Ares climbed onto the captured tank to study the horizon. He stood like a statue, eyes and head scanning, sometimes with the face shield down, other times with it up. The soldiers relaxed at the end of the trench, bunched up in the shade. Ares remained on the tank, watching the nothingness carried across a flat terrain. The haze and shimmer gave nothing away. Concealment as a product of standoff distance. Dante appeared on the ground next to the captured tank. "Ares, good work here. This trench and water are a good choice, but we're in the open. Back there, we had small rises on each side to conceal the particulars of the base camp." "Water is critical," Ares replied. "We learned that quickly while trying to run and fight in this heat. Even with the suits, we're going to lose soldiers to heat exhaustion and heat stroke. Already half. That's why we moved here. Water is the lifeline. Extra filters for the pump are on their way from the ship. We'll be fine. We're moving the tanks farther out and putting the artillery behind them." He looked at the spider tank. "Is this the one you captured?" "Swing 9, bring the battle planner up to speed," Ares called over his shoulder. Stubby climbed out of the trench. Her skin was flushed red. She walked Dante through the tank and its capabilities, but she couldn't guarantee she'd be able to work the obscuring controls, the field that foiled technical systems from seeing the tank. "The tank is invisible?" Dante hadn't been given that information. "Not to the naked eye, but with our visors down, they disappear until they are danger close," Stubby reported. "Too much time with your visor up, and this sun would blind you." Dante shook his head. The challenges were significant, without adding physical maladies exacerbated over time. This environment was the most hostile of anywhere Ares had fought. "I'd like to take my section over there." Ares pointed into the distance. "There's smoke and dust. I think that's where they're marshalling." "I don't see anything." Dante raised his field glasses and panned the horizon. "Still nothing. They're there regardless." Ares had been watching for changes over the course of 2 hours. A snapshot in time didn't show the full picture. There were spiders over the horizon. "We are looking for the skinnies. They have to be somewhere between here and eternity. but I fear we're going to have to fight our way through the spiders to get to them. Dante was on board with Ares' belief that the skinnies were in charge of this sector, and the bug races worked for them. Of course. Ares jumped off the tank to land next to Dante. We'll head out as soon as possible. You are the eyes and ears of the HFP. Let us know what you find when you find it. I think we'll send half the force about 10 clicks toward the spiders and dig them in, make them invisible. How many soldiers do you have left in your section? 13. Where's that reporter? Ares turned his head toward the encampment. He's trying to get his armor fixed. The arm thing? Dante remembered. The arm thing, Ares confirmed. If it doesn't get fixed in time, we'll leave him behind. Make sure it's fixed in time, Battle Planner Dante said as he walked away. Ares lowered his face shield so Dante wouldn't see the disgust he was unable to contain. The shape of battle took many forms, and none of them included the reporter. The sky burned through the late afternoon. Evening brought no respite from the brutal irradiation. Evening was when the camp was sufficiently established for Ares to take his section out. The delay wasn't about the camp. It was how long it took Darrow to get his suit fixed. He jogged up to Ares and saluted with his previously locked arm to show how well it worked. Your presence is requested about 100 clicks that way, Ares told him. The section lead twirled his arm over his head. It was time to rally the soldiers and head downrange. Wait a minute. I need to eat and some downtime. Take all you want, but then you won't be joining Ares' section, because we're leaving, and you don't want to get caught out there on your own. Ares pointed at the emptiness of the steppe. I come bearing gifts, Darrell added. Ares looked at him and waited for the rest of the punchline. 8 Sabo rockets. Darrell held them in front of Ares. Thanks. Ares snagged all 8, kept 2 for himself, and handed the others to Frodo. 2 each. Ares knew that Darrell had only been a mule. He owed the reporter nothing. I've lost 5 kilos since I met you, Darrell added. He did his best to look chagrined. Healthy living is a great choice that you've made. Congratulations. Stay here and enjoy your dinner, but we're gone. Darrell huffed and puffed and grumbled, but he lowered his visor and stepped into his place in the inverse V formation. Move out, Ares called. Point 1 took his position at the front. He was alone up there since Point 2 had been killed. He jogged until he could run at his pace. He kept it to 40 kilometers per hour, so he didn't overtax the suit or himself. The others ran easily on both wings of the inverted V. The tank engine rumbled when Stubby brought it to life. She drove it forward, assuming her position as tail end Charlie. Her suit was strapped to the back, and once away from the spider's trench, it would take the section soldiers to dig one of their own where she could park the tank and get out. That wasn't the immediate concern. They had a lot of ground to cover before they could think about helping Stubby. Ares moved from soldier to soldier to give each a word or two of encouragement. 4 soldiers were already dead, and it reminded Ares of Espinar, introducing the section to more and more difficult combat with fewer soldiers. At least they were together and not split into 3 groups. The firepower of the 13 was extensive. Having 8 sabos and a tank gave them a great deal of extra punch. He felt good about what his section was bringing to the fight. Angle left 15 degrees, Ares instructed Tin Man. Point veered left onto his new course. Flank was an advantage, but visibility of 50 clicks negated it. Getting an army to change its defensive orientation was of value. A flank would be exposed one way or another, unless they formed a square or a circle, but that limited their firepower to 1/4 of their force. This was the medieval-style combat of interstellar warfare. Bring the maximum number of weapons to bear at one time. Overwhelm the enemy. The sky grew dark, but the heat persisted. The UV filters on the soldiers' face shields let them see ahead, but switching to the naked eye yielded only darkness. Ares called for the group to slow even more. There was no sense running headlong into an enemy tank, unless their own moved out front. Ares drifted back to run beside the captured tank. He gestured for Stubby to move ahead. She slowed and angled around the formation. She accelerated quickly to move far out in front of point 1. The group ran faster, pounding in step to an uncalled cadence. They watched ahead and to the flanks with their UV, looking for ground disturbances, anything that would suggest an ambush. But Ares had watched and hadn't seen any movement in the area. Not for another 50 kilometers. Trust his intuition. That was Ares' secret weapon. He internalized truths by observing and not overthinking. He didn't create a narrative of boogeymen waiting around every corner. Their tactics made sense, even if he didn't initially understand them. The logic behind an army's desire to win was irrefutable. If a main attack was doomed to fail, then it wasn't the main attack. The spider soldiers couldn't stand against the humans. The spiders were a distraction from the real punch, their lives thrown away to gain something else. Ares didn't know what that reason was, but he guaranteed there was one, and it made sense from an Antigeneses perspective. Or from a skinny perspective, if Ares could find proof that race was giving the orders. There was no cover or concealment besides the distance to the horizon. Time favored the enemy. Night favored no one. And that's when Ares decided that night was his concealment, the shroud behind which he could hide, even if they were blind to enemy heavy metal. He counted on the captured tank, a lack of comms along with the enemy perception that a human couldn't drive a tank built for a 6-limbed creature. He assumed they would think that. He didn't know for sure, but the lack of a response to their approach suggested he was correct. "Bring it in. Bunch up and stay behind the tank." Most of the soldiers replied with, "Compliance." Then there was Frodo and Sailorman. "Sir, they have artillery, don't they?" "We didn't think they had artillery, but I believe we were wrong on that account," Ares replied. "It changes nothing except confirming my belief that this is the right action. We will get inside their compound. Then we will look for skinnies while destroying as many tanks as possible. This is not up for debate." "Compliance," the 2-wheel soldiers stated, straightening so they wouldn't incur Ares' wrath. He didn't tolerate insubordination. "Thanks for the break, boss man," Darrell mumbled. He draped himself over the rear deck of the tank, wrapping himself around Stubby's armor. Ares grabbed Darrell by the back and dragged him off the tank. "Time to go, Stubby," Ares called. "You're trying to kill us," Darrell complained. "I'm trying to win this battle," Ares countered. "Tighten up." Tighten up, a term used for someone who was losing themselves and coming apart. Even the slightest hint of anything less than optimal performance could get called out, but usually by one's peers. Darrell had no peer. The soldiers avoided him. Ares would have, but Dante wanted the reporter kept in one piece. For some reason that only the originator would understand. Before they stepped off, Ares took a knee. "Originator, hear my prayer. Guide our hands in this, the dead of night, that we may deliver a victory over our enemy, in your honor." Ares stood, took a deep breath, lowered his visor, and knocked on the back of the tank. Chapter 9. Danger Close. When aggressive tactics put you knee-deep in the sludge. Ares had to sprint at his maximum speed to catch the tank and pound on it to get Stubby to slow down. She came to a halt and popped the belly hatch, which opened part way, not enough for her to get out, but sufficient to carry on a conversation. Ares crouched at the rear of the vehicle. "Can you see other tanks?" he asked. "I can see it all. Their tanks, soldiers, their base." "We can't see anything. UV is sketchy. IR is unreliable, as hot as it still is out here. And it's dark. We can't see anything with our eyes either. Tell me what's up ahead." 15 kilometers at 45 degrees is what appears to be a base. Too many tanks to count, but they're parked like they're in storage.
I was going to roll forward until the base was at 90 degrees, and then we'd reconvene. That would put us at about 10 to 12 clicks away, if my Pythagorean theorem math is correct.
Well within artillery range. Are they reacting to our presence? Ares wondered. He thought the artillery would already have fired if that was the case.
I don't think so. I don't know how long that will last, though,
Stubby replied. What do you think about driving straight toward their camp? It would be less suspicious than coming in from the flank.
Bold move, Ares. They won't be able to kill me until we're inside 5 clicks, if that's what I heard. But all of you are already targets.
That's why Ares was going to bunch up the soldiers behind the tank. Hide them from the enemy. Make his soldiers vulnerable so they could get close. He saw one opportunity to use the tank to penetrate the enemy's perimeter. Once the tank was discovered, it would be a race to get Stubby out, if possible, then another for her to put on her armor. She could run, but the heat would get her before she put enough distance between her and the enemy to improve her chances for survival. If the tank was discovered, Stubby would be killed. This tactic was all in. High risk but high reward. Stars in the night sky were bright. The brightest was the nearby planet, Antares 4, where the other half of the HFP were fighting for their lives. Or not. Ares had no idea about their tactical situation. He was only concerned about the enemy on this planet. There was a base camp in front of him with tanks, soldiers, and the usual supporting logistics, although he didn't know what was usual for the Antigeneses. Armored or unarmored spiders made no difference to him. They both died readily under the power of the Mark 71's beam. The tanks were a different story. Load up one Sabo round. When you fire it, reload Sabo or HE. Your call depending on the greatest threat you see. We're going to get behind those tanks and send them straight to hell.
Wasn't this supposed to be a recon?
Daryl interjected. Remember when we used to have that reporter with us? Sometimes I can still hear his whiny voice, Sailorman said with a hand over his heart while staring skyward. Drink water and get yourselves ready. I don't know when you'll get another chance, Ares told them. Once they were inside the compound, Ares expected chaos, which worked in his favor. Put the enemy on their heels and keep them there. It had worked in his 5 previous campaigns. 5 wars on 5 different planets. Ares took a drink of water himself, more than his norm. He didn't expect to have time for anything but killing the enemy for the foreseeable future. He defined that as the rest of the night. Less than 8 hours. But in combat, a minute could be a very long time when events unfolded, took place, and wound down in a matter of seconds. Rally up, people, Ares said. On me. He knocked on the rear deck of the tank when his soldiers and the discomfited reporter were bunched in tightly. Hit it, Stubby, but not too fast. We don't want to spread out back here.
Compliance,
she shouted and secured the hatch. The tank rolled forward, slowly at first, but then more quickly. It settled at an easy pace of 30 kilometers per hour, which she could only estimate. She didn't understand the spider language or the numbers on the gauges. She thought they had RPMs and speed, but couldn't be sure. Maybe it was available torque or the oil pressure. A few worked only while the engine was running. Those were the ones she focused on. None of them had colors like red is bad and green is good. She hoped their maintenance was up to par, because she was going to use the tank like it was her combat suit. When she was finished, she didn't expect to get out. But at least she was being treated like a soldier who was contributing to the mission instead of holding the section back. She couldn't run fast, but she could drive the spider tank, and she was getting better the more she worked with it. Ares appreciated what she could do. Stubby gave him an edge. All his people had it in them to make a difference during a battle. They only had to believe in themselves, as Ares believed in himself. For him, Time would slow, and his focus would sharpen. He'd hit his targets and immediately zero in on the next. It was his gift, or the thrill of an adrenaline rush. He didn't have a hobby that gave him a thrill. No mountain hang gliding on the moons of Jupiter. No racing an open vehicle across the desert. No video games. He remained singularly focused on the only steady job he'd ever held. The spiders were up ahead in a compound blanketed under darkness and the heat of a baked land. His UV filter would be up to the task when the targets were inside 100 meters. He felt the surge of strength that came with the expectation of battle. Honor. Glory. Those ideals meant nothing if he didn't survive. Live to fight another day. Live by killing the enemy. The soldiers jogged along at an easy pace. They fell into stride, hitting the ground with the same foot at the same time. The effect was unintentional, but it eased the risk of falling behind or stepping out of the tank's shadow, a formation to run into the enemy's camp. It was an image that made for great entertainment videos. Ares wanted to get his people into the heart of the beast. 25 minutes in, and they were close. So close, they would have been able to smell the enemy had they risked putting their visors up. But their UV filters were bringing the enemy lines into sharp focus. They didn't risk looking over or around the captured tank. They glanced to the sides, where the enemy's defensive line stretched. Where was Stubby headed? She could see clearly. A gap that looked to be for the purpose of allowing tanks in and out of the compound. She slowed and rolled through it at 10 kph. The soldiers bunched even tighter. They crouched and made like they were nothing more than a tank's shadow. There was a little movement in the camp. The spiders had either bedded down for the night or weren't there. One option was beneficial. The other was terrifying. The spiders walking within the camp paid no attention to the tank. Stubby drove in, circled behind 2 rows of tanks, and selected a small trench to park over. She didn't leave the vehicle. The turret rotated to aim at the last tank in the line. She'd leave the closest ones for those with sabot rounds. The only shortcoming was that the humans had no idea how many rounds were left within the tank. By being over the trench, Stubby could get out if the ammo ran dry. Ares grounded his section. They lay prone, crawling outward to give themselves more room. Ares stayed in the middle nearest the tank so he could stand, blend in with the armor behind him, while taking a better look at everything around him. He shifted back and forth between UV and his unfiltered eyes. The tanks weren't operating, so they were visible on UV. The entire camp was his to see. No sign of skinnies. No shelters for extra-tall aliens. Beside this camp, there was nothing. The rear area extended to infinity with no terrain as a backdrop. The spiders didn't have any defenses oriented in that direction. The artillery was back there, a full click. Only 24 tubes. Harmless to Ares and his section. They were too close. The tanks, 50 by Ares' count, were cool. How long would it take the spiders to bring them online? Were their drivers inside? If not, Ares could end this fight before it started. There was one vehicle on the end with a scooping chainsaw. The trench digger. It didn't need to die, because the humans might be able to use it. If there was another major force on Antares 3, trenches provided the only shelter from the sun, shrapnel, and directed energy weapons. He called his wheel soldiers together. Spread out and pick the 2 tanks you're going to destroy. Once you've expended your sabots, load HE, but use your Mark 71s to end as many spiders as you can. If I call for a retrograde, the rally point is the spiders' artillery. He next brought the swing soldiers together, along with Point 1. Look for any spiders running to the tanks. Don't let them get on board. We're not going to fight a tank battle. We're going to kill as many as we can. If I call for a retrograde, the rally point is the spiders' artillery. That's where we'll make our last stand. That's where we'll keep the spiders from shooting at our people. This is it, huh? You're going to sacrifice your whole section. You'll stay alive and hog the glory. Despicable. If I'm right, no human dies this night. Also, I know something you don't, Daryl. Did you contemplate that as a possibility? Everyone move on my mark. Ares knocked on the captured tank. He stood in front of the video pickup and stabbed 2 fingers toward her target. He counted down on his fingers. 5, 4, 3. He stepped out of the way to avoid getting overwhelmed by the cannon's blast. Wheels 1, 2, and 3 were lined up to the right, where 10 of the 50 tanks were. Ares was the lone soldier to the left. He had his sabot round in the mortar and aimed, his finger on the trigger. The captured tank belched a small amount of flame amid an eardrum-splitting boom. The autoloader clicked and whirred as it rammed the next round into place. 4 sabot rockets jumped from their launch tubes into their metal victims. With a cold engine, they didn't spectacularly explode, but died in a brief burst with a little smoke. It was less than gratifying, except in the knowledge that there were now 5 fewer tanks that could hurt them. The captured tank fired 3 times before the second sabot slammed home, twisting and rending the armor meant to protect the vehicles. The swing soldiers fired rapidly as spiders popped out of the trench that marked their defensive front and ran for the tanks. They didn't have a chance. There was too much distance between where they were bedded down and their vehicles. The wheel soldiers, having expended their sabots, moved in front of the tanks to fire energy beams into the enemy soldiers. Ares kept 1 sabot round in case of an emergency. Stubby was firing like a metronome. Click, whir, boom. Again and again, as the main gun reloaded and fired at each new target acquired the instant the last round left the cannon. Ares faced the rear area as the rest of his soldiers were taking care of business up front. His UV filter showing nothing moving. He raised his visor and looked without looking. Let his eyes track slowly so the rods could pick up motion better and see what wasn't visible with the cones. Optimal for seeing in daylight and in color. Movement, slow and deliberate. He looked 15 degrees from what he wanted to see. He pulled his Mark 71 to the front, aimed, and fired. The energy beam lit up the area. Spiders, a mass of them crawling low to the ground. Ares thumbed his weapon to full auto and blanketed the area with fire, as much to see what approached as to kill them. His eyes twitched back and forth between the targets and the area behind. They had to come from somewhere. He took a few steps forward, which changed his angle of attack. He fired at the closest spiders. They splattered with the energy beam's violence. The next and the next. They rose and scattered. Ares continued pouring fire across their ranks. Some approached. Some ran away. Others ran sideways. It was like watching toddlers play soccer. There was no rhyme or reason to their movements. No one called out orders, even in the high-pitched spider language. Ares' suit would have picked up any screams of direction or calls for discipline. The spiders didn't change their behavior. They were already defeated. Boom, boom, boom. The tank's main gun thundered its primacy. Antigeneses tanks died at a cyclic rate. The wheel and swing soldiers rained death and destruction on a confused spider horde. Chaos reigned. Behind his faceplate, Ares smiled. The death knell his section sounded was crippling the enemy. They wouldn't be able to rise from this loss. A deep-throated roar snapped Ares' attention to the rear area, where the spider artillery vented its displeasure. 4 tubes fired simultaneously. The rounds sailed high overhead and into the distance. Dante was early. Chapter 10. Friendly Fire. Stay out of your own way. Ares' section needed more time, even though the enemy had already been caught by surprise as much as any unit could that had unlimited visibility. Retrograde! Ares bellowed. He unleashed his loaded sabot round into the nearest tank. There was no benefit in taking ammunition back to the ship. He'd take 8 kills for the 8 rounds they'd been given. He loaded a high-explosive rocket into the mortar he carried. aimed it at one of the firing tubes, and sent the rocket on its way. He sent a second rocket. The wheel soldier saw what he was doing and joined him. 24 tubes was the starting number, and Ares had already scored 2 hits. The first landed on the tube, but the second landed among the reloads. Fireworks from the secondary explosions rained fire and smoke. Something continued burning after the initial eruptions. Rockets raced toward their targets, streaming smoke trails to show from where they'd come. 2 out of 3 hit their marks. The explosions sent shrapnel and flames through a spider crew and their equipment. Ares fired once more before bolting toward the artillery. He'd make short work of 1 kilometer. Artillery troops were notoriously vulnerable. There should have been infantry to protect them, but Ares suspected the artillery's security was the mob he'd driven into a panic when he spotted them crawling in from the rear. He spotted the trench 100 meters toward the artillery emplacements. It appeared out of nowhere, as slightly darker than the surrounding area. Ares vaulted it without slowing down, but he saw movement within. He stopped to paint the trench with energy beams. "Light 'em up!" he roared. He stepped forward, carefully firing at targets as they appeared, but pulling the trigger quickly enough that his soldiers would see the hazard before they fell into it. The soldiers fired at the trench, slowing their approach to aim and dispatch the spiders unsavvy enough to raise their heads. "Grenades!" Ares stopped firing. His soldiers knew where he was. Ares only had 2 grenades remaining. They hadn't been able to resupply the grenades because only Ares' section had used any. They hadn't been a priority. He threw both into the trench. From the other side, his soldiers sent grenades up and down the fortification. A movement out of the corner of his eye before the explosions. Nothing more than a shadow within a shadow, but it was enough. A grenade rolled toward him. Ares took 1 step and dove away. He landed on his face as a series of explosions rocked the earth. The ground shook beneath him as the closer grenade erupted, peppering his feet with shrapnel. Ares quickly checked his suit to make sure there were no penetrations. Nothing registered on his systems, but when he stood, a sharp pain shot through his right elbow. Friendly fire was never friendly. "Was that you, Misfire?" "Yes, sir," Swing 4 shot back. "Sorry." "Come on. We need to silence that artillery." Ares turned and ran. He muscled his Mark 71 into position, but his elbow fought him with every movement. He could shoot left-handed, but he preferred not to. In the trial of combat, preferences were a distant second to utility. Getting the job done was all that mattered. He switched the Mark 71 to his left side and fired while running, preferring a low shot to one that was too high. A beam that hit the ground had a chance to ricochet into a target or launch dirt and stone as shrapnel. A shot that was too high simply disappeared into the great beyond. Other beams slashed past him and into surviving tubes. Ares flicked his selector to automatic. This was no time for finesse. He'd have to shoot one-handed. The captured tank continued to fire. Stubby's relentless attack was doing what it would have taken a matching brigade of tanks to accomplish. Distant booms suggested those tanks had arrived. Ares willed Stubby to get out of the tank before friendlies got her too. He let his arm dangle, which was what hurt the least. He wouldn't let his suit inject him with any drugs. He didn't have time for his wits to be dulled. The artillery fire slowed as the number of functioning tubes dropped. 18, then 12, then 10. They ran out of rockets. The remaining pieces would have to be taken out by eliminating their crews, or using 1 piece of artillery to shoot the other tubes. It took Ares 2 seconds after he reached an active emplacement to know that they weren't able to use the spider weapons for a direct fire mission. The crew had already fled. He looked deeper into the steps and found them along with other spiders. The artillery stopped firing altogether. Ares moved down the line, from one emplacement to the next, until he reached the end. He turned around to find his section conducting mop-up operations. They used their Mark 71s to render each tube inert by shorting the firing mechanism. Ares nodded his approval, even though they couldn't see. He took care of the last tube and jogged back up the line. Point 1, wheel 1, swing 1, head count. Point up, the lone point soldier replied. 3 wheels, Frodo replied. 6 swings, 9 and 2 are unaccounted for, Swing 1 called. I'm going back for Stubby. Stay here and make sure those spiders don't take these tubes. They're ours now, and I'm not about to lose them. Even though they'd been disabled, Ares wasn't sure the spiders would be able to retake their artillery, not with his soldiers securing them. Ares sprinted toward the spider camp. He vaulted the trench when he reached it. Spider energy weapons lanced toward him but missed. He moved as quickly as he could, zigzagging to foil their aim. The night was hot, but not as hot as it had been. Distant flashes announced friendly tanks were within range. The captured tank was no longer firing, whether from running out of ammunition or being abandoned. "Stubby!" Ares shouted. "Stubby!" He spotted the tank and ran to it. He bent down and found the belly hatch open. Stubby's armor was still strapped to the rear deck. Ares continued to call her name, but was getting no response. Which way had she run for cover? Out of the 50 tanks the enemy started with, nearly all of them had been destroyed. Nearly all. The survivors were coming to life, engines revving as they prepared to move out. He scanned the area, methodically but quickly. A flash behind him. There was firing within the trench. Ares bolted in that direction. "Stubby! Ares inbound!" he shouted on his approach. Her armor was still on the tank. If a spider energy weapon hit her, she'd be killed. "Get down!" Ares roared as he jumped into the trench, nearly landing on her. She stood in her pajama-like thin clothes, soaked through with sweat, firing her Mark 71 into piles of already dead spiders, in the hopes of hitting those who weren't quite dead. Movement in both directions told Ares that more had survived his section's earlier assault. He fired both ways, back and forth, at anything that moved. Stubby crouched behind him, keeping her head below random incoming fire. "Get your armor on," he told her. He didn't have to emphasize that they were in a fist fight, and no matter how effectively human weapons were against the spiders, Ares' section was still grossly outnumbered. Fighting without wearing armor was a death sentence. Stubby jumped to the ledge and tried to climb out, but slid back into the trench. "A hand?" she cried out. Ares scooped her up with his left hand and tossed her over the edge toward her tank. She scrambled to her feet and ran, zigzagging even though no fire followed her. Ares sent random shots over the spider bodies and down the trench in one direction and then the other. He wanted them to keep their heads down and not see that there was a human running around their compound. Ares jumped out of the trench and followed Stubby toward her tank. He turned to walk backward and sniped targets, still using his left hand. The pain in his right elbow was starting to radiate up and down his arm. Pain told him that he was still alive. It was nothing more than that during combat. He'd get it fixed once the battle was won. If they lost, then it wouldn't matter because he'd be dead. Wince and bear it. The scrape of metal on metal signaled Stubby's arrival at her tank, and that she'd freed her armor from its perch on the rear deck. Ares slowed until she was right behind him. Putting on one's armor was drilled into new recruits. It was rote memory, but she struggled in the darkness, feeling her way through the bits and pieces. A shot screamed into the line of tanks near them, hitting one that was already dead, but exploding and sending its turret into the air to crash land on its dead neighbor. "Hurry up!" Ares called over his shoulder. He scanned the area between him and the trench for spiders attempting to sneak up on them, but there weren't any. They'd tried that once and failed. Other spiders ran through the compound, surrendering to their fear. Fear. It wasn't an emotion that Ares would have assigned to spiders, but they had shown it. Humans had plenty of fear, but courage was about doing something anyway. Soldier was a high-risk profession. Every time a soldier went to war, they took a chance that they wouldn't come home. That created fear, and that fear taught the soldiers to keep their heads down and do everything in their power to both complete the mission and survive. Sometimes those two competed. Whether a soldier chose the mission over himself determined what others would call cowardice. Not Ares. He didn't begrudge anyone for not wanting to die an ugly death that accomplished nothing. Ares was adamantly opposed to dying for no reason. Every death needed to mean something. It was his duty to make sure those in his charge knew what that reason was. There was no cowardice in his section, and a lot of his soldiers died. Someone had to take the risk and do the hardest jobs. Success meant that others were saved. A worthwhile sacrifice. "You ready?" Ares growled. His patience was at an end.
"Putting my helmet on now."
"Use the UV filter and follow me." He took off running, but at a pace he knew she could follow. She pounded the ground after him. He sped up to vault over the trench. She made the armor-assisted leap without a problem. They continued to the artillery position where the rest of Ares' section waited. "Did we lose our tank?" Frodo asked. Stubby raised her visor and nodded. The first of Antari III's twin moons was above the horizon and reflected a pale light. It was better than the pitch of the deepest night. Ares' section fired into the night and shot any spider within range, whether they were armed or not, running in terror or just running to a place only they knew. Either way, fewer and fewer of them would arrive. Human tanks roared into the compound, laying waste to everything they could target. Soldiers ran in behind them, cleaning up the rest of the enemy forces. "You know about this?" Point One asked. The plan made sense, all because of Stubby being able to drive the spider tank, under cover of darkness. There's a lot to be said about dominating the night. Good job, people. Well done, Stubby. Once the battle is over, we need to find Swing 2. Ares wasn't confident that his swing soldier had survived the spider's defensive fire. If he had, would he have survived the maelstrom unleashed by the human tanks? It was good to see them employed in battle. Ares had veered toward thinking the worst of their armored support and written them off. "Line abreast. Prepare to move out," Ares ordered. He stepped away from the artillery piece. He moved forward quickly. The others stayed even with him. They vaulted the trench on their way to the enemy's main compound. Stubby strained to see the tank she'd captured, but it, like the rest, had been turned into Swiss cheese by the human tank gunners. They saw a target and hit it. "Shame," she mumbled. They continued through the shattered line of enemy tanks to where Ares' section had fought the spiders emerging from their forward trench line. They'd killed hundreds of spiders. UV picked up the combat armor of a human soldier. Ares moved like he'd been shot out of a cannon and was first to the fallen soldier. Ares used his suit controls to raise Swing 2's visor. The man groaned in pain. "He's alive," Ares announced. "Medic!" The team relayed their request, shouting and waving until a soldier in armor with a white double slash making an X across the front of his chest plate jogged toward them. He took over, setting up a light and running a practiced eye over the injured soldier. He cleared armor away from the affected joints, but the worst damage was to both hips. From the front, the hips were the most vulnerable, and Twos had received the worst that the spider firepower could offer. Once the armor was removed to get at the wounds, the bleeding increased from a trickle to a river. In less than 20 seconds, the medic closed the soldier's eyes and covered his face. "Rally at the captured tank. We'll bivouac here until we receive further orders." The group walked under the dark cloud of death. The operation had gone flawlessly until Swing 2 disappeared before the retrograde. Swing 9 only needed to abandon the tank to join them. "Down one more," Ares thought. Chapter 11. Retrograde. The power isn't in numbers. It's in the fervor. "Battle Planner Dante," Ares started. "One soldier lost. Total count for Ares' section is 1 point soldier, 3 wheels, and 7 swings. 12 soldiers, and that includes me." Dante gripped Ares' arm. "We lost 1 soldier total in the attack and destruction of the main Antigeneses base. All their tanks are destroyed. Their artillery is destroyed or captured. Their soldiers are dead or scattered. They'll die running around out there without any support. This could be one of the biggest battle victories of all time. Your section is to be congratulated. Swing 9, sir. Nickname Stubby. What about him? Her. She figured out the tank and drove it. She destroyed most of these tanks all by herself. She got us into the compound. I'd like to see her get the gold medallion. Done. That's a worthy award. Sounds like she's a good soldier. She hated being in that tank, but she did it anyway. It's not made for humans. She was short enough to make it work. She deserves the recognition. And your team too. But we'll save that stuff for later. Right now, we have to move out. Already? My soldiers could use a little downtime, Ares requested. He knew they could continue the fight if needed, but they'd be better if they could rest, rehydrate, and eat a good meal. Antares 3 was a diversion, forcing us to split our force. The main event is on Antares 4. Thanks to this victory, we'll be able to move the entire force. They could use our help. You'll be one of the first units back to the ship, so you can get your downtime and study up on the next planet in this system. I hear it's not anything like this one. It's rainy with lots of vegetation. You ever hear of triple canopy jungle? Ares nodded slowly. It meant dense jungle, rain, and swamp. It would affect his movement. The humidity would limit the effectiveness of the beam weapons, and they wouldn't be able to use tanks, and probably not have artillery either. I can see it in your face, Dante observed. We're leaving the tanks here. We're leaving almost everything. Logistics will recover them to one of the smaller support ships. We're taking food, water, the armorers, and armor maintenance. That's it. Antares 4 is a man on spider slog. Did you know they can climb trees? Ares studied the battle planner's features. He wasn't his usual positive self. They'd just won the battle, but the real fight wasn't on this planet. It irked Dante. It didn't make Ares feel good either. He lost 5 soldiers for a spider diversion. Every single one of their troops was a sacrifice. No wonder so few of them wore armor. They climb trees? Ares repeated. It shouldn't have come as a surprise. A 3-dimensional fight. He wasn't sure his people could climb trees, not without practice. Will we have time to get them used to the environment? Dante snorted. However long it takes from landing to contact, but I don't think that's what you mean. No, our people aren't doing well over there. He waved toward the sky. They need help, and they need it yesterday. I understand, Ares told him. Compliance, battle planner. We will fight them with all that we have. We need to reload, HE rockets, grenades, and swap power supplies for the rifles. All of that. Dante waved him away. Shuttles are inbound. Load your people on the first one. You'll ride with the casualties. Sorry, Ares, but we need to get to Antares 4. I'll be riding with you and your team, because I need to be there too. Dante looked away. He shouted at section leader Krieger. Ares had been dismissed. If the shuttles were inbound, he had no time to waste. He returned to his section. Saddle up. We're on the first shuttle out of here. Do they want our armor? Frodo asked. At the end of each operation, they turned in their armor so it could be cleaned and repaired. It was more efficient doing it en masse rather than every soldier doing so individually. Wear it, because we're immediately turning around for a landing on Antares 4. I'll brief you while we wait. Ares waved for them to follow him out front of the bog compound, where the flight control team had set up expeditionary landing lights. They mobbed through the tanks to the assembly area, where a few body bags waited. One of those was Swing 2. Ares did a head count to make sure everyone was there. He didn't know the new Swing soldiers as well as he should have. Form up, columns of 2. That's how they would board when they were called. The soldiers quickly fell into their twin lines. He raised his face shield so he could look them in the eye. He named them by their accepted nicknames or position if they hadn't been awarded a name. Tin Man, Frodo, Sailor Man, Misfire, and Stubby. Then Wheel 1. He went through the soldiers one by one, spending more time with the new soldiers. Swing 1, a young man with some experience. Swing 3, a young woman, tall and broad-shouldered. 6, 7, and 8, all young. Ares wasn't more than 2 years older than the new recruits, but he felt a generation away. He didn't speak their language. He didn't know their favorite television personalities. He couldn't relate to them. Then again, he didn't need to socialize with them. He only needed to train them and lead them in war. Only. It was a lot to ask from the young, but Janus 7 and the War Council decided that's who would fight the wars. It was easy to give life and death orders when others were being sent into the fray. They could be empathetic, since they had nothing to lose. They'd shove more and more people they didn't care about into the breach. It was Ares' job to make sure that didn't happen, defeating the enemy so others wouldn't have to fight. The more people were conscripted, the lower quality of soldier, and the more people would die. That's it for this fight. We're heading to the ship for a quick turnaround to Antares 4. That's why we're still wearing our armor. You may have time to clean up, but you may not. I'll need you to reload. Swap out any used power packs for ones that are fully charged. Wheels, load up on HE. No need for Sabo. Antares 4 is a rainforest, and the spiders can climb trees. He let that sink in. Frodo raised his hand. I'm okay with spiders, but not when they're falling on my head. That's why we're going to be looking up, not just left and right. Don't forget, the trees will mess with our formations. We might have to close our gaps. We'll adjust as we need. Any questions? About 1 million, Frodo said. But I'll keep them to myself. Ares stared at him. Load up on HE, compliance. Frodo smiled. He wasn't insubordinate, but he was smart. He rarely took anything at face value, or did it because he was ordered to. He wanted the reason behind the why. He trusted Ares implicitly, but he still wanted more information. Ares considered Frodo to be his deputy, his second in command, and Sailor Man his third. The wheel soldiers stood back to watch a battle unfold and used their mortars to shape it before switching to their rifles and diving into the fray. The point soldiers would always live in a separate world. Their purpose was different. They were often far from the other soldiers of the section. That was by design. Each soldier served their purpose. Stubby might move from swing to point, because she wouldn't be taxed by having to run at a speed beyond the suit's capability, but she'd proven herself a capable fighter. They all had. Ares was pleased with those who transferred into his section. He didn't have to encourage them to fight. They did it with zeal and precision, except for Misfire. He needed a lot of practice in throwing a grenade. Darrell appeared. Off to Antares 4, He loved to talk, even when there was nothing to say. Are you going to get that elbow looked at when we're on ship? Ares stared into the distance. A shuttle was barely a speck, but it was coming toward them. Frodo shoulder bumped the reporter and made him stagger. Are you questioning the section leader? I'm a reporter. It's what I do. He's right, Ares said. I'll get it looked at, but I won't let them take me out of the field. How'd you get injured? We didn't take much incoming. Frodo leaned around Ares to examine his arm. Is that from shrapnel? Grenade. Ares twirled his left arm in the air. Rally up. Ride's here. The shuttle raced in, came to a nearly complete stop overhead, and descended straight to a quick landing. Frodo stormed up to Misfire. You did that. He grabbed the soldier by his chest plate and shook him. Stretcher bearers carried the dead soldiers into the shuttle and locked them into a rack along the side. Let's go, Ares shouted, looking purposefully at Frodo and Misfire. We're not finished. Frodo pushed hard as he let go. Misfire stumbled backward, but caught himself in time to get into position with the other swing soldiers in line while they jogged toward the shuttle. Ares drifted to the back of the formation, counting heads on their way in. Frodo found himself next to the section lead. Let it go, Frodo. We've got a lot of fight ahead of us. And we don't need that idiot sending grenades into our own people. Enough. Everyone gets an equal shake here. You leave him alone. Do you understand me? Ares held back until he heard the answer he wanted. Compliance. Make sure you get to the armory and then suit repair. Get everyone to 100%. And that means chow, too. I'll be in sickbay, but I'll be there if we get called for a delivery to Antares 4. Our people are losing that fight. We need to be there. This was a diversion. The two walked into the shuttle. A diversion? Frodo sighed and threw his head back. We lost 5 people, and you've been injured. All for a fight we didn't need to be in. Ares nodded. The two took their seats. Ares cradled his right arm. He needed to get to sickbay soon. The good news was that he would be one of the only ones in there. There had been relatively few casualties in this fight. The diversion hadn't lasted for long, but maybe that was all they needed. They donated over 60 tanks and countless spiders to keep half the HFP engaged. Had it been enough? Ares had to believe the diversion had failed. The Force was redeploying already. Would human reinforcement from Antares 3 arrive in time? That was the question that plagued Ares' thoughts. Less than a minute after dust-off, Ares was sound asleep, along with the rest of his section. Even Misfire, who struggled with his misdeeds. He vowed not to throw any more grenades. The Mark 71 would be his only weapon for war. The section went one way. Ares watched them go, keeping his eye on Frodo to let him know that he didn't need him going after Misfire. They were one section, and would be called on to fight together. The last thing he needed was discord. Ares went straight to sickbay, which was close to the hangar for the quickest transfer of the injured. A hospital was on an upper deck where they would recover, but triage and emergency services were conducted down here, in the highest gravity on the troop transport Antilles. He checked in at the front. It was quick and easy. He was scanned in from the markings on his combat armor. You'll have to take that off. The admitting nurse pointed at his upper body armor. He removed his helmet, the plates, the pauldrons, upper and lower arm sections, and then the framework beneath. He winced when working on his right side, and the nurse had to help him. You've got shrapnel in your elbow. How long has that been there? Not long, Ares lied. I didn't hear of any medevac flights coming in. What's going on down there? Fight on this planet is over. We've been returned to the ship. I see. She looked down her nose at him. What aren't you saying? This war isn't over, is it? She wrapped a bandage around his elbow to control the bleeding until the doctor could examine it after getting a millimeter wave image of the injury. It's barely begun. I see, she repeated. She walked Ares to the diagnostics area, where a new nurse took control of him. I saw your armor. You're Ares. He nodded. Did you save the HFP again? She smiled and rested her hand on his left forearm. We ended the fight, but it cost my section 5 soldiers. He was calm but saddened. They sacrificed for us all. We didn't leave them on the planet. Not this time. Her face fell. 5. Dead only. Almost no injured. They weren't buried where the battle was fought, because it wasn't where the war had been won. The dead on Antares 4 would stay there, sealed inside bags that wouldn't decompose under the relentless rain unless they were recovered to the ship and buried in space. The thought gave him no solace. The nurses went about their business. After 10 minutes, Ares was prepped for surgery to remove the fragment, repair the tendon, and get him on his way to 100%. As he faded from consciousness, he mumbled, Make this quick. I have to get back to my soldiers.
Chapter 12. Trials. We don't always get what we want. Ares section to the hangar bay. The announcement blared over the ship-wide broadcast. The soldiers wore their armor, so they were condemned to stand while eating, as the seats weren't made for soldiers in combat suits. They didn't care. They locked the legs and leaned back, stuffing the food into their faces. Hot food. The reward for returning from combat. Only cold rations when deployed. They never served hot food in the field. The footprint was too big. Space required for food heaters was more than could be allotted in the cargo bays of the support ships. Every item took up space based on whether it was absolutely necessary or not. Hot food in a war zone was deemed unnecessary. The soldiers weren't sure how it tasted because they were shoveling it in, glorifying not the taste nor texture, but the heat. Even Misfire, who stood a short distance from the others, he stared down while eating. He didn't appear to be enjoying any of it. The announcement blared a second time. "You're done," Frodo told Ares section. "Dump the trays in the scullery on your way out. Rally at the hangar bay. Fast walk. No running on the ship." It was a ship rule, especially for soldiers wearing armor. Running could damage people, equipment, or the interior corridors. Unarmored crew members gave way. Soldiers wearing their gear with their weapons in hand intimidated even the most stalwart of unprotected souls. They descended using the stairs, which were more accommodating than the lifts. In the hangar bay, Point 1 scanned the area. They didn't see Ares. Point 1 made eye contact with Frodo and shook his head. "He'll make it," Frodo said. "Stick 1. Board shuttle on spot 4. A second section marched smartly across the deck. They had 17 soldiers. Frodo's count was 11. 5 casualties and the section leader. "I have you for 12. Where's your last?" the crew chief asked, holding up Point 1 and refusing to let any of them board. "I'm Wheel 2, Ares section. Section lead Ares went to sickbay with a combat injury. He hasn't returned." "I'm sure they're keeping him. Missing movement is a court-martial otherwise." Frodo raised his visor so he could share his full fury at the crew chief. "Don't you ever disparage Ares. If he's not here, he has a reason. He doesn't skip going to war." "Just a statement, not a judgment. Cool down, wheelie man." The crew chief gestured for Ares section to board. Frodo wanted to tear his head off. He didn't deliver the obligatory compliance. He stormed aboard and took the second last seat available. There was an empty space next to him where Ares was supposed to be. "We're loaded and secure. Close it up," the crew chief called. The hatch closed and sealed. Frodo resisted hanging his head. It was his section now, and he had a million questions that he was supposed to be able to answer. Ares woke up and tried to sit up, but he was strapped down, just like last time. His arm was in a cast. "Get this thing off me," he shouted. "I see Mr. Grumpy is awake," a pleasant older face told him. She checked the monitor above his bed. "Your vitals look good." "You have to take this cast off. It won't fit in my armor." "You've been scratched. You'll rest and recuperate aboard the ship. That elbow needs time." "The one thing I don't have. You know what I do have? A second elbow. Get this cast off. I'll put on my armor, and then we can sling this arm." "That's not going to work for us." The nurse shook her head and pointed at the bed to reinforce her edict that he was to stay there. "And that's not going to work for me. I don't want to get in trouble for trashing your sickbay and cutting this cast off on my own, but that's what I'll do. I need to deploy to Antares 4 with my section." "Ares section? They were on the first shuttle out. That launched over an hour ago. They're probably already on the planet."
She added a shrug to reinforce her point that it was a done deal. Her matter-of-fact manner in no way mirrored the rising magma within Ares. He had never been denied combat before. Could he stay on the ship while his people fought and died? There was no way in hell. He'd jump out an airlock first. "I'm going to discharge myself," he told her rather than argue. "I'm afraid you can't do that." Ares pushed his way out of bed, ripping free of the straps. He removed the IV needle in his arm. It spurted blood, so he pressed it with his finger on his casted arm. That resulted in a contortion exercise of the first order. "Could you slap a bandage on this?" Ares asked through gritted teeth. The situation was driving him into a frenzy. He had to resist the urge to blame misfire. If he had thrown the grenade in the trench like everyone else, Ares wouldn't have been in the hospital. He wouldn't have been injured, and he'd already be on Antares 4 with his section. Was Frodo ready? It was too late to ask that question. What would it look like with Frodo and Sailor Man in charge on a planet that was nothing like any of the others where they'd fought? Of rainforest demanded a new type of combat. Ares believed he'd trained his section, but throwing them into the worst fray that he could imagine wasn't his idea of an optimal employment strategy. The nurse reluctantly bandaged the violent IV removal wound. "Much obliged," Ares told her. He took a step past the end of the bed, raised his arm over his head, and slammed the cast on the bedboard. Pain shot through him like a white-hot poker, straight through his arm, up his neck, through his eyeballs, and into his brain. He wondered why his eyes hurt. Sparks and flashes threatened to upset his balance. He hadn't cried out. "That must have hurt," the nurse said without sympathy. She crossed her arms and watched Ares struggle to manage the pain. A crack appeared on his mid-forearm to his elbow. He dug his fingers under one end and pulled, harder and harder, to expand the crack. "Hold on. We have a tool for this. If you're going to kill yourself to get it off, then I'll do it. Do no harm. Watching you punish yourself for being wounded is the worst case of battle frenzy I've ever seen." Ares took a deep breath and stopped trying to wrench the cast off. The pain throbbed up his arm and into his body. It let him know that he was still alive. His running joke when his soldiers were injured. He'd been hurt before, but never experienced pain like this. It passed over him in waves. "It's the nerve bundle that passes through your elbow," a voice said from behind Ares. "It probably hurts like the dickens." "There is some pain," Ares admitted. "I'll bet," the nurse deadpanned. The nurse returned with the grinding wheel to cut the cast off. "He was insistent, Doctor. He was going to hurt himself more than he already has." The doctor nodded. She cut the cast off. After he was free, Ares tried to flex his arm but couldn't. "That'll be a little stiff. We had to replace a tendon. It'd be best if you didn't move it so it can graft with the bone. Are you sure the pain isn't debilitating?" Ares straightened. "It is not. Where is my armor?" "The armory took possession of it for cleaning and repair." "Thank you. I'll pick it up from them." Ares strolled toward the exit. He wore a gown that was open in the back, and he didn't care. He needed to get from orbit to the planet, and he needed to deploy while wearing his armor and carrying his weapons. His section was already down there. He needed to hurry. "Wait, soldier," the doctor called. "If you insist on going, let me give you a shot of steroids into your elbow. It would be better if your body healed naturally, but that's not going to happen, is it? Once this fight is over, if we're still alive, I'll return to sickbay and play nice." Ares presented his elbow to get his shot. "You soldiers and your loyalty to your teammates. It's enviable. You fight for each other, don't you? And not the greater good?" "Something like that. I need to be down there to help keep my people alive. By keeping them alive, we maintain our combat power, which is what it takes for the greater good. The doctor took a syringe from the nurse. He injected Ares and waited. "I'll be on my way," Ares said. "Hang on a second," the doctor replied. He reached for Ares. Ares was powerless to resist. His limbs went slack, and the light started to fade. Ares felt himself fall, but was out before he impacted with the floor. Frodo was the first off the shuttle. He circled his arm in the air over his head to rally the soldiers to him. Battle Planner Concord stood nearby. He waved the newly arrived section leaders to him. "Sailor Man, weapons and equipment check. Deploy at point 1 to get some eyeballs forward." The trees dripped from the incessant rain. The section had been on planet for 1 minute, had sloshed from the landing pad to the rally area, and had already switched back and forth between IR and UV filters, since the rain blocked long-range views in both modes. The clouds existed as a solid mass of gray, from one horizon to the other, at least the parts that could be seen through the tree branches and oversized leaves. "Defensive perimeter, 200 meters out. When the next 4 sections arrive, we'll move out. The main force is trapped against an old volcano. 10 clicks that way." He pointed into the trees. Frodo glanced in that direction, but could only see 100 meters before it became nothing more than a miasma of every shade of green. "Where's Ares? I was told he would be on the first shuttle." Frodo raised one finger. "He was injured on Antares 3. He went to sick bay and never came back." That was the truth as Frodo knew it. He hadn't thought to verify Ares' status with the medics. He had never missed a roll call before. Never. Frodo could only surmise that the doctors had him and were holding him against his will. The alternative would destroy the section's morale. Had Ares broken and skipped the ride to the planet? No, that was impossible. Ares wouldn't do that. He wouldn't crack under the pressure. What had they done to him in sickbay that he couldn't make the flight? "Ares section!" A voice broke through Frodo's reverie. "Compliance," Frodo replied. Concord nodded and gestured for the section leaders to return to their soldiers. They had to move 200 meters outboard and establish a defensive position. There was plenty of cover. Too much. An enemy could get within knife-fighting distance, and there was nothing the soldiers could do except be ready to fight within 1 or 2 seconds of sounding the alarm. That alarm could sound like a Mark 71 firing. Pay attention, or that could be the last sound you ever hear. Frodo hurried to his section, while trying to look like he wasn't hurrying. He hatcheted his arm in the direction they were to go. "Point, we're taking the section 200 meters that way and establishing a defensive perimeter. 100% on watch. We're in their territory now. Don't forget to look up. Column of 2's formation. Move out." Frodo thought he sounded confident. The section mumbled, "Compliance." They formed into 2 columns to limit exposure to the front and limit the risk of losing someone by spreading out too far. Visibility was concerning, and there was no direct path anywhere. Their course had to meander. Point 1 had his work cut out for him. "Move out," Frodo ordered. He stood in the middle while Sailorman and Wheel 4 brought up the rear. Mortars would have little utility in the rainforest, unless the soldiers wanted to knock down a tree, regardless of where it might fall. Bad options abounded. The songs and cries of birds marked a significant departure from the previous planet where they deployed. Wildlife. What other life forms populated the planet? Frodo expected to see snakes the size of a dune worm. He never liked snakes, but he wore his armor and kept his visor down. Nothing was going to get inside. No snakes, no spiders, no rain. Point had walked no more than 30 meters when a blood-curdling scream sounded from the trees over his head. Frodo aimed up, as did the others in the section. "Even numbers, watch the ground!" he shouted. They didn't need to all be distracted by an entity in the canopy overhead. A humanoid-like creature scampered along an upper branch and then rose up to scream once more.
"Is that a monkey?"
Stubby asked. "Never seen one before," Frodo replied. Now that they were looking, more of the creatures appeared until the upper canopy was filled with them.
"You know what this means?"
Stubby started.
"If they're up there and screaming at us, then there aren't any spiders with them. I doubt they'd be running free if a non-monkey was in their midst."
Astute. Frodo studied the creatures. Smallish, a meter tall, broad shoulders and short bowed legs. Their arms, hands, and tail provided for their movement through and balance in the trees. A creature who lived on Antares 4. Either parallel evolution or was introduced because the environment suited them. It didn't matter as long as they didn't interfere with the HFP's combat operations. Frodo waved to the monkeys. "Hey boys, keep it cool." He kept his suit closed and secured. He heard the monkey noise from his audio pickups. He had no desire to feel the air and enjoy the moist warmth. The floor and haze suggested it wasn't as cool as he had expected. Did it matter? A million questions and no answers. Why was he wasting time on issues that had no bearing on the mission? "Move out," he called to the front of the formation. Tin Man stepped off again, staying true to the general direction they were following. From one tree to the next, he maintained his bearing. His sensors and systems told him they were surrounded by living creatures. But the spiders had not shown on the last planet. It was the absence of apparent life that Tin Man looked for. What was hiding between the warm-blooded creatures? 100 meters seemed like a kilometer, and 200 seemed like a marathon. Tin Man declared that they had arrived. Frodo ordered, "Inverted V. Point in that direction. Wheel soldiers in the rear." He indicated where he wanted the point and the others to go. "Intervals of no more than 5 meters." Frodo clarified. He gestured for them to go to ground. They dropped into puddles and sopping wet vegetation. With a squish and a splash, the soldiers settled in. Frodo took a knee and scanned the surrounding terrain. It was his understanding that nearly the whole planet was identical. Trees and swamps. He couldn't fathom anything else to do. Ares would have an idea. But he wasn't Ares, and never would be. He'd wait for orders, just like every other average section leader. Why had they kept him in sickbay when he needed to be on the planet with his section? Why couldn't Misfire throw a grenade where he was aiming? For a second, he was angry all over again, but Ares told him to leave the boy alone. He had bigger issues than recriminations. He had the fear of being in charge. What if his poor decisions led to more deaths? The soldiers would die while accomplishing nothing. It was the worst crime any leader could commit, according to Ares. "Don't waste their lives," he counseled himself. Doubt was the mind killer. What would Ares do? He'd calm the soldiers. He'd also ask the originator for strength. Frodo bowed his head and closed his eyes. "Originator, hear my prayer. Give me strength to lead these good soldiers into battle. Guide my hand and my words to help them serve in your honor and for your glory." He didn't know how it worked, but that brief engagement made him feel better. It made him feel like it wasn't completely in his hands or on his shoulders. He had help. He maneuvered to the front. "Tin Man, report." Point One raised his visor, took a full face of rain, regretted his action, and closed his visor. "All good up here. Lots of wildlife. I bet we see less or none when the spiders are near." "We're near, and the wildlife is still yammering. Keep your eyes peeled, and don't count on the indigenous life forms to sound the alarm." "That makes sense. Thanks, Frodo." Point shook his head vigorously to get the water off. If he took off a glove so he could use a hand to wipe his face and raised his visor, then he'd have water get inside his suit in 2 places instead of 1. Underwater or under a deluge, the result was the same. They were better off staying buttoned up. Frodo moved to swing one. "Keep your face shield down," he started. "How are you feeling about this?" "It sucks. It's nasty out there. Mark 71s will lose a lot of range." "No doubt. But there's good news on that front. You can't see more than about 30 meters away. Your rifle will work just fine engaging targets when they're within bayonet range. Do you have your bayonet with you?" The Mark 71 didn't have an attachment for a bayonet, because needing one for an energy weapon had never before been necessary. "Nice one, Frodo. Do you know what happened to Ares?" "The doc's no doubt. Can you see him in the hospital when there's a fight going on? He's probably tearing the place apart until they let him go. Well, I think we'll see him down here." "Nothing against you, Frodo, and don't take it personally, but I hope we see him." "No offense taken. He's the best soldier I've ever seen. Why would I want to join a battle without him?" Frodo clapped swing one on the back and headed to the next soldier. Swing 4, called misfire. Frodo rested his hand on his shoulder. "How are you holding up?" "Fine," the young man said softly. He glanced at the reporter Daryl, who watched the interaction closely. "It's okay, Misfire. Do you have any grenades on you?" "I do," he admitted. "Don't throw them. Give them to someone else after they've emptied their pouches. Just like Stubby, not everyone is cut out to do everything. She can't run fast. You're not good at throwing, but you're a good soldier, and so is she. Aim and fire. One shot, one kill." "Thanks, Frodo. Did Ares tell you to say that?" "In a way, but he's right. We're down here in the galaxy's slimy butt crack to fight the spiders on terrain that favors them. And we're going to send them straight to hell, and if we do our jobs right, we're going to find whoever is giving them direction. Be on the lookout for any skinnies. Ares is convinced they are the ones calling the shots. Kill them and cut the head off the snake," Misfire added. "Exactly." Frodo clapped him on the back and moved on. He started to understand more of what Ares did, and, most importantly, why. From the prayer to the engagement with the soldiers to the impending battle. A fight was coming, and it was 20 clicks away over the hardest terrain they'd ever have to force their way through. Frodo watched the trees through the downpour. Wildlife, rain, and foliage for as far as the eye could see, which was barely to the next sprawling tree trunk, exposed roots, and bushes that threatened to trip them with every step. Chapter 13. Insertion. Fight hard enough, and you'll get what you want. The Force Commander stared at Ares. The doctor finished plunging a syringe into the IV in the back of his wrist. Ares stared at it. His first reaction was to rip it out, but the Force Commander's presence forced him to stay his hand. "Sir," Ares croaked. A nurse handed him a cup of water. He drank it down, and she gave him a second. He held it and stared into its shallow depths. "I need to join my soldiers." "I know," the commander said. "I need you to join your soldiers, too. I've had your armor brought up. Let them unhook you so you can get dressed and get on the next shuttle. It's waiting." Ares was taken aback. The Force Commander personally telling him he could go. "Why are you here? The nice people in sickbay could have told me that." "The nice people here should have you court-martialed for your antics." Ares didn't say anything. He knew that silence was better than making excuses. He didn't regret his desire to be with his soldiers, rather than lying around the ship and doing nothing. He tested his arm. His elbow felt about 90% better. He flexed it slowly a couple of times. He locked eyes with the doc. "It would have been best if you had done that the first time." "I did. But all you needed was steroids and stem cells and the time for them to work." You've been down for almost a full day. That was all. We could have explained better, but whatever. We'll have you on your way momentarily." When Ares glanced at his hand, the IV was already out, with a small bandage taped on the back of his wrist. His elbow was wrapped simply, enough to cover the scars of surgery, and nothing more. Ares stood, less shaky than last time. He had his wits and balance. Maybe time was the right elixir. He offered his hand to the doctor. "Thanks, Doc." "I don't shake hands because I need my fingers intact, and I know how you soldiers like to break fingers." "Unintentionally, Doc." Ares held out his fist, and the doctor gently bumped it with his. "Nothing personal, but I really don't want to see you in here again." "Nothing personal, Doc, but I don't want to be here either." The commander snorted and shook his head. Ares dropped his patient's gown and proceeded to dress right in the middle of the surgery recovery area. The nurse watched with mild amusement. The doctor excused himself and continued his rounds. "Next shuttle is waiting, Ares. Get yourself to it, quick as you can without destroying my ship. Save some of that energy for the Antigeneses." Ares would have saluted, but he was half-dressed and working to finish his task. The commander waved and walked away. "I called him," the nurse said. "I didn't want a repeat of earlier." Ares didn't look at her. "Neither did I," he admitted. "Thanks for fixing me up." "I'll never understand you. Do you want to get into a fight at less than 100%? He paused. "From the second the battle starts, we're not 100%, and our abilities decline more with each passing hour. Combat is the single greatest trial any human can endure." Ares renewed putting his armor on. He was well practiced, and in less than a minute, he was dressed with his helmet in his hand. "Then why do you insist on going back?" "I'm good at it." "I'll find you when you get back. I'd like to talk more." "Sure," Ares called over his shoulder as he strode from sickbay. His name in bold lettering was a sign for all to see. Ares. "Take me with you," a feeble voice cried, and then another. "You settle down," the nurse shouted at her patients. Ares heard nothing else as he hit the corridor and increased his stride, pushing for the hangar bay. His focus narrowed. He had a series of small missions. Get to the shuttle, then get to the planet, then find his section, and then eliminate the spiders. Nothing too taxing, but they had to be done in order. A soldier appeared behind them, calling out when he saw Ares' section. "Orders," he stated. Frodo intercepted him. "I'm the section lead. Ragnar's section is on your right, and Lander's section is on your left. Move in tandem. Don't lose sight. First target is 15 clicks." He pulled out a compass, reoriented it, and pointed in the direction they needed to go. It was aligned with the way they'd come. "Move out." "Compliance," Frodo said. He addressed the right arm of the inverted V formation. "Stay in visual contact with Ragnar's section. Moving 15 clicks that way." He turned around and delivered the message to the left wing. "Stay within visual range of Lander's section. Target is 15 clicks." Frodo gestured for everyone to stand. He pointed to his eyes and to the right. He did the same to the left, jerking his attention back and forth between the two wings of Ares' section. Wheel 3, Sailorman, was the first to acknowledge visual contact with soldiers on the right flank. "Ragnar's section," Sailorman called. "Ragnar is here! Long live Ragnar!" the soldier shouted back. "Ares' section up," Sailorman replied, and then confirmed with Frodo. Lander's section was more sedate. Wheel 4 and Lander's outermost soldier gave each other the thumbs up. "Lander," the soldier said. "Ares," Wheel 4 replied. 2 more thumbs up, and then confirmation with Frodo. Frodo twirled his arm in the air and shouted, "Ares, Ragnar, and Lander sections, Move out! He hadn't expected to be the lead section with 2 on his flanks, but they were still thinking of Ares' section, with Ares in charge. The pressure weighed once more. He had 15 clicks to figure it out, as long as Tin Man delivered them on target. Trust the soldiers to do their jobs, Ares had told him. 3 sections were no different than 1. Tell them what needed to happen, and then turn them loose to revel in their ingenuity. Kill the enemy, but this was their battlefield. They had chosen it for the advantage it gave them. Don't forget to look up, Frodo called out to anyone who could hear. The shuttle was loaded with supplies. Ares helped himself to rockets and grenades, limiting how much other gear he carried. Weapons and ammunition. Those were going to win this battle. There was water planetside. Food would be down there too. But he ate a full day's rations on the trip from the ship to Antares 4. That would buy him a couple days without having to eat again. So he took 1 ration pack, enough for that 3rd day. 72 hours. That's what he planned for. Fully engaged battles didn't last longer than that. They couldn't. People died quickly when engaged in treaty-approved warfare. 3 days of fire and maneuver. Strike and counterstrike. Ares kept his visor up until he saw the deluge outside. He took 1 full breath before he lowered his face shield and stepped off the ship. Honeysuckle and sweet citrus when he expected the stink of a swamp. It changed his perception ever so slightly. A living world instead of one that was rotting. A massive experiment in hydroponics instead of a compost pile. It was the smell of life. He stepped off the shuttle into a puddle before turning his attention to the root system that threatened to tangle any foot, no matter how much armor was on it. He tried to walk on them instead of between them, but they were more slippery than they appeared. He lost his footing, but recovered without falling. He stuck with stepping between the tripping hazards, lifting his feet high over them. Ares saw his first order of business. Battle Planner Concord. He approached and waited his turn. Battle Planner, I'm here to join my section and carry out your orders. What section? The Battle Planner asked. Ares. You him? He asked abruptly. They call me Ares, he replied. Good to have you here. They moved out about an hour ago. That direction. 15 kilometers to a staging point. From there, they'll join the battle in progress. You need to hurry if you want to catch them. My orders are to fight to win. Kill the spiders where you can find them. Intel? Ares asked. He would have time to think. They're using projectile weapons, firing needles at a high rate of speed. It does serious damage to the weaker points of our armor. No heavy weapons that we've encountered. But these spiders are armored. I heard most on Antares 3 weren't. Very few were. We'll deal with these. Any sign of skinnies? None. I think our enemy is the one we see, and they are fighting to win. But so are we. That's why we redeployed from 3 to 4. This is the fight for all the marbles. I understand. Compliance, Battle Planner. Ares ripped off a quick salute and jogged in the indicated direction. The damage done to the undergrowth by armored soldiers slogging through left an obvious trail. Ares hoped it was his section, but there were numerous trails leading from the landing site to the combat zone. He'd get himself close, and then figure it out. The spiders had needle guns that ripped through human armor. It's almost like they knew what they were up against. The bad guys were talking to each other, where the skinnies were consolidating and learning. The HFP fielded fewer and fewer soldiers with each new battle. They needed to go after the brains. Ares remained convinced that the fight wasn't with the spiders, but the ones behind them. But where? The rainforest was unrelenting in its ability to close in tightly around the intruders. 20 to 30 meter visibility. That was it. No wonder there were no heavy weapons. This was a knife fight. Ares glanced into the overhead every other step, watching for movement, looking for the outlines of 6-legged creatures while listening for the stomp and splash of soldiers moving forward. The day dragged on. On the marble of Antares 3, they covered 60 clicks in an hour. On this planet, it took them an hour to move 2. It would take the rest of the day and into the night to move 15 kilometers, unless they could find a way to speed up. Tin Man said it wasn't safe to move faster. There were far too many places for a spider to hide. The whole army could hide in there if they didn't mind getting wet. "Are we there yet?" Daryl asked, as he stumbled for the 100th time and fell for the 20th. "I'm all kinds of beat up from this death march through the rainy level of Hades." "No one cares about your discomfort," Frodo shot back. "You wanted in, and you got it. Now you're complaining. This is a second campaign where you've hitched yourself to the Ares wagon. You shouldn't be surprised that there's a lot of pain comes with being a soldier. Stop being a knob." "It's your voice, but those are Ares' words. He's mean. You're mean. Everyone in this section is mean." "Man up, Toad," Frodo said. Every time Daryl started speaking, Frodo would say, "Toad." Daryl finally gave up. He drifted back in the formation to talk with Sailor Man, the person he was stuck with outside the caves after Ares got himself trapped underground. Sailor Man had no time for Daryl. "Get back in the middle and stay quiet." The wheel soldier's head moved rapidly up and down, to the right and back again. He watched the soldier, splashing through the water and stepping over exposed roots. They'd give each other the thumbs up every few minutes to confirm they were still in contact, just like they'd been ordered. Compliance. It kept everyone moving in the same direction. 3 hours passed, and then 4. The soldiers powered forward through the interminable chatter from creatures above, both feathered and furred. From the patter of rain that never stopped. From the roots and bushes and tree-filled lakes. There was no respite for this trial of movement. Combat would have been welcomed, but even it was far off, too far to see. They had not seen the enemy since they landed. Spiders were somewhere on Antares 4. They were moving to reinforce troops that were already engaged. Not a single sound of combat broke through the dense, noise-dampening air. All noise, except for that which wrapped them in a cocoon of sound. The senses of Ares' section had been dulled by the cacophony of monotony. The same gnarled tree roots, the same splash, the same screams from the same-looking monkeys and distraught birds. The same and more. Frodo called a halt, making sure the flank soldiers mirrored the hand and arm signal for the flanking sections. He motioned for them to go to ground, lying prone while aiming at the small opening in front of them. 10 meters. 30 meters. No more. Here they were positioned to repel an attack. While moving, they were susceptible. Was defense the right maneuver? Ares never would have agreed. The enemy was best managed after punching him in the mouth and pressing forward to keep him on his heels. But how could they do that if they were exhausted when they reached the enemy, wherever that might be? Ares' section was a slave to the battle that was already supposedly underway. Human soldiers were fighting somewhere up ahead, and it was taking too long and too much energy to reach them. Frodo eased up next to Tin Man on point. "Is there any way possible you can pick up the pace, even if it's dangerous? We're still a long way from the line of departure, aren't we?" "I think we still got 5 clicks to go," Point One replied. "I'll see what I can do, but it's going to be higher risk." "We aren't going to win this fight if we get there late," Frodo suggested. "Make it happen, Tin Man." "Compliance." The point soldier continued looking ahead into the brief space before him. It told him nothing. Frodo returned to his position in the middle, where he sat on a root next to Daryl. "What are we waiting for?" the reporter asked. "Of all people who want to push us forward, I would have never guessed you." Frodo stared at him, but kept his visor down. He'd learned that lesson the hard way. "I'm not pushing. I want information for my next article. It seemed like we were making progress. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy for the break, but thought you'd push me until I was ready to collapse." Do you want me to push you that hard? Frodo scanned the branches above. His IR filter showed the normal number of creatures up there, running around, chittering, and simply living their lives in a strange synergy with the rain. No, I'm happy sitting for a spell. Darrell rolled his shoulders to work out kinks that had developed during the difficult movement through the rainforest. I'd suggest you be happy and not talking, too. Let me and the others rest. Free our minds for what's coming. What's coming? Darrell pressed, leaning forward to better catch any answer Frodo might give. I don't know. That's why we need clear minds. I've been on this planet for as long as you. You know everything I know. You want answers? Wait. They'll come, and we can explore them at that time, although we might be a little busy. There are spiders out there who want to kill us. By us, I mean you too. We need to do them first. It's as simple as that. Darrell started to speak, but Frodo held up one finger to stop him before he wasted more of Frodo's brain space. Chapter 14. The Pain. Be careful asking for a fight. You may get one. Tin Man stayed true to his commitment. 5 kilometers. He pushed hard, moving quickly around trees and into blind areas to hurry forward. Less than 1 hour to the staging point and the line of departure. They still couldn't hear the battle. It was somewhere farther ahead, unless they'd already lost. A younger man wore the trappings of a battle planner. His expression was strained under a hat that did little to keep the rain off his face. His manner was harried, nearly frenetic. Frodo reported as he was supposed to when arriving at a battle planner's AOR, area of responsibility. He saluted. Ares, Ragnar, and Lander sections reporting for duty. What are you doing here? The man blurted. He waved in a general direction. You should be out there. Tell us where, and we'll be on our way. Are your intel guys here? There was a distinct lack of anything suggesting a camp where they could resupply, consolidate assets, or treat the injured. This place was a little more than soldiers, both in and out of armor, milling about aimlessly. Frodo's heart sunk to the pit of his stomach. He'd heard stories of armies that had been defeated, and this was how they looked. Frenzied activity wasn't action toward mission accomplishment. The mission? Frodo asked. Kill the enemy. Stop them from killing us. Frodo looked around, but there were no wounded. Where are the injured? Frodo wondered, not realizing he spoke aloud until the young battle planner answered. They have weapons that can penetrate our armor. Soldiers aren't getting injured. They're getting killed. He grabbed his head and shrieked with pain that only he felt. I'll leave you to it. Frodo saluted and hurried away. That was what it looked like when a soldier cracked. That hadn't been Ares. His injury must have been worse than he let on, which was far more like Ares than cracking under a non-existent strain. Frodo asked the first soldiers he encountered, Where are the intel guys? The man pointed upward, barely 10 meters away, but perched on a wide branch. 4 soldiers looked at a map pinned to the trunk. Sir, Frodo called. Enemy position and status? We're the reinforcements headed to the front. 1 kilometer that way with supporting units covering their flanks. They're arrayed in a U formation that we've been unable to penetrate. Make them come to us, Frodo said matter-of-factly. We can't fight an offensive battle in this. Frodo spread his arms wide to take in the trees and foliage. No can do. The officer pointed at the battle planner. Once more into the breach. Once more, Frodo said. Thanks for nothing. Hang on. The officer leaned over the branch. Frodo thought he was in trouble. Sorry for being flippant. The spiders are firing a ballistic projectile that is doing a number on the soldier's armor. Keep your heads down. That makes it even more important to not attack. Exposing ourselves to fire that will readily kill us makes even less sense. It puts us on par with the bugs from Espinal 4, and they were unwitting drones. I'd like to think we're better than that. You are? Keep your heads down. he repeated. Did Ares have to tolerate such discord? Frodo's first chance at being a section leader wasn't shaping up toward glory or honor, or anything other than imminent death. Frodo couldn't carry that feeling to his soldiers. He had to convince them they could win this upcoming fight. And Frodo would be right up front, leading them into battle. It's what Ares would do. Or would he? He'd find a different and better way than to waste the lives of his people. Every life was an investment in victory. Ares made it look easy, but that didn't mean it was easy. Frodo was learning the hard truth of the different states of existence, appearance versus reality. Frodo returned to his section. Bring it in. He clasped his armored hands behind his back and stared at the rain impacts in the nearest puddle. Concentric waves traveled outward to cross other waves. It created a living chop that looked like a lake under a heavy wind. Not just Ares' section. Ragnar and Lander's sections also joined them. It was good to have extra hands. The spiders are armed different than we've seen before. They have ballistic weapons that can penetrate our armor. The best way to avoid getting killed is to not get hit in the first place. He looked from faceplate to faceplate, but the soulless armor gave nothing away. The men and women behind it, however, would have shown their mettle or their fear. As Ares taught us, keep moving. Make yourself a hard target to hit. Sailorman waved his hand and started speaking. We know there's not much space to maneuver. Do your best. From tree to tree. Be fast and be precise. When we hit them, we're going to hit them hard. We move through them and keep going. The worst place to be is in front of their lines, so we'll spend the least amount of time possible there. We attack and push through. Then we turn back and hit them from behind. We keep hitting them until the rest of our soldiers are able to rise out of this muck and press their own attacks. Frodo nodded to Sailorman. You heard the man. That's our attack plan. Inverted V formation, with 10 men up front and the wheel soldiers behind him. We'll use mortars to crack the shell and Mark 71s to break through. Keep moving and use available cover. What happens if we don't break through? Swing One asked. The worst place to be is in front of the spiders. If we bog down there, we're going to have a real bad day. I'm not up for a bad day, so think about killing the first spider you see, and then the next and the next until we break through. Frodo looked to Ragnar and Lander sections. They gave the thumbs up. Real section leaders, and they were deferring to Frodo. Wheel 2, because he was an Ares section. Ares had earned respect for all of his soldiers. Frodo bowed his head. Pray with me, people. Originator, hear my prayer. Guide my hand to deliver death to a worthy enemy. May he find peace in his next life. Guide my section's hands unerringly. Recognize the honor we do you through this battle. Don't fail him, Frodo thought. The sections formed up into 3 inverted Vs, closer on the flanks than Frodo preferred, but the terrain didn't favor the attacker. Just like Antares 3, there was unlimited visibility, yet Ares section surprised the spiders and destroyed their base camp. Surprise would come through the shock of a rapid attack. Don't be afraid to use your grenades, Frodo told his soldiers. Even if the explosion was muffled by the water, follow it with an attack. Catch the spiders when they're off guard. Frodo verified the soldiers from the 3 sections were in place. Move out. The order was given. There wasn't even a muffled compliance. Marching to their doom, but they still marched. The dread of combat was a superior enemy. They stalked forward. Frodo walked to the right and back 2 steps from Tin Man. Sailorman was in the same position to the left. Frodo aimed his rifle as he moved, scanning the branches above while moving forward. The front lines were ahead. How far? 1 kilometer, maybe 3? They'd have to stop somewhere in between, as they couldn't be on full alert while moving for 3 hours. 20 minutes, maybe 30. The human attention span hadn't improved over the millennium. Humans were still able to focus and be just as easily distracted. Move out. Listen for the sounds of combat. We're looking for our own, and should see them before the enemy, unless they're being overrun. Be aware, but let's pick up the pace. Our people are dying. And we'll die if we run headlong into a fixed enemy position, Point One countered. Stay off high alert until I give the sign. Compliance, Frodo agreed. Pass the word. Weapons safe for now. He lowered and carried it at the ready, but not aiming over the barrel. Keep the soldiers sharp without stopping. Let their minds wander for a short while. They'd be ready when the first shots were fired. This place was ripe for an ambush. Frodo's imagination ran wild as they continued toward a silent, invisible enemy. But he wasn't invisible. Only to them at the moment. They'd appear only too soon. The soldiers' actions grew more frenzied as they, too, let their imaginations take over. Every shadow and twisted limb was a spider with munitions that could kill an armored human. Frodo relaxed when he finally heard the sounds of a battle. Mark 71s barked in a syncopated symphony. Louder, more distinct cracks had to be the enemy's projectile weapons. The cracks outnumbered the Mark 71s. Weapons hot, Frodo ordered. As one, barrels raised to eye level, and the soldiers slowed their movement, aiming and scanning, ready to fire instantly. The firing sounded close. With the sound-dampening effect of the rain and the trees, the friendlies would be no more than 50 meters away. The enemy would be just beyond that. Both sides were fighting for their lives, and no one could hear it. One more step, and Point would be in the mix. A figure dropped from the branches to heavily land nearly on top of Tin Man. He dove forward, aiming while turning, and hit the ground ready to fire. The name on the back of the armor told the whole story. Ares. Frodo fired once, but quickly. The energy beam splashed off the main chest plate. Cease fire, Ares roared, and stand down. You're walking into a trap. He headed to their left. Follow me. There was nothing anyone wanted more than to follow Ares, the god of war, away from an ambush. He hurried to their left, parallel to what they thought were the front lines. He motioned for Lander's section to shift left and back, and for his own soldiers to assume the right flank. That section over there in trace, Ares called. Frodo passed the message. Ragnar in trace. The sound of small arms fire followed them to the right, but the urgency came from reduced Mark 71 fire and increased Antigeneses fire. Projectile weapons cracked with each new needle penetrator sent toward a human target. Ares rushed ahead until he only heard the spider's weapons. He couldn't go any farther to get around them. This wasn't optimal, but a good plan executed with extreme violence now was better than a perfect plan that was too late. He held up his fist to stop the three sections. He motioned for Lander's section to move ahead and then wheel right until all three sections were aligned. He signaled for them to bunch up into 3 inverted V formations. He waved for them to follow him and bolted past Tin Man toward the sound of the spider weapons. Ares ran, something Tin Man had avoided. But this was Ares. He had a nose for battle. Ares burst into a small opening between trees, sniping 3 spiders, jerked sideways behind a tree, vaulted to the first branch, fired again, and ran forward until he jumped down. Point 1 and 2 wheel soldiers fired from their positions. Ragnar's section ran forward, but bogged down immediately. A full barrage of spider projectiles greeted them, dropping half the section in the first volley. The surviving soldiers tucked under roots or behind trunks and fired blindly at the unseen enemy. Ares went vertical, jumping into a tree and running ahead, firing and running again to cross to a nearby branch. The spiders looked upward, exposing themselves to the mass fire from Ares' section, who weren't going to let their section leader get killed. These spiders wore armor, every one of them, but their armor couldn't stand up to multiple Mark 71 impacts. Ares bounced through the trees like one of the monkeys, jumping from limb to limb before dropping into the middle of a spider nest. He whirled and fired. Before the spiders could react, they were dead. A Mark 71 at a range of 1 meter packed a deadly punch. Ares' section surged forward, firing at spiders trying to cover their rear while looking to the side of their position, with the dying soldiers to their front as they filled the arm of a U-shaped maneuver that was closing in on the HFP. They were attempting to surround the humans, and Ares was having none of that. Lander section ran into the spider's rear guard. They fired on full auto, moving and firing, moving faster, jumping from trunk to trunk without pausing long enough to let any moss grow on them. Ares bolted after the last spider here was dead, but before the body fell into the standing water. Ares ran through the back of the nest and kept going. Point 1 ran after him, with the rest falling in line, almost like a column of twos instead of an inverted V. Ragnar's section stalled completely. They had been thrust directly into the worst of the enemy fire. Thanks to the combat armor being contained, the cries of the dying went unheard. The screams of pain from horrific injuries were muffled, and the passing of an entire section went unnoticed except for their absence from the next firefight. But Ares and Lander sections attacked through the enemy line. It would have been better had they been able to get past the spider line and come in from their unprotected rear area, but that wasn't an option. Not with soldiers dying and the line ready to crumble. Ragnar's section had been decimated, but that sacrifice had been made in the furtherance of their mission to break the back of the Antigeneses attack. They pushed through the spider positions and kept going until there was no more enemy in sight. Ares directed Lander's section to his left, wheeling the two sections again to their right to come in behind the spider pincer attack that was wreaking havoc on the HFP, threatening to destroy the entire force. Ares never slowed. He moved forward almost dance-like as he maneuvered around trees and into them. "Ice!" he shouted from behind him, and waved his people upward. The armored combat boots had an ice setting where small cleats projected through the sole. That had given Ares what seemed to be an uncanny ability to move with firm footing through the slime and wet of the Antares rainforest. Frodo cursed himself for not thinking of it, but recriminations would get him nowhere. They had their advantage, something that hadn't seemed possible when Frodo received his orders from the distraught battle commander. "High explosive!" Ares bellowed. He pumped rocket after rocket into positions that only he could see. Once the others were in the branches, the world opened up before them. They could see more than one tree ahead, with the challenge of looking through smaller branches and the oversized leaves. From here, they were afforded a look at an entrenched enemy. They were the shore upon which the tide of humanity rose and fell, without ever breaching. Until now. Ares' section had arrived. Ares pumped 2 HE rockets into 2 different spider nests. Frodo, Sailorman, and Wheel 1 fired at nests in front of them, blowing a massive hole in the Antigeneses' second line. The front was ahead, and maneuvering against the human forces, which were little more than single soldiers hiding and firing intermittently when their courage overcame their fear, or their terror incited action they wouldn't otherwise take. "Spread out! Hunt and destroy!" Ares jumped out of the trees and bolted ahead. His soldiers followed his lead, looking for any spider to shoot. Move fast. Ares knew the secret to surviving on a fluid battlefield. Never make yourself a target by remaining stationary. Even in a fight like this, where the attacker was at a distinct disadvantage, but only when they were attacking into prepared defenses from the front. Ares had found the flank and the rear. He had pushed through. The spiders hadn't given credence to a human assault from above. They reserved that tactic for themselves in their arrogant minds, or in the minds of those giving the orders. Chapter 15. Morass. The ebbs and flows of battle. Ride them or drive them. Tin Man followed Ares as closely as he could, adding his firepower in the directions that his section lead wasn't firing, sniping targets. A spider runner here, an observer there, a trio of soldiers seeking cover. Tin Man was making them pay for the arm the bugs had taken on Espinar. The enemy. Spiders, bugs, skinnies. He didn't care what they were called or what they looked like. They pointed their weapons at him, and that was enough. They needed to die. He was enraged. The spiders on Antares 3 had fallen before his fury, but these were different. They were close. Even in the trench, there was the vastness of the steppes as a backdrop. Antares 4 was closed in, like being trapped in a sewer system with perpetual dripping water. Anger helped him past how the world of Antares 4 closed in around him, pressed on him, whispered fatal ideas. He fired 3 times at one spider just to watch it explode, spattering its gore over a second spider hiding behind the same tree. He eliminated that one with a double tap. The spiders were rolling up under the lava rush that was Ares and Lander's sections.
"Come on, Ragnar!"
Stubby shouted from her position on the far right of Ares' formation. She fired a series of well-aimed shots to eliminate the last of the spiders keeping Ragnar pinned down. 4 soldiers appeared and staggered forward, 1 wheel and 3 swing soldiers. No one else had survived. And that included Section Lead Ragnar. She waved them to her. The tip of the right arm of the U-shaped spider attack formation was fully exposed and getting fired on from behind. They weren't able to fight an enemy from their 6 o'clock, as well as one in front of them. They did what an army that hadn't practiced the chaos of close-quarters combat did. They devolved into 100 different decisions. Some spiders stayed still. Some pressed the attack on the human force before them. Some turned to fight the newcomers. Many moved into the open as they looked for cover. "Targets! Fire at will!" Ares ordered, even though they were already doing that. He wanted to reinforce that this was the final stage of this battle. A victory here would relieve pressure on the main force, whose front lines extended more than 2 kilometers. What was left of the human forces anyway. The smell of defeat had been pungent and heavy. But Ares was trying to breathe new life into the shell of the HFP. They couldn't see the dead, but they feared the worst. The 4 Ragnar soldiers fell in behind Stubby and trailed along while she fired shot after shot, never on full auto. Each trigger pull when the sights were well aimed. The spiders fell before them like wheat before the scythe. The Mark 71 fire increased from the trees beyond. A wind of hope swept through. A frenetic pace. "No farther than here," Ares roared, gesturing with his arms so no soldier would attack forward of where he was. He could not let them get past him and into the line of fire. That would have put his soldiers at risk of getting in front of the spider lines. They still outnumbered the human forces. By how much? It was anyone's guess. Despite the short-term setback in their attempt to encircle the HFP, they maintained the advantage. Ares jumped off his branch into the wet ground below. "Grenades!" The soldiers each pulled one and tossed it into what was left of the spider line. Misfire wasn't there. He had gone with Swing 3 to update the battle planner. Otherwise, Ares would have paid some attention to make sure the grenade hadn't bounced off a tree and come back toward the friendlies. "Wheel left," Ares ordered. But the space was tight. Lander's section turned, but left no room for Ares' section to occupy the right flank. Ares gestured to the left, and Tin Man led the way, angling at 45 degrees to get into and protect Lander's left flank. Tin Man slowed when Lander's section received an excessive amount of incoming and completely stopped. "Go, go, go!" Ares shouted. He wasn't used to running 3 sections at a time, especially when he hadn't trained the other 2. They would stop and go, creating a jerky motion that stifled the flow of a solid attack. Swing 6 and 7 fired into the area ahead, but Ares couldn't see any targets. The double line had moved at the left flank, but the Antigeneses forces were thinner as the humans moved toward the center of the formation's corner. "Vertical," Ares said. He jumped against a wide trunk, kicked off, and landed on a nearby branch. The trees were close enough to allow movement from one to another. Half the section stayed on the ground, while the other half moved more freely above. Each covered the other in a perpetual motion bounding overwatch. Lander's section poured fire into the spider positions in front of them. But they were falling behind. Their forward momentum had all but stopped. The spiders' return fire slowed and was reduced to plinking, sniping the human soldiers, minimizing their exposure. Why? Waiting for reinforcements to counterattack. Ares drove his section forward.
Enfilade right,
he shouted and gestured with his arms where he wanted them to fall into line. When they were there, confirmed as thumbs-up gestures passed down the line to him in the center with Tin Man, he hatcheted his arm forward, ordering the section to attack. They came under fire immediately. The ballistic projectiles ripped into the tree trunks below and the branches above. Ares bolted forward, leaving a wake filled with the spider bullets tearing up the wood and foliage. He fired at the targets he could see, but the spiders were starting to blend in with the environment. From half-submerged to well-hidden, the spiders had time to reorient and dig in. Ares continued the attack, moving erratically through the upper canopy. Swing 6 dodged along the ground, running through calf-deep water and over exposed roots that threatened to send him tumbling. Swing 7 followed, but wasn't as light of foot. He tripped and stumbled, righted himself, and took 2 spider needles to the midsection and 1 to the face. He fell back, dead before he splashed into the water. Swing 6 pulled up for only an instant, but it was long enough. Spider fire bracketed him and then passed across his body. He dropped his rifle and fell to his knees. He was still as a statue as he gasped his last air. More spider rounds hit his armor. The ones in the chest didn't penetrate, but elsewhere, they turned him into a pincushion. He toppled like an oak that had been felled by a lumberjack's axe. The others glanced at the 2 soldiers, who fell in rapid succession while Ares continued charging. Speed and violence were his advantage. He unleashed everything in his arsenal at the spider lines. Mark 71 beams, grenades, and high-explosive rockets. He deftly switched between weapons while moving, only to shift again with the next zig and fire a second time with the zag. The others filled their lanes and fired until the incoming fire filled the spaces between the trees. They clicked their weapons over to fully automatic and held the trigger down while they resumed their charge. A final protective fire. Send everything downrange as quickly as possible. Rally. 100 at 270. Evens cover. Go, go, go. Ares provided covering fire along with the even-numbered soldiers. The others, starting with Tin Man, conducted a tactical retrograde. They moved 20 meters to the trees from where they had started and assumed a covered firing position where they picked up shooting at the enemy. The odd-numbered soldiers bolted past the evens until they reached the next covered position. The evens fired into the gaps between the trees. There were no more targets. They waited until the odds ran, the rest of the 100 meters to where they formed a line facing the enemy. When Ares arrived, he put them into a circle. Lander section joined Ares section a minute later. He added them to his section. The 4 soldiers from Ragnar stayed with Swing 9. Picking up strays was what they called it. Frodo faced Ares. I can't begin to express how happy we are to see you. I'm happy to be here. Got kidnapped by the doctors. They kept me until I was 90%. I was able to get down here after that. I figured running through the trees was easier than moving along the ground. The spiders are onto us now. We'll be moving soon. Don't let anyone get too comfortable. We lost 6 and 7 in the last attack. The spiders' needle guns do a number on our suits, everywhere but the chest plate. Ares nodded. He saw the damage that had been done, even if he hadn't stopped to examine it further. Compliance, Frodo added, to give Ares an out from a continued briefing that wouldn't shed any light on their current situation and disposition. Ares moved around the group. Stubby pointed out the strays. You're my new Wheel 4, and you 3, Swings 5, 6, and 7. Welcome to Ares section. My condolences on the loss of your section lead and fellow soldiers. Do your jobs to the best of your abilities, and we'll do our best to keep the losses to a minimum. You put Ragnar into the teeth of their defenses, the new Wheel 4 said. I did, and together, 3 sections stopped an attack that would have wiped out the entire HFP. We don't run from a fight, even if it's not of our choosing. You have your billets. Get ready to move out. Compliance, Stubby stated loudly to make sure the newcomers knew that the conversation was over. Any recriminations, accusations, or disobedience wouldn't be tolerated. They were official members of Ares Section now. By looking at each of them, he had scanned their suits into his system. He had control of reward or punishment. Stubby. Ares motioned for her to join him away from the others. He towered over her. The difference made that much more severe when it was only the two of them. Congratulations on your award of the gold medallion for your work with the tank. And thank you for wrangling the strays. Help them find their way. You're good like that.
Thank you, I think.
Stubby was confused at how open Ares was being. After his flailing in sickbay, he realized that a kind word would go a long way, especially after a fight and before the next fight. Their respite was going to be brief. The hair on Ares' neck crawled with the feeling that the spiders were coming to clean them out. The best place to be was not there. They'd be hitting the spiders hard at another point on their line. Darrell stood nearby and watched. This battlefield, the lines of communication, and the deadliness of the spiders meant that Darrell was ill-suited to be here. Ares ignored the reporter, hoping he would disappear on his own and stop being Ares' problem. The sound of Mark 71 fire and the crack of spider weapons faded to the din of rain, hitting the leaves and dripping into the puddles below. The incessant rain. It felt like a burden that had to be carried throughout this campaign. Ares looked at it as a way to keep his armor clean from start to finish. It should be spattered with spider blood and guts, but that had been washed off. If only it could have done the same for his body, he would have been as comfortable as if he were back on the ship. But he was never that comfortable on ship. It was a means to an end. The thin hull separated humanity from imminent and immediate death. If the hull failed, or was penetrated by an asteroid, people would die. A lot of people. Ares preferred being planet-side, where he had solid ground beneath his feet. He looked down. He was ankle-deep in the water. Lander section lead? Ares asked the other soldiers scattered among his. Over there. Call me Garth, the man said before hastily adding, I'm Lander, swing forward. Thanks, Garth. Call me Ares. Garth knew who Ares was, but hadn't seen him when the sections were put together to conduct a hasty counterattack on the spiders. When Ares turned around, his armor told the soldier everything he needed to know. His name was across his back. Lander and Ragnar were in line to get theirs done, but hadn't yet. Ragnar would never get his. Not now. Wearing labels encouraged the leaders to be in front, where their soldiers could be motivated by their actions, and their enemies would be none the wiser. Section leads were the best soldiers. The leadership's thinking was that others would follow their example. Tactical employment was trained, but superiority in battle was more innate. Not every great soldier was a great leader. That's what made Ares special. He started as the first and became the second. Section Lead Lander, the man introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Ares, but I'll have to admit that I'm surprised to see you. You weren't with us when we crossed the LOD, the line of departure, the place where an engagement could begin. Ares nodded. What's your head count? Down to 12. It could have been worse. Lost 5 of my swings. The man bemoaned his losses for a moment before straightening. What's next? We go wide and press the attack. We have to travel through the woods to get behind them again. We've broken their current attack, but they're still hurting our main force. We need to come in from behind them again. This time, roll them up. That means we have a 6 or 8 kilometer jaunt ahead of us. Through these woods. We're going to go fast because our people aren't going to last. I need 2 runners to inform our front lines what we're doing and when to coordinate our efforts. They'll wait for our signal. Our signal will be the sound of HE and Mark 71s from behind the enemy line, laying waste to Spider Central. That will be their chance to move. They've been pinned down for the better part of a day. That's why we have to go fast. Dangerous if they're setting up an ambush. Move and count to move, Lander suggested. He glanced over the 2 sections worth of troops. It wasn't that many. 23 in total. But that was from 3 sections. Now they had barely more than 1. You have the lead, Ares. We trust you to give us the best chance. Ares took it as the best chance to win, but Lander was subdued. From his voice to his body language, he wanted to survive. Ares wanted to walk away from the battlefield with his head held high. Honor and glory in another victory. Take the shuttle back to the ship, rather than lose and survive when the human soldiers would be hunted to extinction by the victors. Ares intended to leave the planet a winner, or not leave at all. Every fight was a fight to the death. Stand them up and get ready to move out, Ares ordered. Compliance. Lander moved away to pass the orders to his people along with the mission objective. Ares did the same with his section. We'll stay closer together on this movement. Minimal firepower to the front. Limited exposure of our force. We have to move quickly. Speed is of the essence. We're probably going to encounter spiders along the way. Kill them and keep moving. Speed is our shield. They're good shots when you're not moving, but they have too many eyes when it comes to a zigzagging soldier. And we're going vertical on this one. You can move faster. Set your boots to ice. He broached no dissent from anyone who had a fear of heights. This wasn't the place for anyone's phobias to come out and play. Many soldiers were washed out when they couldn't handle being inside the combat armor. Thinking of it as a second skin and an extension of one's body was the attitude that made it work. Feeling it constrict like a jointed coffin would drive one insane in short order. Those people were carried away in straitjackets. The ice setting gave them the traction they needed to complete the transition from sloppy and wet to slick balance beam runners. But they could see where they were putting their feet. Being upstairs also chased away many of the monkeys who fled from the intrusion into their domain. The soldiers had to help each other upward. 2 huge trunks supported massive trees soaring toward the gray, foreboding sky. 4 wide branches acted as a walkway through the valley of the shadow of death. Ares led the way. A string of soldiers followed him, starting with Tin Man, who wanted to be first, but couldn't maneuver like Ares. Chapter 16. Vertical. The 3 dimensions of space, even on the ground. Tin Man watched his footing more than the way ahead, and that would have been a huge problem since the point was supposed to see hazards before anyone else and without getting killed. That last part was important because it was impossible to report threats to your fellow soldiers when you were dead. He wasn't going to be first and exercise his point duties because Ares was up there, leading from the front. Tin Man was doing his best just to keep up. They were close enough to the lines to hear sporadic firing, but barely. The cracks of spider weapons. They were too far through the trees and muck to hear the human soldiers. Spider fire was directed at something without moving forward. That told the story that the 2 forces had created a wasteland between their lines, a place where no one ventured. Ares recognized it as a tactical advantage. The spiders were digging in instead of completing their encirclement of the human forces. 1 attack had been stymied. 3 sections committed to the effort that might have ended up saving 100 sections or over 1,000 soldiers. The lives of those lost had been an investment in the lives of others, and an improved chance to win this battle, this campaign, and this war. Ares ran silently. The wet limbs cushioned the steps. There was no splashing like would have happened on the ground. The others moved as quickly as they could, but they fell behind. He wasn't so driven that he'd leave 2 sections and go it alone. He held up so he could watch and listen. He looked for movement below, but he didn't see anything. They were swinging wide, away from the spiders' lines. Ares seemed to know where he was going, like a point soldier, even though he could see no more than anyone else. Point One knew where he was going because his suit had advanced tracking capabilities. All of the additions made the suit heavier and bulkier. That limited who had the added hardware. Point soldiers, more heavily armored to survive. Tin Man was deliberate with every step. It was hard trying to move nimbly. He failed and gave in to making sure he didn't fall, happy not to have a bionic leg instead of an artificial arm. The arm worked, but he needed his legs as they were. Running and moving needed to be natural if he was to demonstrate any dexterity. He only admitted to himself that he wasn't coordinated, and being in the heavier armor was the only way he was going to make it as a soldier. Ares knew but hadn't let on. Tin Man contributed to the section in a solid way. He fought when his arm was damaged and useless. He was a good soldier. That's all Ares needed in his section. He pushed from branch to branch, deeper into a rainforest that refused to provide landmarks, sailing a green ocean with only his wits and experience to guide him. They were getting close to where they'd wheel 90 degrees, continue at an angle across the rear of the spider formation, and then wheel 30 to 45 more degrees and attack. Ares covered another 100 meters, then held his left arm up and his right arm straight out. 90 degrees. He pumped his right arm like he was flexing his bicep, the sign to move out to the right. He reoriented himself to the branch he had already selected. It was farther than the others had been able to move to, but he jumped through the air and landed with a practiced ease. He'd noticed when he first entered the rainforest that the trees generally oriented to true north. That's how he maintained his bearing. The clues were subtle, but once used to seeing them, he traveled unerringly. His only challenge was distance, but he kept track of his steps, measured and calculated, even along branches. It wasn't magic, but it would be looked upon with mystique and wonder. Ares didn't waste any brain cells on that. The fight was closing. To their right, sporadic cracks from the ballistic weapons detailed where the lines were. Ares assumed a front line and a secondary defense, ready to exploit should the attack call for it. But for now, they were still stationary. The battle was in Ares' hands. He felt good about it. They were coming in behind the spider lines for the second time. His people, along with Lander Section soldiers, were slowing down. They were tired. They'd been on the move through the jungle-like growth of Antares 4, and it was wearing them down, even with the augmentations provided by their suits. It had been 10 hours since they landed. Ares had landed a mere 6 hours ago. He used speed to his advantage. A scrape and a grunt, then the sound of armor hitting the ground, hard. Ares glanced back to see Point 1, Tin Man, lying on a mass of roots, flailing to get upright. The spiders were close. They should have heard the commotion. In Ares' mind, that meant rectify the miscue and move immediately into the attack, even though they weren't as far as he wanted to be toward the center of the spider's lines. The bottom of the U-shaped trap, where the HFP was stalled. Ares vaulted from his branch into a space between roots and bushes. He landed with a splash into the standing water. He bounced 2 steps until he loomed over Tin Man. He pulled him to his feet, then hoisted him back to the branch. Ares took a short run, jumped high to kick off a trunk, and landed on the next branch. He rushed forward, gesturing that they were moving into the attack. They hadn't wheeled to take the spiders head on, but they'd do the next best thing. Soldiers would sweep in at an angle, adding firepower as soldiers arrived, and then they'd roll up the line from the flank. It would work until the spiders rallied to counter it. Then Ares would conduct a tactical retrograde, maneuver, and attack again. The right flank of Ares' formation reached the spider line first. The sound of spider weapons came from ahead, but the line appeared underneath the human soldiers. 2 lines, just like they had on the wing. Swing 9 fired first, then the other swing soldiers. They aimed nearly straight down from the branches. Semi-auto and full-auto fire greeted the surprised spiders. Multiple impacts destroyed this small part of a greater line. The swing soldiers stopped to shoot the fish in a barrel. "Keep moving," Ares shouted, a second before his line of soldiers reached the enemy line. Ares and those with him hit the spiders like a freight train. They started their attack by launching HE rockets at a danger-close range and using the trees for cover. The rockets launched across a 50-meter front. They roared home and exploded with unexpected fury. Ares was first to the ground for the cleanup, routing out survivors and eliminating them. He fired a shot here and a shot there, not wasting any energy. Too much battle left to unleash the final protective fire again. They'd already hit the enemy as hard as they could once. They couldn't keep doing it since there would be no resupply. The ammunition and power packs were 50 kilometers away, through the hardest terrain within which to operate. An unsavory alternative was to scavenge the dead. But first, they needed to eliminate the forces that would prevent them from working their way through the battlefield. Ares had already made the decision to scavenge supplies. This fight wouldn't end with this attack. Incoming spider fire dinged off a pauldron to remind him not to think too far ahead. He dodged and zigged, brought his sights to bear on the spider who shot him, and put the spider out of Ares' misery. Ares ducked left immediately after firing. He zagged and jumped in his effort to be a harder target to hit. He never slowed his fire, even through his locomotion. Spiders fell from both his fire and the barrage coming from above. Fire, move, fire. Lander section had not yet contacted the enemy. They were moving far ahead. Ares section would be rolling up the flank when Lander reached the spider's positions. It would work like a single envelopment. Then the human soldiers would be bunched up and have to reorient to keep from shooting each other. During that phase, they'd be vulnerable to the enemy. Ares surged ahead, moving parallel to the enemy lines. His soldiers followed his lead, firing and moving to stay above Ares. The enemy was torn. With 4 directions to fire, they had become confused, unsure where to focus their efforts. The cracks became sporadic, and the targets had already moved when the needle projectile flashed past. Ares stopped and dropped to a knee, firing around a tree trunk at a nest, entrenched spiders looking at him and ready to engage any targets from this side. He slid his Mark 71 to his back and brought the mortar to the front. In one smooth move, he fired the loaded HE rocket into the middle of the group. He caught a glimpse of their eruption. Spider legs and bodies were blown into the air. A stash of ammunition cooked off, and the secondary explosion was even more spectacular. The fireworks blasted skyward with a scream and whistle. The flash stressed the suit's visual systems, but only for a moment. The face shields were designed to react in a millisecond, limiting the damage from explosions like that, as well as stopping lasers intended to blind humans. Ares ran toward the bunker and jumped in as the last of the munitions exploded. Shrapnel plinked off his armor, but it was nothing like the ballistic rifle ammunition that penetrated any area on the armor that wasn't the chest plate. He popped up to look and immediately dropped back down. He had only seen one target. He moved sideways and raised up again, aimed and fired. He was back down in less than a second. The rest of the soldiers from his line, 6 of them, including Tin Man and Sailor Man, rolled into the spider nest. The soldiers to Ares' right were firing, but away from them. The attack had not been at the end of the spider's line, but somewhere farther in. The other half of Ares' section was attacking the flank of a newly isolated group of spiders. In front of them was the main enemy line, now without any support for reinforcements. They started firing at Ares and Lander sections, but with a distinct lack of coordination. There were no barrages, plinking and sniping, which is what Ares section had degenerated into. Lander section lit up the waning daylight with their attack on the next group of spiders down the line. They hit hard and kept hitting. Ares loved seeing them engaged, especially after the beating they'd taken during the first engagement and having seen Ragnar's section get decimated. That had an effect on the soldiers who survived, but success was a recipe for pressure relief and helped soldiers get over the worst of their fear. It was a healthy fear, though, of dying. The losses on Antares 4 had to be catastrophic, but the battle continued. The smaller units hit where they weren't expected. Move right to the front of the line, then left and roll up the spider flank. Tin Man, I need you to inform Lander's section to roll up the second line. We'll be on their right side, working the front line. Go. Tin Man jumped out of the spider nest and zigzagged toward Lander. There was no incoming. Ares section had eliminated the nearest threats. Spider bodies littered the area. Dark blood stained the water, but the rain continued and was already washing away the worst of the battle's sins. Ares was up and away before Tin Man returned. The others hurried after him. He headed right at 45 degrees. He fired both forward and back as a way to show where the enemy was. The new Wheel 4 pumped 2 HE rockets into positions that he saw, then switched to the Mark 71 to hose down suspected spider defensive positions. The enemy scrambled for cover while the humans bore down on them. Cheers came from the rainforest beyond the enemy line, human cheers voicing support for their unknown saviors. The spiders reacted. Cracks from their ballistic weapons filled the air. Rounds hit Wheel 4 in a barrage that peppered his suit and froze him in his tracks. Everything stopped for a moment, even time. His arms fell, and he dropped his weapon. He leaned sideways and kept going until he splashed into the water and lay still. Ares redoubled his efforts, moving faster and farther into the spider lines. The rest of his section was challenged to keep pace, but they did because Ares was the diversion, giving them 3 directions worth of targets. The spider soldiers were confused by the ferocity of the attack. It overwhelmed them, and their rate of fire dropped to almost nothing. Ares' section surged into the spiders and through them, shooting, stomping, and kicking. The spiders fell before the onslaught. The soldiers rallied even more, bringing a battle fever to the violence of their attacks. Beam weapons lanced into fleeing spiders from human positions out of sight. The battle was shaping up as Ares had envisioned. He slowed until he took cover. He was far in front of Lander's section. His people were catching up, but they'd be mostly spent. He glanced back and forth between what was ahead and his soldiers behind. They were cleaning up everything he had left behind. 200 meters into an attack that was measured 20 meters at a time. He listened intently. Mark 71's behind and to his left. Lander's section rolling up the second line. Then a barrage of needle projectiles cracked. The Mark 71s were silenced. Ares couldn't see what was going on. Had Lander's section been eliminated? Random Mark 71 fire resumed, but no more than a shot every couple seconds. Ares delivered the hand and arm signals for a line abreast attack to the left. Lander was in trouble, and if Ares' soldiers persisted, they'd get attacked from 2 sides. Ares had to clear his flank. How many soldiers remained from Lander's section? They'd rescue them too. Firepower was at a premium, and any friendly losses would be critical. There would be no more reinforcements. Ares had to play the hand he was dealt. His trump cards were dwindling. But he had one thing that gave the humans an advantage. His life. As long as he lived, he'd fight. And he was still alive and uninjured, although his elbow was starting to ache. It still allowed him to do what he needed to do, aim a weapon and fire. When the soldiers were mostly lined up, he motioned forward and took off running. His people had cleared the front line, so there were no spiders behind them, but there were spiders on the right flank held down by Ares himself because he had been in front of his section. Next to him was Tin Man, who had managed to stay close. Tin Man moved in behind Ares to cover him. It would never do to leave the section lead exposed, not when there was someone there. Ares needed to focus his attention ahead, deal with the enemy that had counterattacked Lander. The fluidity of close combat, knife range to grenade range. It depended on an individual's ability to identify, target, and eliminate threats in a rapid series of disjointed moves. Ares was already firing into the spider's second line. He vaulted into the trees to get better angles. Half the section joined him. Those who couldn't jump that high, like Stubby, stayed below, sloshing through the water and over the roots, spotting spiders and firing. 2 angles of attack. More spider confusion. Lander's section opened up with their Mark 71s and forced Ares to stop, lest he walk into withering fire. It was impressive. To Ares, it seemed like most, if not all, of Lander's soldiers had survived the spider barrage. It was Ares' purpose to ensure there wouldn't be a second. He didn't bring his mortar around. The spiders were dug in individually. There were no nests that Ares could see. Ares kept his Mark 71 firing. The rain sizzled as it hit the barrel, a testament to the heat of energy deployed that could stop an invading army. one soldier at a time, deliver devastatingly accurate fire with controlled trigger pulls while moving through an environment designed to trip and deter. But the soldiers found solid footing. The spiders curled up in death as single beams punched through the weak points in their armor. The human soldiers had learned. Efficient and frugal, they delivered killing blows. Stubby displayed the greatest fury, her pace nearly frenetic, but her accuracy undeniable. She fired and killed a spider, then moved into the space where it could have shot back so she could kill another. She cleared her own path through the fire. Swing 8 stayed near her side, attempting to mirror her movements and failing. A plink here from a near miss, a ding on his chest plate. Another graze of a leg plate, but he didn't lose his nerve. He kept firing, switching between full auto and semi based on whether he could see enough of the target to hit with a well-aimed shot. The wheel soldiers delivered pain through high explosive rockets, but only one each and not together. The blasts affected the spiders, stopping them from firing for a brief moment to give the soldiers a respite, a void into which they lit up the enemy with beams that scorched the rainforest. The rain kept the wood from catching fire, but if it could have, it would have. Heat and pain. Lander section started moving again. Tin Man shouted a warning before laying down a stream of fire. Incoming! Ares found the nearest cover, but immediately stuck his head out to see what caught Tin Man's eye. The tree between Ares and the enemy had a narrow trunk that still blocked his sight. He aimed and fired a line of energy beams into it, lower than his eyesight to cut the trunk so it fell toward the enemy. At first it didn't move. Ares hit it again, the same holes drawing a line across the trunk, high to low, to keep from falling toward Ares and his soldiers. It started to slide away. The trunk separated. The upper part hammered into the roots and teetered, and the branches shook a deluge from their leaves. The tree started to fall, but didn't make it before its upper branches caught in its neighbors, and it stopped. The effort hadn't given Ares what he wanted, which was a barrier and a view. It stood as a hazard, ready to fall on an unsuspecting soldier if it twisted one way or another. Ares darted to his right and nearly ran into Tin Man heading for the same trunk. They stacked up against it. Spiders have set up a defensive line to block us, and they're in the trees up ahead. I wouldn't have seen them, but chopping that smaller one off at the trunk chased them away, but they didn't go far. They're still in the trees, but it bought us a little time. Ares glanced behind them. The section was slowing down. His counterattack had succeeded, but also worn itself out. He needed to get them out of there before the spiders could launch their own counterattack. Ares hatcheted his arm in a direction that he knew was true north. It would take his people perpendicular to the Antigeneses lines. He needed space to move beyond and return with another assault. Ares needed to regain the advantage. There had been too many spiders, and their lines had been too extensive. This part of Ares' mission had been a success. They stopped the encirclement of the human force and eliminated a large number of the attackers. It had come at a high cost. How high? Ares wouldn't be able to determine that until they rallied a kilometer to the north, far away from the enemy. Chapter 17. Spent. The battle continued, even when no one was firing. Ares hurried through the destruction that had been the spiders' hastily built defensive position and into the unblemished rainforest. He climbed a tree and used the oriented branches to continue moving north, away from the battlefield. His soldiers and lander section followed. Ares continued long after the cracks of randomly fired spider weapons disappeared, and the only sound was the rain and the wild animals that fled before the running soldiers. At least a kilometer. Ares kept moving until he was positive the spiders could neither hear them nor find them. No random patrol would make its way out there, far from the two armies. He held his arms in the air and pointed the other at the ground to designate where they were to stop. Frodo, report, then set up a defensive perimeter 20 meters out. Ares stood in the middle of the small open area. It was the closest thing to a glade that he was going to find in the dense jungle-like growth on Antares 4. Frodo counted the soldiers, delivered the orders, and returned to Ares. We have 8 soldiers on deck. That includes you and me. Swings 3 and 4 are off on courier duty. 10 total. That includes the 4 soldiers we picked up from Ragnar's section. Who did we lose? Besides Wheel 4, the new Swing 7 is missing. 2 more Ragnar soldiers. Talk to them, and then if you have to, put them at Tail End Charlie. Thanks, Frodo. Lander stepped up and saluted. I'm afraid we didn't do as well as we could have. We lost 2 more Swing soldiers. I'm down to 10, but those 2 are injured. Both point soldiers took hits that would have killed someone not wearing their armor. I'll have to pull them off the line. It took everything they had to get this far. If we leave them behind, we'll never find them again. They have to come with us. We don't know when friendlies will be able to recover them. Give them the best you can to close those wounds. Get food and water into everyone. We'll move out again in 5 hours. Get some rest. And that goes for you, too. What about security? We'll do our part. Coordinate with Frodo, but don't commit your people to more than an hour each. We've trained for 72 hours of continuous operations. No sleep. No one could last that long without rest. Ares didn't respond. He'd just told Lander what his section did to prepare for combat. It wasn't about forcing the soldiers' bodies until failure. It was about being ready for the worst-case scenario. His people were going to get a 2-hour nap on the battlefield. That would re-energize them, prepare them for the next phase. Darrell was already out. He didn't have to stand watch. He didn't fight unless physically forced to carry a weapon. Ares had no idea how much longer they'd be out here. Any battle could be the last, because they had reduced the enemy force to a manageable level. But the humans were still outnumbered. They had parity when it came to weapons. If there was an advantage to be had, it was on the side of the spiders. Having started with 3 sections, Ares was down to less than 1. 4 more soldiers lost during the last fight. The battle would rage until no one was left standing. To improve their odds, Ares had to hit the spiders where they weren't ready for it. His target would be the far corner of the U-shaped formation. Would they still be there in 6 or 7 hours? That was the unknown Ares had to contend with. Having lost half of their formation, the spiders would inevitably reorganize. They weren't going to sit still and let themselves get slaughtered. So where would they go? Maybe the better question was, why would they go someplace? To resupply? Receive new instruction? There'd still been no sign of the skinnies. Ares didn't think he was wrong. He knew in his gut they were out there. But where? The spiders had been oriented north to the south, just like the trees. It was the only way to navigate this land, because there was no view of the stars, or even the Antares star. Ares moved under a tree and looked down to raise his shield and wipe his face. The rain dripped off the helmet's edges, but didn't get in his eyes. It had gotten dark. It was now evening. That happened sometime during the battle, but they'd been using a mix of IR and UV filters. Oddly, the natural light view was the least desirable in this environment. Warmth. Ares felt little. It wasn't cold, but it was far from warm and welcoming. He lowered his visor. 5 hours. He set the timer on his suit. If his soldiers had done the same as soon as they received the word, then their internal alarms would go off before Ares. It would put everyone on the same page. The watches were set, and the soldiers eased into position to either watch or sleep. 1 watching while 2 slept. It would be quiet as a tomb soon. Ares mulled over his next move. He had to find out what the spiders were doing. That meant reconnaissance. He made to leave, but decided that wasn't his job. He had 3 point soldiers available. He angled toward the inner area of the clearing, where soldiers were leaning against roots and branches to get as comfortable as they could. Lander, Ares called. He couldn't tell if the section lead had closed his eyes or not. He sat up. Ares? I need your point soldiers to conduct a recon from 1 to 5 kilometers due east. My point soldiers are injured, but with the pain relievers from their suits, they are functional. But they might not be quick. If that's okay, I'll send them out. Is yours going? Ares wasn't sure how to take the question. Did he think Ares was using Lander Section as cannon fodder while resting his own soldiers? Of course. With your 2 injured points, that's 3. We lost our other point on Antares 3 while clearing a trench. Spider tanks had a different idea about what they were going to let us do. My point 1, callsign Tin Man, because he lost an arm in the last war, and is still getting used to his bionic replacement. I couldn't tell. I heard you were injured too, but that's what kept you from being with us in the beginning. I'd probably already be dead if I had come on the same shuttle. I have some concerns about how this battle is being managed. Cassidy. He's new, and the pressure's buried him. He's flailing. I feel sorry for the guy. Lander's body language didn't commit one way or another whether he was openly contemptuous or actually empathetic to someone who was in over his head. He's getting people killed unnecessarily. Ares was straightforward in his assessment. He had no patience or tolerance for someone who was so blatantly incompetent. What if that was the position that Ares was supposed to fill? He could have been there instead of Battle Planner Cassidy. There's no way Ares would have walked the Force into a trap. He had sensed it and seen it, even with the restricted visibility on this planet. All it took was spotting one spider on a flank, waiting and watching. Nothing screamed trap any louder or more clearly. Get some sleep, Ares told Lander. Sir. Lander called his 2 point soldiers to him. You're on recon duty. Ares has a mission for you. Compliance. The soldiers grumbled. They saluted and reported to Ares. Lander repositioned himself to get comfortable. He didn't say anything else. Tin Man, point 1 and point 2. We need a recce. 1 to 5 kilometers that way. I think the spiders are going to regroup, but where are they going? If we don't have that information, then we lose our initiative. I can't express how important this is. Lander's point soldiers straightened with their understanding that this wasn't a make-work mission. They weren't being hazed or harassed. They were being asked to do the job they were specifically suited for. Compliance, the 2 said. Compliance, Tin Man added his voice to the others. We won't let you down, Ares. Find where the spiders are going. Could be north, could be east, or anywhere in between. Tin Man nodded. Get some rest. Let us work for a while. He waved on his way out of the glade, with the point soldiers from Lander's section close on his tail. Tin Man showed points 1 and 2 what Ares had shown him regarding the orientation of trees and the count of distance. Every 4 trees east to west or north to south was close to 100 meters. Count the trees, maintain the distance, and always have a good idea of where you are. Point 1. You go north 5 kilometers, then head east for 1 kilometer or 2, looking for any sign of the spiders. Point 2. You head northeast, the same distance, then fan left and right, looking for the enemy. I'll head due east, and expect to come across them unless they went west. 2 hours to get into position, 30 minutes looking, and 2 hours to get back to our forward operating base. The FOB. But they wouldn't base out of there for longer than 5 hours. Once it was time to go, they'd leave and not come back. Call me Slapshot, Point 1 said, holding out his armored fist for a bump. Slapshot it is. I'm new, Point 2 said at Tin Man's expectant look. He didn't have a call sign. 4.5 hours. You better be back by then. Do not engage the enemy. If you're seen, run like the wind. Compliance, the 2 soldiers said and were off. Tin Man headed east, but he had no intention of moving 5 kilometers because the spiders' lines had been due south, anywhere from 1 to 2 kilometers away. That was danger close in his mind, especially if they retrograded en masse and in a line. He'd get caught by the wave of enemy soldiers. If they bunched up to ensure they didn't lose anyone, then he'd expect to see and hear them before he ran into them. But it also meant he wasn't going to hurry. He climbed into the nearest tree and walked, rather than ran, to limit the noise he made as he brushed leaves and smaller branches aside. He looked up to see the next branch where he could find a place to hide if need be. Point soldiers searching an impenetrable rainforest for the remnants of a spider army. It was recon soldiers' job, but even with the number of spiders remaining, it was still like looking for a single raindrop in a downpour. Tin Man had been on the planet for a day, and it hadn't stopped raining for 1 second. No one mentioned in any pre-deployment briefing whether there was a time when it wouldn't be raining. The barrel of his Mark 71 had stopped sizzling. That hadn't taken long once he wasn't firing like a madman. His power supply was under 25%, but he had a backup in his pack. When he stopped to observe, he swapped them out. He should have done that in the fob, but it was anathema to be hunting the enemy and not be ready to fight. He could fight, for a while, but then he'd have to hot swap power modules. That wasn't optimal. Having enough power for a long, frenzied engagement was. He stopped about 500 meters to make sure he wasn't running headlong into a spider evacuation, but he could hear nothing on his right flank. He needed to see to confirm they were still there or not. He turned south and moved deliberately. By the time an hour had passed, he still hadn't reached the spider's second line. He only had an hour and a half before he had to return to the fob. He could stretch that time, though, since it would be quicker returning than it was moving toward the spider's lines. He continued at the pace that suited him, slow enough to take care with his steps, but fast enough to cover the distance. Tin Man stopped after another 500 meters. The second line should have been right in front of him, but he could see nothing. Tin Man lowered himself into the water, keeping his ice traction setting engaged. He walked across roots to get a closer look at the small opening between the trees. He looked up and back. Scorching and torn bark told the tale of Mark 71 fire that had been too high. This was the spider's front line, not their supporting soldiers, and it had been abandoned. The spiders had pulled out. He moved parallel to the lines to follow the trail, but the spiders left none. They were simply gone. He retreated 100 meters to where he initially reached the spiders' positions.
HFP! Any humans over there? I'm Tin Man with Ares Section, conducting a recon.
He called toward the trees in front of him.
Anyone?
There was no answer. He crossed the wasteland toward where he thought the HFP's front line should be. He reached the first bodies after 30 meters, the distance of gaps between the trees. The force had taken a beating. Tin Man didn't find any alive. They had been killed deeper and deeper into friendly lines. Then he found dead spiders.
Oh no,
Tin Man cried to himself.
They've attacked, not retreated.
The image of a hornet's nest came to mind, a hornet's nest that had been stirred up. Mark 71s littered the battlefield. He took one that had an 80% charge and swapped it into his weapon, leaving his old power pack with the dead soldier's weapon. While there, the sound of battle reached him. Cracks from the spider weapons, barks from Mark 71s. Humanity was fighting back, refusing to give way, refusing to curl up and die. Tin Man vaulted into the tree as Ares had done, kicking off one and jumping through a small gap to land on a neighboring branch. He ran, looking for nothing but where he was going to place his next step. According to his calculations, he had less than 2 kilometers to travel. Every minute he wasted was one more minute the spiders could continue their attack. Chapter 18. Vigor. Reinforcements arriving in time could bring victory. Too late, defeat. Tin Man covered the distance in less than 15 minutes, almost unerringly as he zigzagged west, north, then north, to maintain an overall bearing of 315 degrees true. The other point soldiers were somewhere to the north. They would find nothing. They couldn't be recalled, but there was no way they could wait for them. He pounded his way into the glade, where he found Ares already standing and waiting for him. The sound of his approach had alerted him. The fact that Tin Man's return was early highlighted the message's urgency.
They've attacked and are breaking through our lines.
Ares had contemplated an attack, but had discounted it as too little too late. The spiders were in a superior position, but not with the collapse of their maneuver to draw human forces into a trap. The HFP was dug in. At least as much as that option existed, in the Antares rainforest. They're attacking, despite the loss of a third of their force. He was rolling the idea over in his mind, not questioning Tin Man. They must have determined this was their best chance. By attacking, they regain the initiative. Ares raised his voice. Mount up. We leave in 5 minutes. Injured soldiers and Daryl remain here to meet the returning point soldiers. Have them help you to follow us. Compliance, the 2 injured soldiers muttered. They weren't completely with it. Their injuries might have been worse than they let on, and their lives were at risk the longer they went without proper care. The reporter was still asleep. They hadn't woken him with the alert. The soldiers tiptoed around him, sensing they'd finally be free. The best Ares could do for the injured was leave them to wait for the 2 soldiers conducting reconnaissance. 2 healthy soldiers who weren't available for the coming fight because they were going in the wrong direction and wouldn't be back for more than 3 hours. Time was the currency that paid for human lives. Ares bounced upward to the nearest branch. Tin Man's tread marks were there. His route was clear. All they had to do was follow it back to find the spider army and the destruction they wrought. Impending doom sought purchase in Ares' mind, but he didn't have time for that. He tamped it down hard. His focus was on the battlefield. He had seen the terrain where the spider forces were headed, where the human forces would make their last stand. It looked just like the rainforest they were going through at present, and all the rainforest he had moved through since he landed on the planet. It all looked the same. It would act the same, too. How could Ares use that to his advantage? That was the question he wrestled with. He had thought it would be in pursuit of the spider army as it retreated to regroup. He intended to catch them in the middle of a reorganization and resupply. Hammer and anvil. If the human forces were in a position where they could no longer retreat, then they would have to be the anvil against which a small group of soldiers would crush the enemy. Another attack from the rear quarter and the flanks. Ares ran along the branches, following Tin Man's trail. The point soldier followed him, as did the others. They ran in line, one after the other, too close for comfort, and too close to conduct combat actions. It was a trade-off. Speed for combat effectiveness. They'd shift into formation when they closed on the enemy force. Ares trusted Tin Man not to set them up to be ambushed. He would have discovered spiders lying in wait had they guessed Ares' section was already following them. That was a strategic level of engagement that Ares did not give the spiders credit for. Where were the skinnies? They had to be watching from somewhere close by so they could issue orders. Tin Man, keep your eyes out for any skinnies. We might get a glimpse of them on our way. Pass it on. Keep your eyes peeled. The skinnies? Yes, sir. Tin Man didn't sound convinced, but he dutifully passed the word down the line. They moved quickly, and the soldiers watched their feet. The threat of falling overwhelmed their ability to study the surrounding area in the few seconds it took to run by. Ares doubled his attention, which forced him to slow down. He was torn. Cut off the head or pummel the body. There wasn't enough time for both. He ground his dismay, knowing that there was only one right answer, and it would unfold before them. Ares ran ahead. They had to save the force. Rain washed away the stains of war. Already, less than an hour after they were made, Tin Man's spike prints on the tree branches had faded. He kept going until he heard the cracks of the spider weapons. Ares directed the even-numbered soldiers to the ground, while the odds would stay in the trees. Put the spiders in a dilemma as we close in from 3 directions. A few soldiers in the trees, and a few soldiers in the swamp below, but the spiders had their backs turned. Ares knew they wouldn't learn from their previous failures to protect their rear. They weren't organized like that. Whoever was giving the commands was treating them like drones, throwing them at the human lines in mass waves after the soldiers had expended themselves attacking into a trap. The soldiers had been worn down. Ares sensed it. This was the final battle to determine who would leave the battlefield and which force would remain forever on the alien planet. Ares decided that he didn't like the rain and had no intention of getting stuck on Antares 4. He spread the soldiers out, giving them lanes to attack, one above and one below. Their frontage was barely 100 meters, with Ares unable to see those on the wings. He could see one soldier to his right and one to his left. Soldiers fought for their fellow soldiers because no one else was in the foxhole with them. But Ares had found that soldiers fought for themselves. They fought to stay alive. The loneliest battle was the final test of one's mettle. How hard would you fight when it was just you? And then you'd do it again and again. Fight until the fight was over. His people were tired. And they had passed too many dead soldiers not to have that voice nagging at the back of their minds. There is no hope. Ares showed them that there was always hope. As long as he lived, he would fight. He demanded the same from his people. There was never a time when a soldier should give up. It was never hopeless as long as the soldier lived. It might be against the odds, but that was something completely different. Ares marched forward, deliberately, methodically. The sound of spider weapons increased until it was close, in the next clearing between trees. The rain intensified, which Ares hadn't thought possible since it had poured his entire time on the planet. He spotted a spider but held his fire. There was no sense in announcing their presence until the last second. And more spiders. They were huddled behind trees as far as Ares could see in both directions. The final battle. Every spider soldier poised to run into the breach and decimate the human troops. Ares knew he was right about this. The skinnies? He was starting to have doubts, but none of that mattered at this brief moment in the life of the universe. Two armies battled to determine which would walk away and which would leave nothing but corpses behind. Individual effort. Fight for your life. Fight for your fellow soldier's life. It was the way of the medieval warfare agreed to in a treaty by intelligent beings who would never find themselves on that battlefield. Each race found warriors from their lesser souls. Ares resented that thought. He and his people were the best that humanity had to offer. Even misfire. Even Stubby. When it came down to it, they fought like demons, refusing to surrender 1 millimeter of land they'd taken. Ares jumped to the next branch, and that's when he opened fire. Rapid fire right down the line of spiders waiting for their turn to attack. The Mark 71 warmed in his hands, but he couldn't feel it. He heard the sizzle from the incessant rain on the barrel. The rest of his soldiers fired, an initial barrage that wiped away hundreds of spider soldiers. Ares moved forward and fired again and again. His rifle barked one way for 2 rounds, then nearly 180 degrees the other, before returning to where he fired his first salvo. It was a target-rich environment. Anywhere they fired, there were spiders. Ares continued farther to find the spiders thinned where they had already sustained losses from the human forces ahead. The HFP had drawn its line. They had driven a stake into the ground under 1/2 meter of water and declared, "No further." The spiders were beating themselves against the small line of humans. The HFP had contracted, reducing their frontage so they could increase their firepower. They refused to let the spiders divide them. They were tight, but in a defensive position and not cowering. They hadn't been defeated. Not yet. Ares cleared the spider position in front of him. "Ares section has arrived," he bellowed toward the human lines. "This way, come on." He dropped out of the trees to stand tall amidst a pile of dead spiders. Troops eased out of the trees, onesies, twosies. The attack had worn them down. Ares waved to them. "Hurry up. We need to crush them while we can." Explosions sounded nearby. The wheel soldiers announced their arrival with the deployment of HE. Frodo moved to the extreme left flank, the easternmost position of Ares' section small unit. Ares was 2 clearings away. It gave Frodo a chance to anchor the clutched-together unit, soldiers counting on him to protect their flank while they attacked the spider mass ready to surge through the remaining but stalwart human troops. Beneath him, he found most spiders had already moved ahead. The other soldiers of Ares and Lander's sections were already engaged, but Frodo saw no targets. He faced west and stalked forward, looking over the barrel of his Mark 71 while he kept his mortar slung across his back. He could rotate it to the front and the beam rifle to the back at a moment's notice. But for now, he expected to see 1 or 2 spiders. He'd sniped them as Ares had ordered, if he heard the order correctly. Spiders. A group of them, not engaged with the enemy, not in a defensive posture. Frodo watched with interest. Was this what Ares had tasked them to look for? The spiders were alone. A skinny would have towered over them. Still, they were engrossed in something. The opportunity to collect intelligence wasn't as compelling as the opportunity to take out a leadership cobble or smart spiders, whatever was down there. He silently swapped weapons, clicked off safe, and fired into the middle of the group. The rocket exploded without secondaries. None of the spiders had been armed. The blasted bits showered the area, but were quickly washed away by the deluge. Frodo swapped back to his rifle and waited for anyone to respond. Had there been others waiting for the outcome of the spider meeting? After a minute, he decided that waiting was a bad idea. Behind him, the battle surged back and forth, with Mark 71s dominating the soundscape. A spider slug thrower would crack and immediately get silenced. The soldiers of Ares' section were dominating, destroying any spiders bold enough to show themselves. Where was Lander's section? They should have been in between Frodo and Ares' section, but no one was there. Had they not encountered resistance? Where had they gone? A noise sent Frodo's stomach into his throat. He jumped sideways and whipped up his beam rifle. "Easy," Tin Man said. He joined Frodo in looking at where the meeting had happened. "I saw that too. We need to tell Ares. And where the hell did Lander's section go?" Being bunched up worked when the soldiers weren't exposed, but coming in from behind, they had no chance. Mark 71 fire ignited up and down the line as the human defenders re-engaged. Cracks from spider weapons increased on the west side of the formation. The fire from Ares' section dropped off to nothing. "This way!" Ares waved for the strays to follow him as he raced down the line, splashing through puddle after puddle. Mark 71 fire ahead had stopped. The firefight favored the spiders. Ares swung wide, heading north for 50 meters before looping around to come in behind the enemy. He vaulted into the trees, going vertical to limit his exposure on a two-dimensional battlefield. None of the others followed him upward, but they stayed close beneath him. All fire had stopped ahead, but he remembered where the cacophony had been. Two forces clashing. Had both succumbed? The site of the battle appeared before him. 2 of his soldiers were down. Spider bodies littered the area. A single crack from a spider needle gun delivered a death blow to the soldier immediately beneath Ares. He saw the soldier go down in his peripheral vision while he aimed and fired. The spider blasted backward and laid still. More spiders fired, both up at Ares and at the soldiers on the ground. But Ares never stopped moving, and the projectiles ripped through branches and foliage around him. He fired back at each target, identified by the small burst of flame that left the barrel with the projectile. His energy beams hit within centimeters of the visual burst and within a second or two. The spiders fired and moved, just like the humans, but they couldn't move quickly enough. They were either deadly accurate with their shot, or they were dead. They fired wildly inaccurately while on the move. That was both weakness and strength when it came to a planet like Antares 4 that favored the defender. On Antares 3, their strength came from their tanks and artillery. Their infantry had died readily at the hands of the human soldiers. Shoot them when they're attacking. But to get them to attack, it took bait, and the only bait available was the soldiers. It took them being in the open to draw the spiders into the open, even if it was a brief exposure when they leaned around a tree or fired prone from behind a root. The spiders were content lying in the water to shoot from a low angle. Ares was content killing them wherever they were. The defensive position they occupied had been hastily prepared. It hadn't been a change in strategy, but an improvement in their reaction to changing events on the battlefield. They were learning. Ares sniped the spiders while moving through the trees in a death-defying dance of unpredictability. The farther he progressed into and above their position, the more they were distracted from the fire that came from multiple directions. The humans swarmed over them, firing from a range so close that missing the target was all but impossible. Ichor drained into puddles already muddy from the soldiers who stomped through them to create a swirl of brown and black, mixing as well as water and oil. The spider line faltered, and then fired all they had. The soldiers following Ares took the brunt of it. 3 more soldiers fell, but the spider's defense collapsed. Ares pushed through, jumping from branch to branch above the enemy, shooting them from a place they didn't expect. They had not yet learned that the humans would go into the trees. Why weren't the spiders in the trees? As if reading Ares' mind, the spiders ahead of him evacuated their positions. They ran due west, away from him. He had little hope of catching them, but they weren't running away. They were regrouping, and this time they scampered into the trees, climbing upward past the first branches to the second, third, and higher. They filled the trees ahead. Ares held up a fist. It wouldn't do to run headlong into that mess. Sniping, 20 in front, 3 o'clock high, offset 0. Ares called to the soldiers below. He climbed higher into the tree until he questioned if the branch could support his weight. And then he lay prone and fired through the foliage into the enemy's trees, one at a time from where he hid. His power pack beeped that it was getting low. Ares brought his mortar around to the front. He had 2 HE rockets left. This is the final battle, he reminded himself. He jacked 1 rocket into the weapon, aimed, and fired. The rocket hit the tree trunk right below the first main branch and exploded, but the tree remained upright. Ares fired his last round at the side of the first rocket's impact. It exploded through the trunk, shattering the final vestiges of support. The tree twisted as the remaining trunk held on for a moment, and then 2. The weight of the upper branches became too much for what was left, and with a shaking crack, the tree careened into the next trees and slashed through the gap between them to slam into the water-soaked ground. A spider popped out of the fallen tree and limped down its trunk. Ares shot him. Then he shot another before turning his attention back to the spiders in the surrounding foliage. The soldiers below had taken cover and fired randomly. Spiders fell from the trees after getting hit by the energy beams. They landed with a splat. If they weren't dead when they started to fall, they were after they hit. The exposed roots were unforgiving. Ares dropped down a branch and then another. His perspective changed, but the view did not. Spiders had retreated into the tree, but they hadn't been safe there. They'd been exposed, and they'd been killed. Viable military targets. The enemy. The firing stopped, and the rainforest stayed quiet. Even the monkeys no longer chittered. They'd abandoned this area a while ago. Ares dropped to the ground. He walked in a circle around the small clearing before him, raising his shield and letting the rain pour down on his face. The smell of death was overwhelming, the wetness of rot, the darkness of a cloud-filled sky at night. It was brighter outside than Ares thought it would have been. He expected the pitch of night, but there was a soft glow that emanated from the trees. They showed what life looked like when the sun couldn't. Ares lowered his face shield and turned up his UV filter. For the final battle, it had concluded too quickly. Ares listened. The fight was paused. No one was shooting. He knew the spiders were still out there. The human force was out there. He spotted a soldier. Report. Sir, 4 swing soldiers from 4 different sections. Follow me. We're going hunting, he told them. Ares was certain more soldiers had joined him from the human front lines, but they'd succumbed to the spiders' projectiles. Soldier bodies were scattered everywhere Ares had been. Ares section, to me. Stubby was the first to arrive. Swing 9 reporting as ordered. She half-faced toward Ares and half toward the trees, her weapon at the ready. Ares, a voice called from the human side of the lines. It's misfire, Stubby said. Swings 3 and 4 appeared in the clearing. It's good to see you. I thought you guys were too far away to realize the spiders were attacking. Misfire eased in next to Stubby. Wheels 1 and 3 appeared. Swings 1, 5, and 6 peeked around a tree before strolling into the small glade. 5 and 6 were new additions from Ragnar. Ares was happy to see they'd survived this brief engagement. Swing 8 was nowhere to be found. Anyone seen Frodo or Tin Man? They were both on the far left, on the other side of Lander section. There's no way he heard your rally call, Sailorman said. I didn't hear it, but Swing 1 passed it on. Right flank has minimal enemy. You 4, gather any strays and go after them. We are close to winning this, assuming the HFP still exists. I had hoped to find more of you. They pulled back to the LOD to set up a new defense, one of the soldiers said. Retreat to the line of departure. Any gains made were lost. The sacrifices had been for naught. Ares hung his head for a moment. My orders stand. Gather any soldiers you can find and clear out everything to the west. We're going east to find the rest of the spider army. They're out here, and they're moving, which means they're vulnerable. We need to catch them before they reach our people. Now move. Chapter 19. Cat and Mouse. A chessboard of 1,000,000 squares, and the enemy could be in any one of them. Find Lander, Tin Man. I'll report to Ares. There aren't any more spiders out this way, Frodo, Tin Man said, making no effort to leave. They've gone that way. He pointed due south. If they broke through the human lines, that was the direction of the reinforcements. It's where the battle planner had marshaled forces before sending them forward. It was where humanity would repel the Antigeneses attack, or the spiders would have a clear shot to the landing site. That would be the end of the HFP. Without resupply, the soldiers would wither and die. That's what Frodo expected Tin Man to find. That the spiders were on their way to the landing site. They wouldn't engage the small force protecting the battle planner. Bypass, cut off, and let the elements kill them. Frodo ran through the abandoned spider positions. The random dead showed the spider soldiers had not been here that long ago, as the bodies continued to leak the last of their life's blood. He hurried because he didn't want to lose Ares, who tended to move quickly when it came to battle. He flowed at the front of it, directing the wave into the shore. But Ares was leading his section in Frodo's direction when they ran into each other, not 5 minutes after Frodo had set out in search of his section lead. Sir, Frodo said, the spiders look to be heading for the landing site. Ares nodded. He turned his head in the direction of the site, nearly 50 kilometers away. Frodo continued. And I ran across a spider meeting in the mines. It sure looked like a staff meeting, a bog set. Ares knew the term. Bunch of guys sitting around talking. They were unarmed and unarmored, Frodo added. Before you ask, there were no skinnies. Sorry, but I blew them to hell with an HE rocket. There was no intel to collect from the scene. How far away is it? Ares asked. 5 minutes that way. Frodo jerked a thumb over his shoulder. Lead the way, Frodo. Ares motioned for his soldiers to follow, but they already were. He pulled his arm back down. They were following him where he was to lead. And from what he'd just heard, it looked like they were headed to the landing pad and base camp. Keep your eyes out for Swing 8. That strategy made the most sense to Ares. The spiders were demonstrating both strategic and tactical acumen, along with an awareness of the entire battle space. They'd gone into the trees to fight, and they were bypassing the remnant of the human force to go straight for the jugular. The base camp was the human army's lifeblood. It was the best target. Same for the spiders' camp. But the humans didn't know where that was. We were playing defense the whole time, Ares groused to himself. Smart spiders. Frodo rushed ahead by bouncing into the trees with practiced ease and running along the branches. Ares followed, as did the other 8 soldiers of the depleted Ares section. The strays from the front lines went the other way, carefully, 4 abreast, ready to fire. Ares was confident they'd clear out any remaining spiders, if they could find any. Ares expected that the spider force had committed 100% of their remaining soldiers in the attack toward the compound. It also meant that Ares had been wrong in his estimate of the spider's abilities and objectives. He hated being wrong, not for his ego, but because it raised the risk of getting his people killed. His actions had been obtuse and not predicted by the spiders, leaving Ares Section 1 step ahead of them. The damage he had done to their army had forced them to change course, but they never drew back from the offensive. The only appearance of being on the defensive was to draw the bulk of the human force into a trap that Ares had seen from the upper branches. If Battle Planner Cassidy had any wits about him, he would have put point soldiers in the trees along their whole front. But he hadn't, and the section leads hadn't. Ares started to get angry. He added a reason to wanting to win this fight, to get his pound of flesh from the Battle Planner. There was no glory in a position or title, only in what one did to make it their own. Even the force commander. If he wasted the precious resource of human lives, the soldiers should refuse to fight for him. Although mutiny was the death penalty, die from incompetence, or die by being shoved out an airlock. Cassidy couldn't ever be put in charge of troops again. If the spiders bypassed his position to get to the landing site, then he would most likely survive while good soldiers died. "Hurry," Ares called to Frodo. The sense of urgency grew. 50 kilometers away was the target that had to be defended. The best defense was a good offense. Ares intended to catch the spiders from behind, but first, he wanted to look at the site where the unarmed spiders were meeting, the so-called smart spiders. Frodo hadn't been kidding about his time estimate. In less than 4 minutes, he hopped off the branch to land heavily in the middle of the water, filling a clearing. The bug meeting had been blasted at the side. Ares hit the water next to him and moved into the middle of where Frodo's rocket had blasted them. The spiders never stood a chance. They were unarmored and in the open. What possessed them to be that vulnerable in the middle of a battle was beyond Ares. He crouched to sort through the mess, and less than a glove's depth into the water, he found a piece of technology, something they hadn't seen the spiders using. Their takes were one type of weapon, and their needle guns another, but this wasn't either of those. Ares studied it under UV and natural light. It was a handheld computer, the likes of which he'd never seen before. He didn't have to say that he was right. The computer screen looked like the ones he had seen under the mountain on Espinar in the skinny stronghold. He stuffed the device into Tin Man's better armored pack. Maybe the skinny captives could help them understand what was on it. Ares expected it was waterproof, because it had to have gotten wet well before going into the water. The blast hadn't affected it as far as Ares' quick glance showed. Frodo continued the search, embarrassed at not finding anything during his too quick look over the site. Subconsciously, he knew that Ares needed to look at it. Frodo hadn't dealt with the skinnies like Ares had. Then again, maybe he did. He'd killed a bunch of them. And he'd seen their computers. The one Ares held looked familiar indeed. Where were they? It was the question that plagued Ares. Frodo and Ares both scanned the trees, but they couldn't see far enough for it to make any difference. "Tin Man, you're the bloodhound. Track the spiders. We know where they're going, and make no mistake. We have to catch them before they get there. On the way, we may find Lander's section is already after them." Point 1 went vertical because it was quicker than trying to run through the water, the bushes, and the roots. The rest of Ares' section made to follow, but he sent Frodo and Sailorman into the next tree so they weren't bunched up too closely. He wanted them to see him for when they made contact. At that time, he had decided what attack formation was best. Tin Man ran along the trees, not as fast as he could, because he looked for signs below of where the spiders passed. But they traveled without leaving much of a trail. The odd bush was disturbed, a small scrape on a low tree branch. For an army, the Antigeneses left almost no sign of their passing, but there was enough. They'd taken a play out of Ares' book. Keep moving, and you'll be less of a target. The section moved in silence. Speed was critical, because time was running out. This was the last phase of the last battle. The winner would determine who left the planet. Human forces were scattered across hundreds and hundreds of square kilometers of rainforest. Massing the troops for a final assault wasn't possible. The humans had been divided, and they were about to get conquered. But the spiders had taken devastating losses too. None of that mattered. Originator, hear my prayer, Ares mumbled while he jogged along behind Tin Man. Guide us to our enemy. Grant us the speed we need to reach him before he reaches our people. Then I ask you to funnel your strength through these soldiers so they can honor you by their bravery and prowess. Grant us these things, Originator. He hadn't prayed with his section before they left. They had no time because he had delayed by visiting the site of the Smart Spider meeting. Without that, though, he would have no evidence of Skinny involvement. Maybe the Originator had guided his hand to the device that should have been blasted with the enemy. Ares relaxed into his belief that everything happened for a reason. He was good in combat because he trained every day to fight well. He studied by reading, and he focused when deployed. He applied the lessons he learned, book smart and street smart. He was the perfect soldier, and yet the spiders were one step ahead, on Antares 3 and Huron 4 too. He couldn't wait to reach them, to lay into them with every weapon available to his section. He had no rockets left, but he had grenades. He had a full-power Mark 71. He wouldn't need another energy cell. He'd ride this one to the end. There couldn't be that many spiders remaining. They only needed one thing, and that was to catch up to the spiders. He'd made the run from the landing site to the front lines in half the time it had taken his soldiers. And now, they'd make it even more quickly. Pick up the pace, Tin Man, Ares called ahead. If we're late, everyone dies. As if Tin Man needed the added incentive. He knew the stakes. He increased his pace until he was nearly sprinting. The general north-south orientation of the trees and their branches made it easier, just as Ares had found when he traveled north. The soldiers headed due south. The highway was open and accommodating, but it led straight into danger. Ares loped along after his point soldier. He split his attention between the wide branches and the ground below. He looked for any sign that the spiders had passed this way. No more than once a kilometer would he see a scuff from where a weapon scarred a tree's bark or a bush had been disturbed. If they missed a mark, they could go kilometers off track. Ares suspected the spiders were navigating using the same technique as the humans. Find a route and stick with it. 10 kilometers passed beneath them, then 20. The soldiers continued racing ahead. Some of them had an hour's worth of sleep, but most had none. They were operating on adrenaline only. Their bodies were starting to burn muscle for fuel. Any body fat had already cycled through their biological power generator. Fat and muscle. They were the only source of fuel from which any human had to draw. 40 kilometers in, Ares started to wonder if they'd missed the spiders. That would be catastrophic. They'd be in front instead of behind. They'd lose the advantage of surprise. Firing to their right jerked Tin Man to a stop. Ares rammed his fist into the air. The rest of the soldiers in both lanes of branches came to an immediate stop. They crouched as they had been taught, ready to engage as the situation determined. Mark 71 fire nearby when there shouldn't have been human soldiers in this area. And the spider rifle cracks in response. Far more spider weapons than human. They'd found the remains of the spider army. But who were they fighting? Chapter 20. Engage. Leave nothing behind. Ares signaled for the section to assume an enfilade right formation, even-numbered soldiers up and odds down with Ares as the anchor. Point 1 floated to his left. Stay near me. Keep your eyes peeled. Cover my 6. Compliance, Tin Man replied. He faced away from the sounds of combat, trusting Ares to cover him. The section filed into formation, with odd-number soldiers dropping to the rainforest floor. Ares wanted to move the formation forward, and then face them to the right and move into the attack. His intent was to engage the enemy from a direction they weren't expecting. It had worked for him in every engagement so far on Antares 4. He didn't want to change that. It had allowed his section to deliver devastating losses to the enemy on the level of 50 to 100 spiders killed for every soldier in his unit. Because his people moved fast and hit the enemy from the side or behind. Then they kept moving until they couldn't and disengaged to regroup out of the line of fire. Some would have called it hit and run, In the era of cavalry, Ares would have commanded the horse guard, shock troops like winged hussars, swoop in and wipe an enemy from the battlefield. They moved slowly forward. Ares was skeptical. By his measure, they were 10 kilometers from the landing site. A rogue patrol? Lander section? They had disappeared. Ares held out hope they were out there and ready to fight. If not, his remaining soldiers would take care of it, like they always did. Ares knew that he could count on one person, himself, and one section, Ares' section. A movement. Ares silently called the section to halt using hand and arm signals. He didn't want to alert the enemy. A spider, hiding beneath a bush and under a root. Not dead. It had moved. Ares scanned farther into the woods, finding that the rain was letting up. The light sprinkle interfered less with the UV and IR spectrums. The spiders didn't register as warm-blooded, but they stood out in the UV range when the rain wasn't helping shield them. Ares held his section back while he alone moved to a higher branch. The spiders had set up a defensive position facing Ares' section. And beyond the lines of spiders aiming their weapons, other spiders fired Mark 71s into the air. It made Ares' blood run cold. They were suckering him into a trap. Somewhere along the way, they'd seen Ares' section moving through the trees. They were able to find a place where they could dig in and a way to draw Ares to them. This wasn't a run to the landing site. This was a chess match between Ares and the spiders. The one to walk away from the engagement would win the war. 10 soldiers and Ares. Would it be enough? Only if they didn't lose their lives by walking into an ambush. Ares climbed upward one branch, carefully and slowly. There was no way to move the section above the enemy, but one soldier could make it. Would it be enough to foil the enemy's attack? Attack first, and with everything you have, even if everything means just one soldier. The Antigeneses lines had been established hastily, but they were chock full of needle gun-carrying soldiers. Ares signaled the Tin Man to pass to the rest of the soldiers. Wheel soldiers, send HE into the enemy lines, 50 to 60 meters due east. Keep the fire low. I'll come in from above. Give me 30 seconds and then attack east, leading with grenades thrown as far as possible between the trees. Don't walk into ambush. It was a lengthy message, but it was critical to get right. Ares waited until it was passed on. He eased ahead, taking great care not to move too quickly or draw unwanted attention. He leapt like a panther from one upper branch to another, landing softly and freezing in place before crawling forward until he could stand and run. Ares moved carefully overhead of the initial line of spiders. It was strong enough to incur a few losses, but weak enough to draw Ares' section into and through it. That's where the real trap waited. The soldiers who pressed through the first line would be decimated in a withering crossfire, whether they were on the ground or one branch up. It was a well-prepared trap that had no chance of working unless they knew where Ares' section was and that they could draw them in using Mark 71s taken from dead human soldiers. It was a plan worthy of skinny intelligence. Ares continued over the first line and past the second. He looked for a place to drop down. The spiders with the Mark 71s weren't as dangerous as the ones with the projectile weapons. Ares weighed the costs and prepped 3 grenades. He flipped the spoons away and tossed 1 toward the bait spiders and 2 toward the spiders prepared to spring the trap. Ares launched himself off the branch the instant the grenades exploded. He flipped his weapon to full auto on the way down. Ares pulled the trigger and started firing before he hit. The spiders withered before the barrage he delivered. He hit and bolted sideways before the enemy could open fire on him. He continued to send energy beams into the spider positions. The grenades had bought him a few precious seconds to seize the initiative. He dove and rolled, spraying the exposed spiders carrying the human weapons. Ares came back to his feet and blasted nest after nest. The spiders turned to engage the human soldier, but they were too slow. They fired into the empty space where he had just been. A frenetic kabuki dance of energy and projectile fire filled spaces between the trees. Needles skipped off Ares' armor as he refused to give them a straight-on shot. From a centimeter to a millimeter, Ares kept moving. The fire lessened with the more spiders he killed, but it was still there, seeking to penetrate his armor and end his life. Rocket screamed in from the trees to slam the spiders' ambush line while they were attempting to give Ares their full attention. That was his plan. Ares turned around to finish off the last of the spiders brandishing Mark 71s. He ran through the center of the small clearing to the other side, where he vaulted up a tree trunk and into the branches. Grenades flew through the air and landed among the spiders' line. Ares ducked behind the trunk when the grenades exploded. He reached around and looked for targets. His immediate vicinity was a wasteland of dead bodies. The spiders were dying in droves. There was nowhere else for them to go. Ares' section stormed in, firing with each step. The beam weapon sizzled in the light mist that the rain had devolved into. The second moon was above the horizon, and natural light was bright enough to see with an unaided eye. Water drops sparkled as they fell from the upper branches. Ares sniped a spider counterattack. 10 spiders running toward the inbound human soldiers. He gunned them down before they could fire back. And then another attack. He found that he had his back turned to the initial ambush while he engaged spiders appearing from every opening. Ares fired and fired again. He couldn't keep up and ran out of places to move to. He dove off the branch and into a puddle and scrambled behind a trunk. The initial ambush was in front of him, and the counterattack was behind. It had been a multi-phased approach with collapsing levels of engagement. No matter how far Ares' section made it into and through enemy lines, there would be more until the soldiers were overwhelmed. Each level would remove 2 or 3 soldiers until none remained. Mark 71s barked from both directions. Ares checked the small clearing. The spiders shooting the human beam rifles were dead, and the Mark 71s were on the deck. Did they have more? A trick like that would only work once. Ares had no intention of running toward the new Mark 71 fire. He hunkered down as best he could, scanning the area for the next surprise. Spider weapons cracked in response to the new Mark 71 fire. Spider weapons cracked from all around Ares. Now he knew what the spiders felt like when he attacked them from 3 different directions. It was a most unpleasant experience. Ares' section stalked forward with violent intentionality. They cleared every spider in sight, spreading out as they moved, affecting a broader and broader front. A wheel soldier fired his mortar. A grenade exploded in the next clearing to the south. They fired their beam rifles. They cleared a swath of territory over 100 meters wide. The Mark 71 fire behind him came closer. Then it stopped. "Oh there! Land the section coming in," a voice called. Ares peeked around the trunk behind which he hid. Human soldiers skirted the edges of the clearing behind him, weapons aimed into the trees. "Ares coming out." Ares stepped around the tree. "Good to see you, Lander. We'll find out what happened later, but we've got a spider mess to clean up first." "How'd you get in front of us?" Section Leader Lander shook his head. "Never mind. I should never be surprised by what you're capable of." "Keep your eyes peeled. The spiders are still around." Ares moved toward his own people, quickly, moving from tree to tree. It would take only one lucky shot to ruin his day. "Tin Man and Frodo, report." A figure fell from the trees to land with a solid thud onto an exposed root. A second figure dodged around trees and hurried across the space between them. "There's a small spider force to the south. Maybe 100. They moved off," Tin Man reported. "Which way?" "South." The implications were profound. Even 100 spiders could do serious damage to the landing site. There would be soldiers acting as security, but if the spiders made it through the thin perimeter, no one in the compound was armored, and any shuttles parked there were unprotected. All tents were vulnerable with supplies, critical to future operations. They could never use everything allocated, or they risked losing the next campaign. The logistics requirements for the HFP made Ares' head spin, but that was for accountants and professionals in the supply chain to figure out. It was usually less risky for them, but any time they were on an alien planet, they took a chance of getting attacked. It was still better than always being stuck on the ship. Ares made war. That was the highest risk of all. He asked that he be supported in food, water, and ammunition while deployed for combat. Same for his soldiers. He considered himself a simple man, a warrior. They needed to make sure that force never reached the landing site at base camp.
"No KIA, Ares,"
Frodo reported. Ares accepted the report with a smile, hidden behind his faceplate.
"Frodo, take 5 and go after the spiders headed south. You too, Tin Man. We'll follow and trace, but I want to make sure we're clear here first."
"Compliance."
The two whipped off quick salutes and bolted. Frodo shouted for the soldiers who had been closest to him. Wheel 1 and 4 swing soldiers. That left Wheel 3, Sailorman, and 3 swing soldiers along with Lander section.
"How many soldiers do you have left?"
Ares wondered.
5. That includes me. We left 4 behind. 2 points and 2 injured. And we lost 1 in the battle before we chased this mob.
Ares knew about the 4 left behind. He had ordered it. He was happy to hear that they had only lost 1 additional soldier, but the ones that appeared behind Lander looked rough. 2 limped, and the other 2 stood crookedly.
"Sweep south, Lander, on this vector. We'll have your right flank."
Ares pointed out the path he wanted Lander to take with his 4 soldiers.
"Compliance."
Lander passed on the information to his people, and they maneuvered away, seeking the cover of nearby trees as they stalked south. It was back to clearing confined spaces. The hunted had become the hunters. The ambushes had failed, and the humans were retaliating. There was only going to be one winner in this fight.
"Target!"
Stubby called from somewhere on the other side of the nearest tree. She fired rapidly. Ares' section faced south, but she was shooting to the east. More Mark 71s opened fire near her. Ares bounced off a trunk to get to the lowest, widest branch of a tree between him and Stubby. He rounded to the other side, where he stood above swing 4, misfire. Stubby was on a branch in the next tree to the east.
"Report,"
Ares called.
10 spiders running south. I think they're chasing Tin Man."
Ares knew the answer. It had been in front of him. The small computer had been a plant. There was a tracking device in it, and the spiders were homing in. He didn't know how, since the humans didn't bother with technology that could be easily jammed, just like the HFP jammed across a broad spectrum.
"Continue clearing south, then join me. Give me 2 grenades, Misfire. I'm going after that group."
Ares called back. Misfire tossed the 2 grenades, one after another. Ares caught the surprisingly good throws. He turned south and ran along the branches. The spiders couldn't have been more than 100 meters ahead of him. He followed the trees due south to make up time. Tracking. That's where the ambushes were coming from. The Antigeneses kept throwing soldiers at the human force that dared to pick up the computer. Maybe they thought it would be intel types. Maybe they expected someone like Ares to get a hold of it. Bait. He'd taken it, but he inadvertently put the target on Tin Man's back. He owed his point soldier his full attention. If Tin Man was going to be the focus of the spider's attention, the least Ares could do was provide security in the best way he knew. Attack, and keep attacking until the enemy was dead. He spotted the spider squad moving. They didn't bother with stealth or cover. Their focus was to reach the computer and kill the bearer. Or it had a homing beacon, so it could be recovered in case of loss. Recover it at all costs. Ares swooped in behind them, cooked off 2 seconds on a grenade, and tossed it over their heads. They had no time to react. It exploded before it hit the ground. Ares was already firing his Mark 71. The spiders, not blown apart, were mowed down by the energy beams. Ares jogged after the 6 soldiers he'd sent after the mob descending on the landing site. 10 kilometers. It wouldn't take long to catch them. His people were in the trees and leaving a trail. He followed it, running faster than his people moved. They had to be tentative to avoid running headlong into the spider task force. As long as they were between Ares and the spiders, he could go as fast as possible. It took 5 minutes to reach them, and another minute to work his way past them. He waved for them to follow while he slowed, just enough to not outrun his ability to aim and fire. The spiders couldn't be far. Due south, straight to the landing site, under the stars of a partly cloudy sky. The final battle continued, one phase after another. It called for the best that humanity had to offer. Let strangers come together and become brothers and sisters, one family fighting for a greater good. Ares increased his speed. This was the 4th or 5th time that he was running against the clock. Like on Antares 3, he found himself running toward the enemy. This time, they weren't waiting for him. It was a question of catching up. The sound of Mark 71 fire reported that the spider attack force had reached the landing site. Ares accelerated. They weren't far. There was no time for stealth. Chapter 21. Reconciliation. Bringing the battle back to where they started. Ares fired at the first spiders he saw. At this point, the battle was one of attrition. Humans needed to kill the spiders before the spiders killed them. Plus, keeping them from destroying anything on the compound. Ares knew one way to accomplish that objective. Spider weapons cracked in front of the 7 members of Ares' section. Ares signaled for the soldiers to spread left and right with him anchoring the center. Ares leapt from the tree, firing on his way down. He hit hard and stumbled. Spider fire crossed through the space millimeters above his head. He dropped prone and fired into the enemy. His soldiers fired from the branches above. They had the better angle and unleashed a barrage that flooded the area with energy beams. Ares pulled his last grenade, liberated from misfire, and ran forward until he was nearly upon the spiders. Mark 71s thundered from not far ahead. The night calm had been shattered. The rain had completely stopped. The monkeys were no longer screaming overhead. The fire was too intense, and they had fled. Ares threw the grenade toward the human security perimeter, but not so far that it would come down inside friendly lines. He had already suffered from a grenade that hadn't landed where intended, but Ares' grenade was exactly where he wanted it to be. He dropped face first to escape the impending blast. The ground appeared as the water drained quickly away without an influx of rain. He landed with a thud and ducked his head. The grenade exploded. Ares was up in an instant and sprinting ahead. He fired at the mass of spiders in front of him. Rockets flew overhead, through nearby branches, and exploded against targets beyond nearby trees. Fire from within the base increased as new rifles joined the originals, filling the gaps of silence with the noise of combat. Ares added his to the others. 2 more rockets screamed overhead. Ares popped up and ran forward once more. Pockets of spiders fired into the security perimeter. Their attack had already bogged down after the assault that ripped apart the rear of their formation. The compound security perimeter was holding. The soldiers tasked with guarding the landing site were usually the injured or those with other primary duties. They fired from behind trees and artificial barriers. They fired with everything they had, sparing not one joule of energy. Ares kept his head down as he got close enough to feel the heat from the shots that missed their targets. The spiders didn't retreat. They couldn't. They had nowhere else to go. This had been a suicide mission from the second they ran for the HFP's landing site. But the Antigeneses soldiers had run into a wall and were now taking fire from 3 sides. The return fire was haphazard at best, until it ended completely. Ares scanned the battle space, looking up and down, side to side. He leaned around trees and peered into bushes. He studied lower limbs. "Ares section coming out. Don't shoot," Ares shouted toward the security perimeter. Just like that, it was over. The rainforest returned to a silence it hadn't previously known. No monkeys chittered. No rain fell. No gunfire punctuated the waning darkness. Ares raised his shield. The twilight of 2 moons reflecting light through a partly cloudy sky brought another worldliness to Antares 4, something it hadn't had before when it was nothing but a constant downpour. Ares took in the ambiance of the rainforest. The pressure lifted from his shoulders. Victory was in sight. If they had been efficient in their attacks, the cleanup of enemy loners would be quick. But the recall of human forces would take a long time. The humans could be scattered far and wide, disoriented. They'd have to fly shuttles with loudspeakers to point the soldiers in the right direction to get back to the landing site. But that was someone else's job. That would take days, because it could be as far as 60 kilometers through a dense wood. And the rain would come again, as sure as the sun. But Ares' section would already be back on the ship, enjoying hot chow and rack time. Ares waited for Frodo and Tin Man, along with his other soldiers. Stubby, you made it through your first campaign, Ares noted. She looked around.
Is that it?
Ares raised his faceplate. This is my 6th, and they all feel the same when it's over. It may seem abrupt, but that's how it is when we fight to the end. All of a sudden, there's no enemy left. The last soldier standing claimed victory.
But I'm sitting,
Stubby replied. She raised her face shield so he could see her laughing. We win first, then we sit. Ares continued to stand. He had people out there, the remnants of his section and Lander section, who had come to his aid after doing what he himself had done. Go after the enemy without wasting resources to tell anyone else about it. Well played, Lander. Stubby looked tired. She was one of those who had gotten no sleep whatsoever for the duration of the campaign. Her short legs meant she worked harder when they were running. What do you think about becoming a point soldier? Ares asked.
Is there more pay?
Anything is more than what you're getting now, Ares replied. Pay was the least of anyone's worries, since the majority of soldiers never went home. They rolled against the odds until they came up short, whether that took one campaign or more. Ares was one of the longest surviving soldiers, with 6 under his belt. Each had taken many of his soldiers. The first had taken all of them. He had been the only survivor. Stubby's determination belied her innocence. She closed her eyes and leaned back, using roots like a recliner. Ares shook the hand of each soldier as they appeared. Good work. We needed every one of you. Just like every time. Hot chow when we get back to the ship. Until then, catch some sleep. He spoke warmly and removed all burdens from their shoulders. For this campaign, their duties had come to an end. They were relieved of all responsibilities. The kindest words a soldier could ever hear were those, get some sleep. It meant someone else would watch over you. Tin Man, let me grab that computer from you. I'll turn it into the intel weenies working with the skinnies. Get that thing off me. After they kept going after me, I checked it. It's emitting a high-pitched sound, too high for our ears, but the spiders could hear it, obviously. The homing beacon, Ares muttered. You knew? Tin Man wasn't happy. I didn't, until they skipped past me and headed straight for you. After that, it didn't matter who was carrying it, because we were going to kill the pursuers. The other soldiers had come to Tin Man's rescue. Ares removed the device from Tin Man's pack. It seemed plain enough, but came to life when Ares held it up. He tucked it into his own pack. It tied the skinnies to the Antigeneses. That was enough to prove him right, even if they hadn't found any skinnies on Antares 3 or 4. It didn't mean they weren't there. Ares made sure everyone sat and relaxed. Eat. Sleep. Next decision would be which shuttle would return them to the ship. It took 15 minutes before the rest of Ares' section and Lander's section appeared. Ares clasped hands with Lander. Thanks for saving us back there. Nah, Lander replied. You'd already done the hard work. Once they turned to face you, we had flank and rear shots. Sorry for abandoning you, but I couldn't let them have a free shot at the landing site. It's what I would have done, Ares stated in simple solidarity. Section leads made decisions to support the mission. Their battle planner had become useless. The orders that Ares had given to Lander and Ragnar were best for defeating the Antigeneses. That guidance helped the sections to make the right decisions in the absence of information. No one had the full picture. The rainforest environment reduced direct command and control to 50 meters, the distance from one tree to the next on each side. The density of wood and rain and the ever-present EM spectrum jamming reduced audio and visual ranges. The fight came down to individual soldiers and their desire to defeat the enemy. The limitations on the battlefield meant that heavy weapons weren't available. No tanks. No artillery. Only soldiers. Take your people into the compound to wait. You're here until we recover your point soldiers and your 2 injured. Of course. I wouldn't leave before making sure they're accounted for and taken care of. Lander saluted.
It's been a no-no working for Ares section.
With, Ares emphasized. Working with us. We're all equal out here. They weren't. In the absence of a designated lead for a decade of sections, the senior lead would take over. With 6 campaigns, that meant Ares. Promotions came in a rush after a battle, sometimes during a battle. Everyone needed to know everyone else's job. Cross-training, they called it. Ares faced away from the nearby compound. To the north, HFP soldiers were scattered. The dead needed to be located, their suits sent to the ship for recycling, and their bodies buried. How many were there? A shuttle took off and flew overhead. It blared the recall signal that only played after a victory. Ares assumed it only played after the campaign was won, since he had never been a part of any other. Would they recall the soldiers in a loss? He had always been told no one would come for them if they lost. He pushed the thought from his mind. It was a waste of time thinking about things that didn't matter. There were soldiers still out there. He wanted them back. It wasn't like on Antares 3 or Espinar. They could see the soldiers and the tents and the shuttles. Ares had his section and saw the remains of Lander's section. There had been firing from within the compound. What if the HFP had been destroyed, and this was nothing more than a symbolic victory? What could a decade or 2 of sections do? They couldn't fight another war. The enemy would deploy tens of thousands of soldiers, maybe more. The HFP was always outnumbered, but they had an advantage with their armored combat suits. Up until this campaign, Antares 4 had been an eye-opener. Instead of confronting the enemy from a position of superiority, friendly troops had been mowed down. They hadn't dominated the battlefield. And Battle Planner Cassidy had faltered, and then crumbled because of the pressure. It was easy to command when your soldiers were the biggest and baddest, but real leaders didn't use their technological advantage as a crutch, embracing shortcuts instead of sound strategy and tactics. Retrograde to the shuttles. It's time to get back to the ship, Ares said. A few of the soldiers had just fallen asleep, but no one complained about getting in line for a ride off an unfriendly planet. Ares led the way, only to be stopped by Battle Planner Concord, who was briefing Battle Planner Dante. A word. Dante stepped to the side. Ares motioned for his soldiers to stand by. You're acting like this fight is over, Dante said with a sharp edge to his voice. Ares pulled the computer from his pack. The spiders are done, plus we recovered a piece of intel that the 12th deck types need to see. Dante faced the open woods. He listened for the sounds of an army, but only the routine work of the base camp and landing site penetrated the silence of the night. We landed with a sentry, over 1,500 soldiers. Then we added another 5 decades, one of which was your section. You and one other section are the only ones to return. That's less than 20 soldiers. Dante hung his head while trying to figure the next steps. We left people out there. We need to find them and bring them home. How many are left, do you think? And don't get me wrong, if we have one soldier out there, we're not going to abandon him. They were overrun, the front lines. But Battle Planner Cassidy, Ares spat the name with all the distaste it provided, deployed them into the teeth of an ambush. And then, when the front line was overrun, I don't know what he did, but he got overrun too. I started with 2 sections attached, and now, combined, we have 1 section. There are a lot of dead bodies out there, sir, but there will be a pile of strays too. Dante blew out a breath. We pick up these strays, and I think the best way to do that is by establishing a small landing site near those front lines. I'm putting you on pioneer duty. Take the saws and clear trees out of the way so we can land the shuttle. That's your punishment for talking in an insubordinate manner about the battle planner. Then I alone will clear the landing site. No, you'll take your whole section. You know you'll need them. Time is important. Our people will start running out of food and water pretty soon. Many have been down here for more than 3 days, and they've been out there the whole time. He nodded toward the woods. You're not in trouble, Ares.
Cassidy had no business being out there. The Force Commander is going to pay a price for this too. We can't replace a century and a half of sections. We'll be lucky to field 2 decades after this. We may have won this campaign, Ares, but we are on the fast track to losing this sector of space. One more fight, and we're done. At least we don't have a new campaign waiting for us to hurry up and get to. No new war? That'll be a first. Ares finally raised his visor. I'm not sure we'll know what to do with ourselves. Ares delivered the smile of a tired man who is surrendering to a situation out of his control. You'll establish a new landing site, and you'll help us find every human on this planet. We'll help with the shuttles, as you've already seen. We'll send up flares every 10 minutes, just in case there's a break in the foliage or rain. Hey, did you notice that it's not raining? I noticed that it stopped raining, yes. I also discovered that the trees glow at night before the light of the 2 moons was brighter. Interesting place. You know why you'll have to go forward, Ares? The last ones to arrive. Last one in is usually the last one out. You've got to earn your ride. Dante was trying to bring light into the darkness of the campaign. Their losses had to have been catastrophic. Dante hoped Ares would find and save whatever was left of the HFP. Ares handed over the skinny computer. Please make sure this gets to the weenies. You have dutifully collected the strategic intelligence and passed it to competent authority for further disposition. Or in other words, compliance. Now get the standard Pioneer packs. 3 should be enough. Take flare rockets for your mortar, and send them up once you finish the landing area. Talking about mortars, I want every one of my soldiers to carry a mortar and a max load of rockets from now on. I'll run it up the chain, Ares. I'm inclined to give you whatever you want, if it keeps you happy. Happy? Ares held Dante's gaze. I don't know that word. He hurried away. When it came to friends, Battle Planner Dante was the closest Ares would ever get to one. That wasn't his thing. He lost too many people to get too close to any of them. Ares gestured for his section to follow him. He took his soldiers to the non-standard equipment tent and checked out 3 Pioneer packs. These were cases as big as the soldiers tasked with carrying them. Inside was enough to clear a landing field, from cutting down trees to leveling grasses to cutting vines that were tough as steel. It was about taming the most hostile environment and bending it to the human will. Even the rainforest would bow before man's tools, but it would find its way back from the damage done. Quickly if the impressions from their boots on the limbs were anything to go by. The wounds healed under the incessant rain. Everything grew on Antares 4, despite the lack of sun. With the team carrying the cases, they headed north, jogging over the drying ground, barely getting their feet wet as they moved. The roots stuck out higher and more prominently than before, making them easier to skirt. 50 kilometers due north. Ares guessed that it would take 2 hours. 30 minutes in, they ran across the first strays drifting south. Ares stopped to greet the 2 soldiers. Well met, fellow soldiers. You're going in the right direction. Keep going until you reach the landing site. They'll evacuate people from there. Where are you going? One of the 2 soldiers asked. Nothing but dead bodies that way. We're going to build a second landing site. Recover our dead and their equipment. We can't leave that kind of stuff behind, but more importantly, we need to show respect to our fallen. Give them the last rites. Kind words from the originator. Ares replied. He wasn't sure what was the truth or not. Evacuations from the ambush site. There had to be more than those 2, who probably injected themselves with all the pain reliever their suits had. They weren't completely there. Ares had a job to do. We'll be on our way. Anyone else you run across, tell them to keep going due south to the landing site. That's their ticket off this planet. The 2 soldiers waved and staggered away. It made Ares wonder how long they had been walking. They didn't seem to have much rhyme or reason to their movement. Ares resumed jogging. He pushed it because he wanted to get started clearing the landing site. He also wanted to find soldiers who had survived. They were the future.
An injured soldier who healed was better than a new recruit in most cases, especially since new recruits were hard to come by. They had had their surge in recruiting already, and thanks to people like Cassidy, the benefit had been squandered. Chapter 22. Repatriation. Saving lives, one soldier at a time. Ares was neither concerned nor surprised that he didn't see any living spiders on the 50-kilometer run to the staging area, line of departure, because the spiders didn't operate alone. They worked in groups, at least 10 from what Ares had seen. On Antares 3, when they were defeated and scattering, they ran as individuals, but they didn't have their weapons. They had dropped all pretense of being soldiers and had run for their lives. What they did find at the 50-kilometer point was the staging area. It was mostly untouched. Ares walked into the space where soldiers slouched or reclined. All wore armor except for the battle planner. He carried a white flag. Ares stopped.
"What's that for?"
"We're surrendering," Cassidy stated without remorse.
"Who are you surrendering to?"
Ares pressed. He moved close to the battle planner, getting within arm's reach, but restraining himself from choking the man. "The spiders. We lost. They've surrounded us. There's nothing we can do." Ares ripped the white cloth out of his hands.
"They bypassed your position because you weren't a threat to them. We caught them and destroyed them before they could breach the landing site. We won, but you can surrender to me. You're finished as a battle planner."
The man was in no mental state to argue. He had already surrendered, in his mind. He was finished. In that moment, Ares felt sorry for him. Not everyone was cut out to be a soldier. He'd either be shipped home in a padded cell, sent out the airlock, or reduced in rank to nothing more than manual labor, like cleaning up the dining hall after the soldiers had eaten. Ares didn't care what they did with him, as long as they didn't put him in charge of human soldiers ever again. Ares didn't need to get his pound of flesh from the man.
"Stay here,"
Ares told him.
"Sailorman, take charge of this area and consolidate assets and people. Corral the people and get a head count. Find me able bodies who can help us clear a landing pad. We have a lot of trees to hack down, cut up, and move. And keep your eye on him. He's in my protective custody."
Ares nodded to Cassidy.
"Compliance,"
Sailorman saluted, beaming with the joy of not having to run the pioneer equipment. Driving a chainsaw or an axe was too much like real work. Since they started this campaign on Antares 3, they'd run hundreds of kilometers, engaged in multiple firefights, and did it all with a little sleep and little food.
"Can we eat?"
Ares thought his own stomach was pressing against his spine because it was so empty.
"Eat and drink your fill, people. Recover to Antilles is imminent."
They cheered, but it was weak. Those who had just run from the landing site were still catching their breath. Those who had been with Cassidy had their souls darkened through his defeatism. Ares stuffed the white cloth in his pack and walked around the area, clapping the survivors on the back.
"We won the fight. Now it's time to go back to the ship. Be ready."
They perked up, but were still in disbelief at the saviors who appeared under a bright, moonlit sky. Ares gathered his people and moved forward a kilometer, nearly to where the HFP had established its front lines. He stopped when he found the first dead soldiers. He took a quick look around. He figured he'd need to knock down 10 of the big trees. That was a monumental amount of work. He pointed out the trees that he wanted cleared.
"Make sure they fall outboard. Then we only have to cut up 3 of them," he pointed again. "And move them out of the way. Angle cut. Clear the area where it'll fall and push it over. Get to it, people."
Ares didn't take any of the tools. There were certain things a section lead didn't and shouldn't have to do. Clearing a landing site was the most menial of labors. It was for everyone but section leads and battle planners.
"Wait,"
Ares called out.
"Make sure you clear the dead from where a tree will fall. With reverence, people. That could be you someday. You'll want to know that if you bite it, your body will be taken care of by people who care."
"Compliance," Ares' section replied. Recovering bodies was not outside the scope of work for a section lead. He went with his soldiers, 30 to 40 meters beyond where the trees were to be cut, to find the dead and carry their bodies, complete with their armor, to the new landing site. They stacked them along one side, between two trees that were designated for cutting. In that small area, they recovered over 100 soldiers. Soldiers from the staging area drifted in to lend a hand on the grimmest of tasks. When it was done, they started cutting with energy blades, which made short work of the wood. They called out, "Fire in the hole!" because that's what they knew. A cry of "Timber!" wouldn't draw the soldiers' attention like they needed. Tree after tree fell. The massive trunks were quickly hacked into smaller pieces that the armored soldiers rolled out of the way. Anyone without armor wouldn't have been able to help. The wood was wet and heavy. It took armored soldiers' augmented strength to clear the area. 2 hours of work, and the landing pad was mostly ready, double the dimensions of a standard shuttle. They'd adjust once one landed. Ares fired 3 flares into the sky. Clouds were rolling in. Their respite from the rain had been short-lived. "Tin Man, you and Stubby stay here. Adjust the landing pad if needed. Help loading, which means get help. You can't load all those soldiers by yourself, and I don't want you to try. That burden is best shared, but we need to find survivors. I'm taking the rest of the section out." "Compliance, Ares. We'll do them honor, in the originator's name," Tin Man replied. "I can ask for no more, and neither could they. Thanks, Tin Man." Ares nodded to both soldiers and stalked away. He gathered the rest of his section, giving them directions to spread out and use their speakers on full to shout for survivors to come out. They left a trail of chem lights leading to the new clearing. Once it started raining, the sounds of the group and the shuttles would be useless as a beacon to help the lost find their way. Ares fired flares every 50 meters while it was still mostly dark. The pop when it launched, and louder bang when it exploded into the raging inferno of a slowly falling red flare, would get the attention of anyone who wasn't dead. They reached the front lines, and more dead littered the area. "Consolidate," Ares ordered, and dragged the first body to another, where he left them. The darkness of the task weighed on him, and made him angry once more. Not at the soldiers, but at the battle planner who had no business directing soldiers in battle, and those from Earth who put such men in a position with the power over the lives of good people. One sight stopped Ares in his tracks. Appearing out of the shadows, soldiers staggered. Most were wounded. Many helped others worse than themselves. "Thank the originator," Ares said softly. He moved through them, touching each as they arrived. "Follow the lights to the landing pad. We're getting off this planet." "Escaping?" one soldier wondered. "We won. We're leaving. We've planted Earth's flag, and there's no one to take it down. It's the end of the Antigeneses. Go on now. Line up for the next shuttle. Once on the ship, get yourselves to sickbay. They'll take good care of you." Ares kept his faceplate raised so the soldiers could see the sincerity on his face. These men were beaten, not just physically, but mentally. It would take a monumental effort to get them back into the ranks. "Help with the time-space management of the inbound shuttles," he told them. Math and geometric problems were instrumental in taking the edge off shell shock, the trauma of battlefield stress. He wanted them all engaged with fruitful activities rather than pumping them full of drugs, which is what would happen on board ship if they showed up as little more than zombies. Ares continued talking with them. "We won the battle, but it came at a high cost. We lost a lot of soldiers here, too many, but we survived. Through wit, cunning, or luck, our numbers didn't come up." Ares' armor was scarred and slashed from near misses. Each one could have taken his life had it struck differently. What others chalked up to luck, he gave credit to the originator and the combat principles that he purveyed. Move fast and keep moving. Be a hard target to hit while aiming when firing. Kill him before he kills you. Simple concepts. And you still could be killed. That's when the originator didn't find you worthy. As long as Ares fought to the best of his ability, he believed the originator would protect him. It didn't hurt him to maintain such beliefs. He never put his life in the originator's hands by not following his teachings regarding strategy and tactics. The first shuttle came in. Ares paused to watch it with the survivors of the frontline ambush. "There's your ride, people. If you don't get on that one, there'll be more. That's just the first," he told them. He nudged them in the direction of the landing site while continuing to call any and all soldiers. "Ares!" a voice shouted from behind a tree. The reporter. He was with the 2-point soldiers from Lander's section and the 2 wounded. "Get these men to the shuttle and back to the ship." Ares directed them to the front of the line. They didn't wear the cloak of defeat. They'd been with Ares and Lander, and had never had the seed of doubt planted in their minds. Darrell didn't leave with the soldiers. "So, what happened?" Darrell asked. "I'm in the middle of gathering our soldiers for a return to the ship. We won. Now, join the search party. Stay within hearing range of the soldier next to you." "No can do, Ares. I'm a civilian. I'm here to observe you. And that was a horrible thing to do." Darrell blocked Ares' way. "You deliberately left me behind." "No. I left behind an individual who didn't answer the call to formation. If you were one of my soldiers, I'd have turned off your suit and left you to die." "But I am one of yours. You are responsible for me," Darrell parried. "And I left you where you'd be safe. So here you are, interfering with the recovery of the wounded and lost. Either you help or get out of the way, Darrell. There is no in-between." "Are you going to shove me out of the way?" Darrell continued his efforts at being annoying. "No, I'm going to punch you in the face with my armored fist and crush your head into your helmet. Your body will be dumped in a pile with the rest and moved to the ship, where they'll peel you from the inside of the armor so it can be recycled for future replacements." Ares gave him a second to think about it before shoving him out of the way. Darrell staggered and fell. He had overplayed his hand, thinking that since the fight was over, there'd be more humorous banter. He was wrong. He followed Ares like a lost puppy without speaking. Just in case Ares went over the edge and shut down his suit, he'd be helpless. But that was the power a section lead wielded over his soldiers. Flares and shouting drew more soldiers out of their hidey holes in places where they'd stayed when the spiders passed them by. Not whole sections, only individuals. Survivors. There wasn't a single section lead among them. Those had all died on the battlefield trying to direct their soldiers in a fruitless battle. Swing soldiers mostly. Ares enlisted the help of those who appeared to carry the dead. It gave them a chance to retain some dignity. One last chance to help their fellow soldiers. Piles upon piles. It was draining. Shuttles came and went. Ares and his soldiers continued to consolidate the dead in their weapons. Some died among swarms of dead spiders. Some died alone. No enemy casualties in sight. Some died together, 2 or 3 in one defensive position. None made it out. Despair. Soldiers died in battle. That's just the way it was. But humanity was easily overwhelmed when the dead numbered into the thousands. Those who perished didn't have to deal with the aftermath. Those who survived did. But they were helping, as Ares was, carrying body after body to a staging area. Chemlights lit trails to the landing site. Rain started to fall, lightly, but that changed quickly, and the deluge obviated firing more flares no one could see or hear. Ares' section looped through the spiders' positions across while maintaining distance between them to scour the area one last time. They looped back to cover the frontage and ended at the expeditionary landing site. It had been cleared further in Ares' absence. 2 more trees had been downed, and the landing field broadened to allow 2 shuttles simultaneously. Even though it was a tight squeeze, it expedited the process of loading the bodies. The survivors had already been removed, and fresh troops did the loading. How were there soldiers who hadn't participated in the battle? It wasn't a question Ares wanted to dwell on. Dante appeared. "Ares, you're hard to miss." "Sir." Ares directed his people to load into the shuttle, taking the seats in the front because the rear seats had been removed and that area filled with the dead, still wearing their armor. Weapons were piled with them, mostly Mark 71s, but a few mortars. Dante handed the computer to Ares. I never made it to the ship. I'll take over here, and you turn that thing over to the intelligence professionals. Ares wanted to scoff at the title, but despite his misgivings, that was their job. I need to collect my last 2 people and battle Planner Cassidy. He surrendered, so I accepted it. He's in my charge. I talked with him. He's a broken man, Dante said. Turn him over to the doctors. They'll take care of him. He won't be returning to the force. Are you still turning me down for the battle planner position? We didn't find a single section lead out there, Ares reported. I fear that you'll be the only battle planner, but we won't have enough troops to send to war. Dante pursed his lips and stared upward into the rain. We'll have some downtime, Ares. We'll get reinforcements. Supposed to be a record number. And then we're off to Paneth. The skinnies have taken an interest in that sector. Paneth is a human-populated sector with outposts and settlements. We'll push off from there if we have to engage the skinnies directly. You may even get some liberty somewhere other than on the ship. I don't know what I'd do with myself, Ares replied honestly. But those guys, he pointed to his section, they'd get in trouble. I'm not sure they could be trusted on planetside liberty. But you'll go to war with them? Dante pressed. Of course. I'd put my life in their hands with every step. But that doesn't mean I'd trust them with booze and unsuspecting civilians. Dante laughed. Get that computer turned in and give your people some downtime. Get your armor dried out and grab mortars for everyone in your section. Teach them how to use them. And then give them the lecture about not drinking and civilianizing. Compliance, I think, Ares replied. Daryl, Sailorman, and Stubby handed over control of the landing site and joined Ares. Permission to come aboard, sir, Sailorman saluted. Ares returned his salute. Find a seat. Daryl stopped to talk with Dante. I have some questions. Leave him behind. Button it up, guys. Let's get out of here, Ares shouted. Daryl excused himself and jumped through the doors that started to close. Another time, Battle Planner Dante. Chapter 23. Spark of Understanding. When something shouldn't exist, but it does, and it's in the enemy's hands, then the imagination gets lit on fire. Ares waved his section away with a final word to meet him in 18 hours in their training room. They knew what they needed to do. Turn in their armor, get cleaned up, head to the mess deck to eat, and then to their racks to rest. He let them know when he wanted to see them again. They were free until then. He knew they'd sleep for most of the time. He followed the corridor to the converted cargo bay where the skinnies were being held. Inside, he found the intelligence officer poring over the computer screen. Sir, Ares interrupted his train of thought. He looked up, blinked so his eyes would focus. How long have you been staring at that screen? Ares wondered. Too long, Ares. I heard the battle is over. I'm not sure we won because of how many we lost. The numbers are still coming in. It's staggering. Ares didn't need to tell him. He should have been down there. His perspective would have aligned with the reports. They won, but they didn't. Ares handed him the computer. What's this? He turned it over with the greatest interest. He wasn't the only one who found the device fascinating. The skinnies stopped what they were doing and stared. Found it among the remains of what we called smart spiders. It emitted a high-pitched sound that they could hear. It drew them to us after we acquired that thing. It's skinny technology, isn't it? Ares glanced toward the prisoners. They motioned for the device. There's no doubt about that, the intelligence officer replied. I think we should ask them to show us how to use it, Ares suggested. If we give it to them and they destroy it, then what? The officer asked. Then we're no different from where we are now. The spiders had skinny tech. What exactly? Does it matter if we can't make it work? We haven't even tried to make it work, the intel officer said. The skinnies continued to motion for the device. It won't leave my hand, Ares promised. The officer handed it back and watched intently. Ares strode to the skinnies. He was in his armor, but his face shield was raised. They recognized him without that because he was the only soldier who joined them while wearing armor. He held the device in his armored hands. "What does this do?" he asked. The intelligence officer happily punched up the translator, and the computer generated the skinnies' language. They replied, and it translated the words into English. "It knows all things." "Show me," Ares said. The lead skinny turned it on and tapped buttons so quickly Ares couldn't follow. He pulled the computer away. "What are you doing?" "Pulling up the battle plan. Where are we, and what happened that you were able to acquire such a device?" Once Ares heard the translation, the officer drew a finger across his throat. Ares ignored him. "We're in the Antares sector, where we just fought the Antigeneses, the spider race. They were carrying this technology, your technology. How did they get it? Are they like the Scudagarans?" The skinny stopped talking. Ares kept the device away from them. He turned it over to the intelligence officer. "Flush them out the airlock for all I care. They never stopped being the enemy. And now, their usefulness has come to an end. Let your smart people figure that thing out." The skinnies heard the conversation because Ares made sure they did, along with the translation. "Wait," the lead skinny said. "I will show you." "You'll show us how to use it. If you cheat or lie, you'll be introduced to the rigors of space in a most disagreeable manner." The intel officer laughed. "I've heard soldiers' threats before, but that's a first, Ares. It's the unflavored yogurt of threats. Vanilla pudding at its finest." "I like vanilla pudding," Ares countered. "Let me know when we get to Paneth. I hear we might get to take on the skinnies directly. I look forward to that." The end of Antares Sector. You've been listening to Antares Sector, the second book in the Ice Soldier series by Craig Martelle, narrated by Bryan Douglas.